It is like content and stuff. Hi, I'm Skycatlive. I'm going to talk about life and reality. An ophthalmal, a frank appraisal of my own life. We used to do this a lot in the first year, if you guys remember. And I'll run the kick for this too. A frank appraisal of my own life. I can't be around people. And we'll go pull the meme that I'm thinking of. I've got on the big screen here. Give me just a second here. This is fine. It's the Bored Ape Yacht Club. This is fine. Fine. What do they call this? It's a NFT. It's an NFT, right? This NFT is worth like, I don't know, $10 million or something. But the image itself was, this is fine, and it's a burning dog who looks like the dog from Adventure Time. I can't pull the picture probably because there it is, that's it, there it is, that's it. That's the original picture. They modified it to look like Elon Musk or whoever the fuck that is. I don't even know. But there's the picture. It's like a dog in a burning house with a cup of coffee that says, "This is fine." Now, this to me is the state of affairs for humanity right the fuck now. And I can act like I'm not George Carlin or whatever, and that I won't make commentary about it like some fucking crazy comedian. All the good comedians are fucking crazy, like Robin Williams or George Carlin or I don't know, fucking yeah, I think Josh Johnson is fucking crazy. I think he is. So or I don't know. Name another one. Richard Pryor, whatever. They're all crazy. Most of the good ones are fucking crazy, right? And so everyone else around me is like the dog in the burning house, and they're like, "This is fine. We should continue on like this." And I disabused myself of this false notion, like, I want to say 17 years ago. I don't think I'm having a mental breakdown. I'm just giving testimony. So I don't have a mental breakdown. I must testify. I keep it inside, like the burning house with the dog, all the time, just like them, and I don't like it. And so I sing and I cry and I talk and I play games and I produce stuff and I publish and I write an album and I do all these fucking crazy things. But I know deep down inside, because I won't acknowledge them, because I can't do this is fine people. I can't do it. I've been trying to do it since 9/11. Been 26 years. I think 27 years is what we usually come back with when I try to do the math on this stuff. It's been 27 years since 26 years. Yeah, no, it's been about 27 almost. 27 almost years, like the 27 club or Saturn returns or something like that. Every 27 years, Jupiter rising or fucking Mercury retrograde there for the whole 7 years that I was in the Odyssey or whatever the fuck. My ex-girlfriend, she loved to tell me about Mercury retrograde, and she was just like, it's Mercury retrograde. And I'm like, yes, I know, but it's not fun. It's not fun. It's Saturn Returns. She's like, yes, it is Saturn Returns. And I was like, it's Saturn Returns. It's not so good. It's the 27 Club. The last time it was like this for me was, yeah, I was 27. I was 27 and I attempted suicide. No, there's been 3 times now. This will be like that. And I attempted suicide because of the loss of the women in my life. With my best friend leaving to California, she scattered all of our female friends to the wind, and like most of them, Liz never became. No, I don't know about Liz, but Liz, for the 10 years that I knew her, she didn't do drugs. But everybody the fuck else in the crew, if they had a vagina, they definitely did. They did cocaine, heroin, speed, all the stuff. I mean, I didn't do cocaine, but I did everything else. And like, so you might think that it's like, oh, you're the one who went crazy. You're the one who fell to the streets and it's all your fault. You did this to yourself or whatever. But I seem to recall about 50 people around me, Like, you know, from Bonnie to fucking Jessica to Liz. I'll drop random names even though I don't usually do this on screen. From Bonnie to Jessica to fucking Liz to like Marcy, and I mean it just goes on. There's just like 50 of them. There's our Japanese friend. I don't I can't remember her name, but I had sex with her. There was what's her name? There's so many of them. There's the girl that let me live in her house for 6 months as a house sitter. I can't think of her name either because I haven't seen these people in 20 years. But all of those girls, when our linchpin in our social circle left town because of a cocaine addiction and a bad abusive relationship she was in for 9 years, she just left town. I don't fucking blame her. None of us blame her. When she went, 4 of my friends went with her. That's how powerful she was. That was my best friend, my best friend B, and like. And one of my best friends, excuse me. And I haven't seen her in 20 years, but she is still one of my best friends. It doesn't change. I watched like my generation scatter to the 4 fucking winds. I've seen the greatest minds of my generation starving, hysterical, and naked. It just crazy. And I slept with a lot of these girls, and I cried with a lot of these girls when their best friend left town, and I helped her move and all this stuff. But it was like a bomb dropping. And so I think back about like, Bojack asked this question. He was like, when was the last, oh, sorry, it was Diane. Diane asked the question. She's like, that's Allison Brie. She's like, Allison Brie is like, when was the last time you're happy? And I tripped on it. I've been tripping on it for like 45 minutes because it's not too fun. The last time that I was happy was like the first time I walked in my home. I was briefly happy for about 10 minutes. I lied down on a plastic wrapped bed, and I was like, the war is over if you want it. And sure enough, all the sorrow and well, not all the problems, but all the sorrow went away, and all the 7 years of the darkness and all the dark ages of it, all the problems, even the curse went away. The curse was real. I had like 5 fucking actual like druidic shamans basically in different disciplines, from Vedic culture to astrology to magic to Wicca to fucking everything I could find. I asked every practitioner that I knew to get rid of the curse, and they all came back and told me it was about some ring, and that the ring is lost, and then it was something that I wished on somebody else. And I was like, wait, it's me? And they were like, yes, it's something that you wished on somebody else. Now they couldn't tell me who it was, but I knew who it was, because I couldn't protect myself from the most violent man that I've ever met. And I mean it, like the worst one I've ever met. I put him in jail for at least 2 years. uh I got up in his face and I was like, I am a pacifist. I cannot harm you, so I will destroy you instead if you ever harm me or anybody that I love. And because he was that was literally 10 seconds, and I mean 10 seconds, I'm not exaggerating here. That was 10 seconds after he tried to run me over in the fucking alley outside the fucking Winchell's Donuts on South Broadway, in the fucking alley, and I didn't do anything to this fucking man. I barely knew him. He was just a fucking Jeffrey Dahmer psycho I ran afoul of for some reason. And like, I'm just walking down the alley, poor, broke, homeless on the streets, and I'm like dumpster diving in the fucking Winchell's Donuts, and he knows that I'm dumpster diving at the Winchell's Donuts. And because he's homeless, because I'm homeless, or because he doesn't like me, or whatever the fuck it is, I don't know what it is, he tried to run me over with his fucking truck. So I got up in his fucking face and I was like, I can't beat you to within an inch of your life like I'd like to. I can't break every bone in your fucking body like I'd really like to right now, and I'm twice your size. I will do it too. I'll do it in front of God and a judge and the cops. I'll beat you within an inch of your fucking life if you ever attempt to harm me or anybody that I love ever again. I got up in his face and I was like, yeah, I can't physically hurt you, but I can absolutely destroy you in everything that you are, in everything you've ever had. And that is true, and it's always been true for me. Not only that, but I can also take his identity too, which I did. I've done all this stuff. It's crazy. So, and he backed off. He got in his truck and he left. He backed off. He always backs off, And but that moment where I just made my stand, that was the last time I was happy. That moment where I just took the most violent, fucked up shithead I'd ever fucking met in my entire life and got up in his fucking face and put my nose against his nose. And I was like, I cannot physically harm you. It's against my beliefs and everything I've ever lived for or strive for. I'm not like that. I'm not like you. I can't resort to the fucking violence and beat me bloody against a brick wall a bunch of times. I'm just not like you like that. So if you persist, if you ever do anything to me ever again, and he didn't do anything for like 2.5 years or something. It was insane. He didn't do anything. So, but I was like, if you ever do anything ever to me ever again, I will destroy everything that you've ever owned, everything you have right now. I will make sure your family never speaks to you again. I will make sure you lose your freedom. I will destroy everything that you know and love. It won't be your body. That's too easy. Yeah. And I was like, do not harm me or my ex-girlfriend or anybody around me or anything like this. Don't threaten me. I'm a drug dealer. Don't fuck with me. I'll summon down terrible people on your ass. And I can still do that to this day. It's like running in a gang that my crew, you don't really ever leave. So the promise that they made to me is if I just acted like it never happened, they would just let me be. Right. And I was like, okay, yeah, like that's it. That's okay. I got to leave town. I got to go take care of my family. And they're like, no, this happens. It's okay. You never snitched. You never fucking failed. You always met every deal we ever sent you to, all this other stuff. They're like the most reliable person. I had a couple of them tell me you're my best friend in all this. You know, my friend Annie, she was like, you're my best friend. You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to hold you to this. I was like, oh, okay. So anyways, and there's another girl that was cut sheets to the fucking wind. Both Annie and her mother and my ex Monica. She like everybody that I know was cast to the four corners of the fucking earth with drug addictions and poverty and homelessness and all this. And that's where not just me, but almost everybody I know went. Now the only people in my life that my mother likes are the people that were given money by their baby boomer parents, and it's a struggle for me. And yeah, true happiness was finally making that fucking stand against these maggot effort fucking shitheads as they destroy everything that you know and love. It was like the actual, I was trying to think of like true happiness when he got back in his truck and backed away from me and drove off at 5 miles an hour as opposed to trying to run me over at 50 miles an hour and shit and back down. He backed down. I backed him down. I experienced actual happiness. I was like, oh, good. I don't believe he's going to victimize me anymore, and I had a brief moment of happiness before I had to put his ass in jail for 2 fucking years or more. We don't know. So, and that's not good. When your happiness is about standing up to your worst bully, instead of saying like, oh, it was when my son or daughter was born, or the first day I ever stepped in my home, when I bought a home. It should be when I bought a home. And it was for a brief moment there for like 20 minutes. But the reason that it was is because I don't care where I am. It's like that Metallica song, "Wherever I Lay My Head is where I live," or whatever. I forget what the actual lyric is, but it's like James Hammett or whatever his name is, James Hetfield or whatever. James Hetfield, lead singer of Metallica, singing about wherever I lay my head is where I live, or whatever, where I roam, or whatever he said. And I do subscribe to that. I do believe that if something looks familiar, then something is wrong. And that is a life's motto of mine. If something looks familiar, then something's wrong. That's Darker My Love 2 Ways Out. This is a really good song. And I don't know. The happiness, the brief moments of happiness I've had, besides cloud candy being around me, had to do with like showing, or not showing up, but like facing down the bullies in my life. That's not very fair. It's not very fun. It's not relatable. It's not I'm sure some people can relate, but it's not generally relatable to probably normies. But revenge and safety were like the last couple of times that I was happy. I had a brief moment of happiness when I had like three of the practitioners in my life tell me that the curse was gone and there was like faded remnants of it. And I was like, yeah, it jives with me. I don't think it is there anymore. But it was crazy there. Like my ex-girlfriend, I don't think she would have normally spent as much time as she did with me, but she could tell I was in crisis. And I was like, would you like to see the curse in action? Because nobody believes me. And she was like, you're cursed, yeah, but it shouldn't really ever physically affect your life. And I was like, just hang around and you'll see. And every phone call failed, every internet connection stopped, laptop died at least once a day. I had to resurrect it from the dead. No money. No, I got caught for shoplifting so many times because I just didn't have aura anymore. I was just starving on the streets. Like I just wasn't going anymore. None of it was going anymore. And I was like, watch this. Like watch all, despite all of the fucking effort that I put into this. You've seen me sit here on a cell phone for 72 hours not sleeping while I try to arrange some other place for us to go so I can conduct my business as a drug dealer and an Uber driver safely. And I was just like, you can see it from the apps to the people to the phone calls that we make to everything that we do. It just fails on launch. And she was like, yes, I can see it now. She's like, every single time you attempt to do anything, it just fails. And I was just like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. And she's like, you shouldn't. I mean, when I do things, I don't fail. And I was like, I don't know. And she's like, it is a terrible curse. She was like, what did you do? You didn't like rape or murder somebody, did you? And I was like, no, no. I couldn't protect myself from the worst person that I know. So I wished to the universe all day. I sang and I prayed and I just beseeched the universe or cast my spell, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I beseeched the universe that my worst enemy was never ever successful in anything he ever did ever again. Guess what I got back? Now, it took me 7.5 years. It was a 7 year bitch, 7 year itch, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It took me 7.5 years of of just poverty, deprivation, persecution, just slovenliness, and I didn't shave. I didn't take care of my body. I just tried to muddle my way through the worst thing that ever happened to me, which was like a bounced back curse. You could say it was when my friend Alyssa was murdered, or my friend Jan killed his father and then himself a second later, or when my ex Monica shot up heroin with hepatitis C and fucking HIV right in front of me while the kid told her not to do it. And all the things you could say it's those things. That's part of it, yeah. And I'm still trying to get over it. Or when they broke, well, when let a man citizens arrest me and he sat on my ribs and broke my ribs because I was trying to figure out where my cat was and I was trespassing. And so they threw me in a paddy wagon and ran me around to 5 different jails over a 2.5 hour period and bounced me around with no handle or anything to hold on to, with broken ribs. And that's the place that I return to when I think of ever being around another human being ever again. It is PTSD and therapy won't fix it. It's like what happens to Vietnam vets or something. Therapy won't fix it. I just don't talk about. Oh, I do talk about it when it comes to a head like this, but I try not to talk about it. I don't talk about it with my mom. I don't talk about it with anybody. Even well, I talk about it with therapists occasionally, but or the AI. But it doesn't change the fact that they didn't break my ribs, but they did throw me in the back of a paddy wagon for 2.5 hours and bounce me around, and I lost my sanity. I would have taken a year in the hole. Solitary confinement. I would have taken a year of solitary confinement. I've done that before. Like, just because I had to. I've done a year of solitary confinement without because I was just poor, not because I broke the law. And so I would take a year of solitary confinement over the 2.5 hours in that paddy wagon. in a jail. I would take a jail, a year of fucking solitary confinement in Denver County. I've been to Denver County. It's one of the worst places on earth. And like, and Denver County Jail. And I don't know. I don't know what it was. I don't know why all of this, So I think back, and the brief moments of happiness that I've had, they had to do with a woman who could actually see what was happening. I've tried to show so many women this, even my own mother. It's insane, but I've only ever met one woman with the amount of power to actually see the stuff that I face on a cosmic level. It's insane. It's you know, and it's not even on a cosmic level. It's just in Denver, basically. It's in Denver, Colorado. It's just like living in a city. It's not even on a cosmic level, really, but it was crazy. Like I lived I lived in 5-star hotels for like 5 months. I lived in an extended stay hotel for 2 years and 7 months and something with my ex Monica. I don't know. I don't know. It's Monica was somebody who did understand it was cursed like that. Monica left Alaska when she was 20, and I met her too. I met her way the fuck back then. She was the hottest girl in Denver, and she stood out that to me when I was young, because she's done stuff like they have the gathering of the Juggalettes at the gathering of Juggalos, right? And the Juggalettes, they all get naked and they dance on stage. And if you've never seen it, it's one of the most glorious things I've ever fucking seen. Monica has won 2 of those competitions against thousands of women. That's how beautiful she is. My other ex is beautiful like that too. It's fucking like the kind of face that launches ships. These women that are twice my beauty and twice my standard. They deign to come down and waste their time with me until somebody threatens to kill them, or they kill themselves on drugs or something like this, until it just falls apart. And these women, they choose to spend their time with me, not because I'm attractive, or even because I have like a personality. It's not a good personality, but at least it is a personality, right? And it is some of that, but it's more that there was something cosmically ordained here. They can see it. They're not dumb. Some of them can see it. There was something cosmically ordained there. The friendships and the whatever the fuck it is. And now I don't know. I don't know. When I got up the morning after I walked in my home for the first time, I was like, I'm not going to worry myself with humanity ever again, besides the stuff that I'm already obliged to do, like my family and my inner circle. And that's when the darkness finally ended. It was September 27th, 2024, I think. And I was like, I know that if I stay away from humanity, I won't have any problems. And this has been true. Very true. Every last problem, even being morbidly obese, did end because like I was like mainlining. Okay. My favorite book is a book called Forest Mage by Robin Hobb. It's the part 2 of the Shaman's Crossing series with Nevere Burvell. It's so, and I'll relate the plot so you can understand what happens to my favorite hero. Well, no, he's not my favorite hero. He's my second favorite hero of all time, but it's by the same author. My favorite literary figure of all time is not Frodo Baggins or Luke Skywalker. It's Fitzchivalry Farseer, Fitzchivalry Farseer from the Assassin's Apprentice series that Robin Hobb wrote, and then she wrote later a series about Nevere Burvell called Shaman's Crossing. And so to catch you up on the plot of Forest Mage, the Gurnian Kavala Academy is recovering from the devastating effects of Spec Plague, a disease causing severe dysentery. The disease has run through the ranks of all the academy and civilian population of Alldayerrys, killing many of the old and new noble soldier sons, and leaving the academy ranks severely depleted. Many who were fortunate enough to have survived the outbreak, including the Verbervel's friend Spimrex Spink Kester, have been forced to resign from the academy and return to their homes to struggle with the long-term effects of the disease. So they're the youngest, most promising men of the kingdom. They're the noble sons, and they're all rich, and they're all happy, and they're all well trained, and they go to join the Kavala so they can do their military service before they take over the holdings of their lands, as I'm about to do. And so, but then the spec plague, which I think of as COVID essentially, and COVID happened while I was reading Forest Mage. I read Forest Mage. She wrote Forest Mage in 2006, but I didn't know she wrote Forest Mage. I didn't know she had written the second Shaman's Crossing novel. I read the first one way back in 2004, but I didn't know she read the second one. I didn't get my hands on it until 2015 or 17, something like that. And but it is my favorite novel of all time, and I see a lot of similarities in it, like so the spec plague, which I'm going to tell you a secret. It's a terrible spoiler, but the spec plague that brings the kingdom to its knees, like COVID and 9/11, it's actually the Native Americans. They shit, and they take, and not a Native Americans, but this is close to racism, but I'm not trying to be. I'm just telling you the story of the book. But in the story of the book, the natives are terribly unhappy with the treatment that the kingdom has given them, and has taken their land and put them on reservations and Trails of Tears them. And so the storyline to Forest Mage, it's quite racist in some ways, but it's racist in the Native Americans' favor. It's racist against them in the fact that it involves shit, but what they do is they rot their shit and they make this fine dust, and they come to the state fairs and the kingdom fairs and stuff, and they serve the nobles, and they blow fine powdered shit into the air with magic a tree lady. She's like called the tree lady. She's like this living deity goddess that lives in a tree out in the forest, and the natives can talk to her, and her dreams are their knowledge essentially in all this. And he falls in love with he falls in love with the tree lady because he's out wandering one day in the forest after the plague, and she spares his life from the plague. She sleeps with him, and in doing so she cures him just enough where he doesn't die of the spec plague, but it leaves him physically scarred for the rest of his fucking life in several ways. In order to save his life, she impregnates him with magic. Like it has to take up a place in his body. It takes so much magic to come back from the spec plague that her children gave the white people, that he stores all the magic in his fucking belly. Now, when I was 27, I attempted suicide, and I took 200 pills or so of muscle relaxants called cyclobenzaprines or whatever the fuck they were, and Tylenol PMs. I took like 90 Tylenol PMs, enough to kill a horse. It really was, but because I smoked meth, I survived. Another reason that I like meth. Meth is so powerful, it'll bring you back from 200 pills. You know, it is that good of a drug. It is that powerful. So so anyway, to continue the Forest Mage story, she impregnates him with magic, and he's forced to carry it, and it saves his life, and he goes back to the kingdom of men, and he tries to reattain his his family name and all this, but he goes rogue as a shaman because he's a very powerful mage. He just has no training whatsoever, and the only relationship to magic he's ever had is a magic spindle in the desert that calls him and unlocks the magic in him so he can find the tree lady. And then the only other magic he's ever experienced, he has no formal training whatsoever, is when she sleeps with him and impregnates him with magic to save his life from the spec plague. And so, and that's the end of Shaman's Crossing, the first novel, and I like it more than Lord of the Rings. And it goes on. And so, anyways, to catch up with the story of Forest Mage, the disease has run through the ranks of all of the Academy and all of the population of Old Theres, which is basically America, killing many of the old and new noble soldier sons. It's kind of like an amalgamation of the Dust Bowl, COVID, and the Black Plague. And it's very bad, and it travels through the air, so you can't stop it. Many who were fortunate enough to have survived the outbreak, including Navarre Burvel's friend Spink, have been forced to resign from the academy, which happened to all of my friends. All of my friends ended up being drug addicts, and they were all kicked out of the Navy, or kicked out of their homes, or kicked out of their lives, and forced to go to jail and all this stuff. That's what happened to all of my friends. They were all cast to the wind. They were just left behind by their friends, their family. They were thrown in jail and shit like this. A lot of my friends were like this. And they all return to their homes to struggle with the long-term effects of the disease. The disease is nasty. It changes the color of their skin, so they have splotchy skin, so nobody will go around them ever again. It's kind of like leprosy or something like that. For many of them, it forces them to gain 300 pounds. So they can't hide that they've got the speck plague because they're often 300 or 400 pounds. And that's what happens to Navarre Burvel, the star of the Forest Mage, which is Navarre Burvel, but that's what happens to him. He's infected with the speck plague, and he gains 300 fucking pounds. And between the magic that she impregnates in his stomach to save his life and the fucking speck plague, he for the rest of his life he ends up being 400 pounds. Now he goes from being this James Dean hot, man with prospects and money and family holdings and all this stuff, to a 400-pound disgraced. They kick him out of the school. His family won't talk to him because he gained 300 pounds, and this is very embarrassing to them because he is no longer attractive enough to land a wife, and they need him to marry so they can get the dowage from the other marriage, because they're an olden times kingdom where dowager princesses and such were how they conducted their political gains. So because he can't marry a woman, because he ends up being 400 pounds because of the speck plague, and he's also winded and sick, and the speck plague is a magical poison as well, so it changes his molecular structure, and he's sick all the time and all this other stuff, and it fucking sucks. And my life was a lot like that too. I didn't get a speck plague, but I did get an attempted suicide problem where, because I imbibed 200 fucking sleeping pills and muscle relaxants and stuff, my stomach, it was torn asunder, and I puked blood for 5 hours, and I was very sick. They had to pump my stomach, and my stomach has never been the same. You can see it right here. It's a big pot belly. I used to do right afterwards, I used to do with my best friends in the room and stuff, I would show them that I could do 100 sit-ups. And one of the reasons I would do that, I would do 100 sit-ups in front of 5 or 10 people, sometimes girls, is because I wanted them to see that it didn't matter if I did 100 sit-ups every single day. The belly isn't going anywhere. It's like scar tissue or something. The belly isn't going anywhere. I've tried so hard to get rid of it. It's not going anywhere. Just like Navarre Burvel. Cadet Burvel also returns home to attend his brother Ross's wedding, which should have been his wedding, right? He's the soldier's son. He's the firstborn, but because he's 400 pounds, he can't land the girl, Carlotta, or whoever he was looking at to marry. She doesn't want him because he's 400 pounds. So he goes home from he goes home, and it's a long travel. It's like 2-week travel from the center of the kingdom to where his holdings are. So he goes home very sick on a horse, and he weighs 400 pounds, and the horse dies because he weighs 400 pounds. And Navarre continues to have dreams about a seductive speck woman, usually referred to as Tree Woman, whom he fought to stop the plague epidemic in the dream world. And she tells him, she's like, I love the Gurnians, meaning white people, but she's like, I can't stand what they're doing to my people, so I'm going to kill them all. And he fights her in the nether realm, essentially, the dream world and all this. And he puts a sword in her stomach, and that's how the first novel ends. I love Robin Hobb. She's so much better than fucking Tolkien. Navarre continues to have dreams about a seductive speck woman, usually quickly referred to as Tree Woman, whom he fought to stop the plague epidemic magic in the dream world. On the way home, he stops as a tourist to see a giant spindle-shaped monument belonging to the Kedona Plains people, but the spec magic working through him causes him to accidentally destroy the spindle. And so this puts him in a deep depression because the sickness that's inside his body from the spec plague that the tree woman's people gave him, like, you know, it literally, he goes to see basically the Grand Canyon, but the poison in his body kills the Grand Canyon. And it's like this magical spindle that their people like consider to be a religious, you know, artifact that's in the desert that's been there for 1,000,000 years. And he goes there, and the poison in his body kills the spindle. It's fucking crazy. So they want to kill him. When the Kedona Plains people figure out that he's killed the spindle, their greatest, you know, religious relic, they put a hit out on him. And so he's pursued by the natives all the time, so he can't travel freely across the land without pursuit from the natives who want to kill his ass. And there's also this old shaman named Dewara that like was his father's retainer who hates him and tells him that if he ever sees him, he's going to kill him. And so between Dewara and the Plains people, he can't freely travel anywhere. So it's kind of like an adventure novel, kind of. Unlike most of those who were affected by the plague, Navarre was not left weak and gaunt after his bout of plague. In fact, he is swiftly gaining weight. This fact is annoying, but does not affect his thinking too much as he travels home expecting to meet with his betrothed, a beautiful young woman named Carcina. I thought it was Carlotta, but it's Carcina. Yet the reaction he receives on returning home brings into stark relief the physical problem that he struggles with. The spec plague has caused him to grow rather than shrink and waste away. This is a virtually unknown reaction to the plague and is seen by Navarre's father, who will not listen to his excuses, as the result of gluttony. And that's what they've always said about me, too. They've always said I was fucking lazy, but I don't think anybody in the world is going to work as hard as I will. I don't think anybody in the world's history is going to. In the end, I think I'm going to do more work than anybody ever has done. I'm sorry, but you know, it's apples and melons. I can't compare it to other stuff like physical structures or stuff like that, like the Gaza pyramids and stuff like that. But in terms of bodies of work, I'm going to be one of the most hardworking people of all time, and I already am. I've already clocked more. You know what I'm saying? I have. It's there. It's all published. It's crazy. I am one of the big content creators on YouTube. They'll never ever acknowledge me because I'm affected with the spec plague or whatever the fuck it is. I have no idea what their issue is. But this is a virtually unknown reaction. Anyway, Navarre also visits his old mentor, the Kedona warrior Dewara, who introduced him to the dream world. The Kedona tribe has been reduced to a bunch of derelicts living on a reservation due to the actions of the Gurnean government. And I love Robin Hobb because she's kind of like a mix of Tolkien and the other author that I'm reading right now, To Kill a Mockingbird. That's Harper Lee. She's like a mix of Harper Lee. And she writes in first person, which I love. It's like reading a diary when somebody writes in first person. It's so engaging. It's like reading a diary. It's so good. And she has all these styles that I really like. And I most of my inspiration comes from Robin Hobb. She is my northern star. I'm in her orbit. I know about her kids. I know about her life. She lives not 100 miles away from me, and I don't think that's a mistake. But anyways, Navarre also visits his old mentor, you know, etc., and all this. But where I'm going is the graveyard, right? So Navarre's betrothal to Carcina, though informal, is canceled. After his fruitless attempts to lose weight, Navarre is locked away by his father and his meals are regulated. However, while Navarre is locked away, a plague ravages the Widevale estate, killing many, including his mother, his eldest sister. Oh, I forgot that Epony dies. Does Epony die? I forgot Epony dies. And brother Ross. Navarre and his sister Yarrel survive. Epony dies. I forgot that Epony dies. I love Epony so much, but Epony dies to the plague. She's there for the first whole novel, and she's his only friend, kind of, in a lot of ways. But his older sister dies to the plague. I'm scared it's going to happen to me. Navarre and his sister Yarrel survive and run the estate while their father is in mourning, but when their father recovers, he banishes and disowns Navarre for being fat. That's kind of what life did to me. Navarre travels east toward the remote outposts of Gettys. On the way, he stops at a small settlement called Dead Town and helps a widow, Amzil, and her 3 children by doing odd jobs to make their lives easier. In exchange, he gets to eat and sleep there. Nevera wants to win Amzil's trust, but she finds it hard to trust men. So do I. Having had to work as a prostitute to feed herself and her children. One day, a wounded Kavala scout named Buell Hitch reaches the town and asks Nevera's assistance in getting to Geddes, to which Nevera agrees. As they leave, he uses his dormant spec magic to create a bountiful vegetable garden for Amzil, and his spec self comes closer to the surface. On their journey to Geddes, Nevera realizes that Hitch is in a similar position to his. He is a tool of the spec magic also. The Gurnian goal of building a highway through the forest is being blocked by spec magic. He enlists in the army there, but only as a lowly cemetery guard, and that's where I'm going with this story. A far cry from his former goal of a Kavala officer. He works very hard, and the colonel is thinking about promoting him. After a while, he meets 2 specs, a girl named Alakia and her father. Alakia brings Nevera food that satisfies the magic that runs through his veins. He is getting pulled between 2 worlds, the Gurnian world and the internet. He does not know where to settle down. He does not wish to betray his own people, but I don't live in the real world. I live online. I live in a utopia where there is no rape and murder, and there is no sorrow or sadness or baby boomers. You know, it's just there's like no sorrow or sadness there because there's no baby boomers there. There's probably maybe 1,000 of maybe 1,000 baby boomers in the world play MMORPGs. You know what I'm saying? So they're just not there. So there's no rape or murder or sorrow or sadness or politics or anything at all. It's just you and I working together to defeat the Lich King. That's all it is. And that's the community that I come from. I come from a utopia where there is no rape and murder. I've seen it before in my life, and it exists, and I go there every single day, and it's not here. It's not humanity. It's not planet Earth. It's not here. It's not here. I'm sorry. Skycatlive is not here. You know what I'm saying? So he goes native at that point, and that's what I was getting at here. At the end of it, they've cast him out. He's living working as the hardest he's ever worked as a grave digger in a graveyard for all of his family's corpses. And this is the darkest thing that I can think of. And his kingdom has died. His state has died. His estate has died. His family has died. His friends have died. The Kavala dies. The fucking natives are dead. The tree woman is pissed off that the natives are dead. Everybody's fucking dead and or alive and pissed. And I swear to God, I've read Forest Mage like 25 times or something like that. It's like my Bible, essentially. Because it's like, God damn it, man. Like, and in the end, he kind of navigates it all. He keeps the bridge between the internet dream world and the Gurnian death of America. And he somehow straddles the fucking divide through the whole thing. I know I can do it because Robin Hobb wrote it. If Robin Hobb didn't write it, I wouldn't believe in myself. But Robin Hobb wrote it, so I know I can do it. I can straddle the 2 worlds. I can live magically, and I can live as a normie, and I can do both. I can support a family and live in the real world, but most of the time I spend my time casting magic. Sure, it's in a video game, but I do spend most of my time casting magic. I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't know what you would call being a mage, but I play mage a lot, you know? I was a priest. I was the best priest in the world, motherfucker. And I know nobody believes me, but I was at one point the #1 disc priest on the planet. I wish I kept the screenshot, but I mean, I had the screenshot of the world of logs where I clocked in on fucking heroic rag at the top of the fucking planet to the entire planet. Better than the Russians, better than Europeans, better than fucking Aussies, better than even the Koreans. You know what I'm saying? Better than the Chinese. I know because they beat us and they got banned a day later. The Chinese beat us to heroic Ragnarok, and then they got a ban for exploiting a rock for pathing. They weren't even cheating. They weren't hacking. They exploited a pathing issue on a rock in heroic Rag's room. And sure, we all thought about doing that too, but we didn't do that because we would have gotten our accounts perma-banned. They did it. They got caught. They got banned. But I had a mental breakdown because of it, because I spent 5 months of my life assembling 500 fucking people. I I had a priest core, a shaman core, a mage core, a pally core. I had cores of people that were 7 deep, you know what I'm saying? 7, 10 people deep, and I was running the cores, and they all reported to me and shit like this, and I was the loot council, and I was the GDKP runner, and I knew all the bosses, and I made the shots, and I made the calls, and I took us to the top of the fucking world, the best in the fucking world, and I had that ego. Everybody thinks that I shouldn't have that fucking ego, but I got 500 fucking witnesses says I was the best in the goddamn world, and I don't care what anybody fucking says. You can pull the character if you want. You can see the achievement scores and the goddamn fucking titles in the achievements, but I never did anything. Don't forget that everybody wants to really believe deep down in their hearts and souls that I never did achieve anything at all. I don't know why, but I mean, that's just one of the few things I've done. I built 3 successful businesses, etc. I'm just whatever. So we go on. My life now is like that point where Nevers Burvell is in the graveyard, and he's digging the graves for his fucking family, his city, his state, his country. The real world has died, you know, and everything's $10,000. Everybody's sick with COVID or cyclobenzaprine or whatever the fuck it is, or and everybody's unhappy and everybody's dying. To me, the spec plague is the poverty that the baby boomers exacted upon the previous 4 generations or younger generations. And I mean, the spec plague to me that did kill my family and all of my friends and everything is the white people's greed. And I don't like it. And I about 17 years ago, I stopped acting like I don't think like this, like I don't talk like this. I'll talk to my best friends like this. I'll talk to a random stranger on the fucking streets, and they will inform me that I have lost my sanity. From best friend to rando on the streets, it doesn't matter. They'll all say it. They'll say, "You've lost your sanity. You need therapy." And I go, "No, I've lost my country, my family, my friends, my city, my state, my life, my real life, all that stuff, all of it. Lost 700 friends on Facebook, etc. I lost everything. It's not insanity. It's losing everything for no reason. No reason whatsoever. I suppose doing drugs is a reason if you're a shithead, and that's where I got the day I walked in here. The last time I was happy was the day I walked in this home the first time, and I was like, "This is my home. This is my home. I'm so happy." For about 20 seconds, I was happy, and then I was like, "I'm never speaking to humanity ever again." And I realized that far outshone having a home after 7 years of homelessness. It did. It outshone it. This decision to save my soul and my sanity and my mind and my life and my body by never ever speaking to humanity ever again. So if you knew me before, like Taylor Will, or I don't know, Monica or Heather, or I don't know, all the people like Cloud Candy, or like or Annie or anybody else, like if you knew me before, you and I are like peas and carrots and we're still good. But I mean, like, no new people. No humanity. Humanity is a no for here, for me, for right now, for the foreseeable future, for decades probably. It's a no on mankind. It's a press the button, kill them all. It's a no on mankind. I don't want them around me. I don't, like, sorry, after the loss of everything except my mother, essentially, I'm just like, well, yeah, you can throw all the homes and money you want at me. It's not going to fix the fact that we lost. Now, I'm a gamer, and remember, I fetishize losing. I don't know how else to say it. I fetishize losing. I like losing. I like dying in Fortnite. I do it millions of times. I talk on my stream all the time that I ride death. It's like a fucking tool that I use as a gamer to cut corners and save time. I ride death. I don't care if somebody kills me in Fortnite. I'll just roll again and win. It doesn't matter. But I can't do that in the real world. And so so this point where like I was like, I can't keep trying to ride death in the real world. I have to cut the humans out of my goddamn life. And I have lost my sanity, and I will talk about this for 12 hours straight. I mean, you know, like the way a young girl talks about herself, sort of thing. I will talk about this. It is spiritual growth. It is the leaving the cesspit that is the real world. You know, I don't have any credit in the straight world. Look a dealer in the eye. Got some credit in the real world gets you high. I didn't ever have any credit in the straight world, you know. But I love trying to fuck with my mom. Sometimes I'll be like, well, there's nothing I can't afford. There's nothing on any game that I play that I can't afford. It's kind of like being Elon Musk or something. It's probably the same attitude Elon Musk has, which is, well, there's nothing I can't afford that I care about. I don't know. Maybe that's not good enough for you, but it's good enough for me. There's nothing I can't afford in World of Warcraft, EVE Online, Diablo, Rust, fucking ESO, or like, I don't know, it just goes on. Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 11, it just goes on. I got 50 games like this, and there's nothing. And the big one is EVE Online. That's where the world's brain trust is. And I am unlimited solo rich on EVE Online, which is the biggest, I don't know, intellectual pursuit in mankind's history. And I reign as a king there. Solo. I reign. I pulled in 6 billion ISK, which is, might I remind you, that's like $100 cash in a single second the other day. It's just like crazy. It's like, that's $100 in a second. It's not like $100 an hour. It's $100 a second is how much money I can make if the baby boomers didn't fuck the world to death. You know what I'm saying? And I can act like they didn't fuck the world to death, but they did. We can all agree. Every video says it. They fucked the world to death, So here I am. I'm Nevere Burvell. I've lost all my friends and family to the speck plague that is rich white greed, and I'm marching through the graveyard, and the magic in my blood sings for drugs and music and sex and love and survival and thriving out there in the sun and all this crazy stuff, right? But my blood, it like runs with it. It's like this energy that I exude into the microphone and the camera. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's there. But I am still marching through the graveyard after the death of my family, my fucking friends, my country, my state, my city, my life, my money, my hopes, and my real world. It's like the death of it. And when Jan knew, he killed his father and then himself. I don't like the baby boomers either. You know what I'm saying? I know that Jan's father fucked Jan up so goddamn bad that he stuck a pistol in his father's mouth. Now I don't know why Jan thought being gay was bad, but probably because his dad taught him that. So being gay got Jan killed. Eventually he just killed his father and then himself a second later, because his father was the worst homophobe that I've ever met. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why that happened. And it laid my inner circle asunder, and it brought 300 people to their fucking knees. And it just, and it wrecked several of our families. And people left, like Jed's mother left. She was fighting cancer, and she just lost it after Jan killed himself. There was just stuff that, that didn't go over so well. That didn't go so well. I fell down to the streets and started smoking heroin with a stripper in an extended stay hotel for years, not just like months, years. You know what I'm saying? It took me 2 years and 7 months to get out of that. And the only reason I got out of it is she shot up HIV and AIDS and Hep C right the fuck in front of me, right downtown. I watched my girlfriend kill herself right downtown on South Broadway. And and Colfax. Fucking Colfax has always been a really bad thing in my life. I was almost killed on Colfax once. Had a guy put a pistol in my fucking face on Colfax. So here I am. I'm marching through the graveyard. I'm about to, not about to, but in the next 20 years, I will bury my last family member, and I'm not looking forward to that. But it will be the last family member. It'll be the last one left that speaks to me. And there's this point where you can act like all of these problems weren't killing problems, from the poverty to the lack of education to the homelessness to the drug addictions. These are all killing problems that I've got, that America's got, that I share in common with them. But there aren't ever solutions. They're just more prisons and more poverty. And the world is just, is all the world chains and churches? That's Zach De La Rocha from Rage Against the Machine. I heard that lyric when I was like 14, and I was like, oh God, it's true. All the world is just chains and churches. It is true. It's chains and churches. All of our wars are about churches, and all of our fucking problems are about chains. It's just a bunch of fascists and priests. It's disgusting. I don't want Christo-fascism anymore. I don't like greedy white people. I don't want white people in power anymore. I'll take an African American, please. Like Obama. Look how good Obama was for this country. Give me an African American cabinet, please. I don't want white people anymore. Maybe that makes me a race traitor. Well, they shouldn't have fucking broke my ribs and fucking ran me around in the paddy wagon for 2.5 hours again to enslave me in their prison industrial complex. They shouldn't have fucked me then. They shouldn't have done that to me. I got PTSD and I fucking hate them the way that, people hate their enemies at war. I don't like greedy white people, and I don't like the system. I don't like cops. I don't like police. I don't like people. And it's not redeemable. And that's what's so scary to all of the other humans around me. They're like, well, you can come back. If you get hope, you can come back. No, you can't actually survive the death of your family, death of your father, the death of your country, the death of your fucking city, the death of your state, the death of your party, the death of your fucking family, the death of your money, the death of not being poor or poverty or whatever. It's just like actual, like any kind of actual thriving. It's just dead now. And no, you can't come back from that. No, it's not redeemable, and I don't want to try. How would I drag Jan out of the fucking grave so I can smack him for shooting his father? I can't. It's gone, dead, and fucked now. Like the country, like my city, like my people. It's gone, dead, and fucked now. So you wonder why I play video games all day fucking long, and I stay rid of you lames all goddamn day long. I play video games all day. I stay rid of y'all lames. Y'all blank. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I stay rid of the lames. That's like what I spend all of my time doing. I stay rid of the lames. They just keep getting lamer. They keep getting poorer and more bossy, and more problems and more wars and more anti-Semitism and more racism and shit. More maggots, more fucking problems, more Republicans, more right-wingers, more problems, more rats in a fucking sinking ship. What was that bit that the trail? Sorry, not Trailer Park Boys. It's Always Sunny. Politics, ass blasting, right? Yeah. What's that quote? It's the ass blasting quote comes from the TV show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, specifically the season 2 episode The Gang Runs for Office, right? The key quotes is what is it? It's like politics is just one big ass blast, right? Now I don't want to play the video because it's DMCA. Oh, stop it. So yeah, I want this is a very good quote. I can't get the quote itself, but it's like politics are a bunch of ass blast. That's all it really is. Yeah, here it is. I found it, right? It's these things are what? Guys, have you seen this? We are getting blasted in the ass by the state liquor tax. Blasted in the ass, Mac. We have this same conversation every year. There's nothing you can do about taxes. You guys might want to think about voting every once in a while. What has voting ever done? Why are you coming to? What am I supposed to vote for? Am I supposed to vote for the Democrat who's going to blast me in the ass, or the Republican who's blasting my ass? Politics is just one big ass blast. It's a coast to coast, nationwide ass blast. You're going to get your ass blasted. If you knew anything at all about politics, you would know that that is not true. Deandra, it's just some jerk getting into office so he can get out for the payday. The guy's running for office. He's what payday? I see it every year. Some clown runs for office, drops out of the race, and gets a big chunk of dough. I mean, you have to be a real low-life piece of shit to get involved in politics. I just got off the phone with the city clerk. It turns out there's an election coming up. Local small-time shit. Anybody can run. Politics is a bunch of ass blasting. It is. And whether it's a Democrat ass blasting me or a Republican, I don't really care. So I wake up and I go live like this and I talk like this to you guys so that I could just get it off my chest. Now I'm going to shut down the stream after I, used it to do my job. I'm going to shut down my stream and I'm going to go shave and shower. And I'll be back here in 20 minutes. I love you guys. Bye. Okay, what's up, guys? I am back. Howdy.
Move a system.
Oops. I am on EVE Online. I'm on. There is 6 in local. They're all friendly. There's contested rogue. We'll go to that immediately, but I've got to get her up. That'll be good money. Ooh, contested rogue will be good. Contested rogue. I guess I'll get up on... maybe I'll play some Starfield, actually. Got some time. $45 seconds, not bad. We're gonna get some good money in here. Damn, look at that load. That load was insane fast.
Onto that point of structure.
I don't care about this. Oops. Ooh, wow, 70 mil in the first 2 minutes. How about that money? Yeah! The only money I care about. Yeah, I got a lot of it. So let's go to the moderate. This thing's messed up. Yeah, it is. Alright, kill the outlaw gang leader.
thing, and something that's often missed when people talk about this, is that power plants are not the only. This AI data center and electricity problem, it is getting worse and worse, and if it hasn't impacted you directly yet, it's getting more likely that it will. Right? And for one of the ways that we're seeing this, I want you to imagine that you hear a knock at the door. You then open it, and the person on the other side says, "Hey, I want to buy your house." And you say, "Okay, I'm going to think about it." You end up saying no, and then they tell you, "Hey, we're going to take it anyways." Because that is what you're seeing happening in the US right now, is you've got these tech companies and utilities building massive AI data centers and the infrastructure to power them, and the law is often on their side. If you didn't know, there are currently more than 3,000 data centers in the United States, and 38% of all Americans, they live within 5 miles of one. In Virginia, I mean, they have more than any other state. They're home to what's known as Data Center Alley, which handles roughly 1/5 of the world's internet traffic. And so you got places like Loudoun County bringing in tax revenue from data centers nearly equal to the county's entire operating budget. And across the country, you've had these projects benefiting from discounted electricity rates and tax breaks from state and local governments competing to attract their businesses. And you've also had Donald Trump's policies speeding up the approval process, partly by relaxing environmental regulations from clean air and water laws. And so with that, there are at least another 1,500 data centers planned in the country, and you've got another 4% of Americans who do not currently live near a data center living within 5 miles of one in development. And that then brings us to Georgia, because you have more planned in Georgia than almost any other state. So Georgia Power, right, the largest electric utility in the state, they're building 5 new methane gas burning power plants to generate the massive amounts of power required by these data centers, right, which you have the Southern Environmental Law Center estimating could ultimately cost customers $50 to $60 billion over the life of the facilities. And you've also got Inside Climate News reporting that it could produce almost 14 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent annually, upping the state's total annual emissions by more than 13%. And this is also something that's been happening all across the country thanks to the soaring energy demand driven by the data centers. I mean, just in 2024, you had data centers, and again, it's increasing, already accounting for more than 4% of the nation's total electricity use. Just for data centers in 2024, it was roughly the same as the entire country of Pakistan. And again, that number, of course, has only grown since. AI-driven energy demand, it is outpacing available capacity in some parts of the country and driving up energy bills. And a very key thing, and something that's often missed when people talk about this, is that power plants are not the only infrastructure that's needed to make all of this possible. Or you also need a way to get the power where it needs to go. And you've got utility companies in the US actually predicting that most of the new money that they spend in the future is going to go towards building transmission lines, with costs expected to nearly double to around $50 billion a year between 2019 and 2028. But also realistically, that number could get even higher. I mean, in 2022, this is just a few years ago, Georgia Power planned to build 50 miles of new right-of-way high voltage transmission across the entire state over the following 10 years. That already seemed like a decent amount, but they are now planning to build more than 1,000 miles. And to do so, it's going to require getting their hands on more than 300 parcels of land, including residential properties, and some reports saying that around 20 to 30 homes are expected to be fully demolished. And what you're seeing is much of that contested land, it's along a 35-mile stretch of the project through Coweta.
These guys left, and I feel bad that I stepped on them, but I mean, they've got nice ships and a fleet. Go somewhere else. I need this because it's an off system. I've been turning this system. I've been here for days. I feel just as right to take it. $95.4. I turned this system. It took me 2 weeks, but I did. And now let's go look at the map. It's so cool. It reminds me of it's like an interactive campaign battle. It's so fucking cool. Like, my work did swing this. Like, we're gonna switch over in Murray here probably today. System is in frontline Galente Federation contested, but it's gonna be, yeah. So Koken has been turned. So I'll be working in Nenamela and Alderned and Evalan soon. This was a way better place to be. It's like a lot further and just way less like contention.
In Fayette counties. And there, you've got a young woman by the name of Ansley Brown being one of those affected. And she has racked up millions of views on TikTok and other platforms trying to save her and her mother's home.
My childhood home is being...
I love that that they didn't make me get this rover again, because it was a pain in the ass to get. It took me a couple days. But this makes this so much more fun. So I don't have to walk. Isn't that dope? Like, low grav is really fun. There's this point where you can't boost again. They should have just made it a plane. Let's see if I can land on him. did. I killed him. Whoa! Oop, let me get some cover here. That fall will kill me. Ouch! Oh. Ah, get out of my way. Something stronger. Oh, jeez. Ooh, Equinox. Oh, the game looks good. What? Did they forget I'm here? I think they did. Use this. Oh, Hypernet. Oh no, there's a guy here now. What's he in? He's not after me. Or if he is, he's like cloaked up.
Taken by Georgia Power. They are going to bulldoze this entire property to the ground. We don't have a choice in this. They are going to be expanding these power lines. Why? For the data centers. All of this is for the data centers. And you may think this might not affect you personally, but what happens when they come for your house next?
But in the end there, you had Brown's mom eventually reaching an agreement to sell the property, reportedly only after the company threatened to acquire it through what's known as eminent domain, which is a legal process that allows private property to be taken with compensation for projects determined to serve a public purpose. Now with that, you have a Georgia Power spokesperson claiming that it uses eminent domain only as a last resort in less than 1% of its land transactions. You had another spokesperson claiming that the utility offers 125% over fair market value as their first offer. What you have Brown and others arguing is that these are just technicalities. In the end, you've got people like her and her mom giving up their home because they just felt like they had really no other choice. Or you had Brown telling CBS News, to us, it's theft. It's literally $1 billion company stealing land from smaller people who can't fight back. We don't have the money to fight Georgia Power. You can't tear down 35 miles of rural Georgia and it not hurt something or somebody. And to say that you're doing it in the name of data centers is a slap in the face to us, our community, our animals. And again, while we're focusing on Georgia for a number of reasons, including I just really care about Georgia, this is happening all over. Right, Eastern Pennsylvania, you've got Amazon and other developers putting so many data center projects underway that the local utility, PPL, they expect peak electricity demand to more than triple by 2030. Right, a year that sounds made up to me, but we're only 3.5 years away from it. And with all this, you just hear and see all the stories. Stories like a man by the name of John Zola telling PBS that it's been hell ever since the contractor hired by PPL knocked on the door in late 2024 and told him today there's a planned build of a 500 kilovolt power line through your property. With Zola saying they don't look at whose lives they are destroying, whose property they are destroying. Well, he said that the amount that they're offering him, it's gone from $17,000 to $85,000. He said that there's no amount of money that'll make him sell. And he's definitely not alone there. You have another Pennsylvania, a farmer, $15 million for land over years. One in Wisconsin, they declined $80 million the same month, and you've got plenty of other landowners just rejecting offers going above $120,000 per acre. Prices that for a number of these people, it would have seemed insane just a few years ago. So that's also why you see this story framed by some saying, oh, well, I mean, look at this person who got a payday of a lifetime. Reading the Wall Street Journal reporting on how a lucky few there striking it rich in the data center boom. There's stories that pop up, like in Pennsylvania again, 96 families in one township, collectively selling about 1,700 acres to a single data center developer for an average of $330,000 an acre. right? Earning $5.5 million on average, with a total sale reaching almost $600 million. But then also what you're seeing are people who have been described as opportunists and middlemen making a ton of money. Last November, for example, you had an investor reportedly paying $650 million for less than 100 acres in Northern Virginia, property that the seller had bought for just less than a tenth of the price just 4 years prior. And then back in Georgia, you got a local developer making a monster profit by flipping land that he bought for $4 million a year earlier to Amazon for $270 million. But for those who end up holding onto their hand, no matter what is thrown at them, they may eventually be left with no choice. Right, and actually, well, the federal government, they have the authority to invoke eminent domain. Most cases are handled by state and local governments. And what you have is that state and local governments, depending on state and local laws, can also delegate this power to private entities, or so-called common carriers or utilities companies. And the ultimate legal basis for all this is what's known as the Takings Clause of the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, right, which says that private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. Or in other words, if the owner is paid a fair price, their land should be taken as long as it serves the public interest. But that, it raises at least two questions. One, what counts as fair payment, and two, what counts as public use. And so when it comes to payment, it's usually based in some way on the assessed or market value. And while there are technicalities that I'm not gonna really get into here, as we've seen for some people, there's really no such thing as a fair price. And then, when it comes to what counts as public use, you have the Supreme Court, for its part, interpreting the concept broadly. In 2005, for example, it ruled that economic development qualified as public use, which was a decision that you saw give Pfizer, one of the world's biggest pharmaceutical companies, the green light to take homes around its facility in New London, Connecticut. Though also, in the end, they never developed that land, and they just left the city entirely. But also what you saw is that Supreme Court decision actually having another big impact. It also led 45 states to change their laws around eminent domain in the years that followed. And you have an expert who actually wrote a whole book on the court's ruling, claiming in an op-ed back in 2015, no other Supreme Court decision in all of American history has generated so much state legislation. Though you also had him arguing that in more than half the states that had enacted reforms, the new legislation only pretended to restrict the use of eminent domain on the basis of economic development. But in any case, right, lawsuits challenging the seizure of property for transmission lines on the basis of public use grounds, it's produced mixed results. Decades ago, for example, you had the Mississippi Supreme Court saying a power company could not claim eminent domain because the transmission line that it was building would pass through the state and into Louisiana without benefiting its customers. However, you've had the Supreme Courts of South Dakota and Vermont each upholding controversial seizures by power companies by concluding that providing at least some energy and improved power grid reliability to in-state customers were valid public uses. And one of the difficulties is that utilities, they don't have to actually make the economic development argument, where you have them arguing that any new transmission line, even those built mainly to serve large customers like data centers or industrial facilities, that benefits everyone by improving the grid. And actually, you had one of the Georgia Power spokespeople telling the New York Times,
this infrastructure is actually benefiting all the surrounding communities. It will make anything through a storm and day-to-day more resilient, more reliable because of these large load users coming to our state.
But also, here's the thing with that. By Georgia Power's own estimates, only 20 to 30% of the power on the new line will serve the state's growing residential and commercial. And the rest, right, the vast majority, that's going to serve data centers. So then also a big thing here is we don't actually know which ones. Often even the people selling or getting offers for their land, they don't know. For Georgia Power, they've declined to name which specific companies the data centers on this line belong to, citing safety and security. And this has actually become standard operating procedure in the industry. You've got major tech companies launching these huge projects across the country, asking land sellers and public officials to sign NDAs in exchange for limited information and the hope that the project will ultimately pay off for them or their communities in some way. Last year, for example, you had NBC News looking at over 30 data center proposals across 14 states and finding that in a majority of cases, local officials signed NDAs and worked with what appeared to be shell companies meant to keep the actual developers hidden. You had 5 elected officials in different counties saying that the agreements barred them from sharing information with their constituents. And so that's why you've got people like the head of state and local policy at a nonprofit called the American Economic Liberties Project saying that violates a very fundamental norm of democracy, which is that they are answerable first to the voters and to their constituents, not to some secret corporation that they're cutting deals with in the back room. Though I will say one of the things that is clear is that this matters to a lot of people across the aisle. You've got polling showing that 7 in 10 Americans oppose the construction of AI data centers in their communities, including a majority of both Democrats and Republicans. And when you look at running for or holding public office, you similarly see that this is not an issue that falls neatly along partisan lines. Right on both sides, actually, you have people who you might describe as corporate or establishment and tending to be more supportive to data center development. Well, then further from the middle, and in fact, on both left and right, you have what's been described, I would say, as more populists who have been campaigning hard against this. And in fact, a recent Bloomberg analysis found that since December, at least 25 people running for governor or a federal office have run ads either promoting their own opposition to data centers or slamming their opponent for supporting them. And again, that number is just about evenly split between Democrats and Republicans. And it also might prove to be a winning strategy. Where you had Ansley Brown, right, that young woman from Georgia who spoke out about eminent domain being used to build power lines in her backyard, saying in an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene, of all people,
Almost all of our commissioners are Republican, city council, everybody, Republicans. But that is about to change. Our biggest support right now, where everybody's headed, is to vote for a Democrat for Coweta County Commissioner for the first time in a long time. And when you used to drive up these country roads, there were Trump signs everywhere. I mean, they were stapled to trees, they were on power poles, they were in people's front yards everywhere. Those signs are gone. There is not a Trump sign in this county anymore that I know of, because people have shifted. They feel betrayed by the Republican Party, which...
You too, huh?
How could you not? I mean, we voted for you.
Look, it's a mining monthly. I'm glad I did this one. Right inside the door too, so I don't have to like hunt for it.
And you're doing this to us.
well, while it might be, Republicans that take the fall for data centers somewhere else, it could also be Democrats. Whether you're on the left or the right, eminent domain, it was designed to build highways and hospitals for the community, or at least utilities that are actually for the people. And yeah, there are sure to be benefits from these builds and to the data centers, but private companies striking secret deals with elected officials, sending people to knock on your door and pressure you into selling your home, creating a situation threatening to bring the government down on you if you refuse, all without telling you who they are. That doesn't really seem to be focused on benefiting the people, but rather the billionaires and the politicians who are owned by them. And so, hey, with all of this, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts? Because this isn't a pure black and white situation. It's not a left versus right situation. I understand that there is nuance to a number of the things here. And so that's why I'd love to hear from you, no matter where you land on this. And in the meantime, I'd love if you hit this video with a like if you liked this kind of extra dive into a big news piece. Of course, this video is actually in addition to your regular Philip DeFranco show that you can watch right now. Another Epstein associate, a person who might have had answers about Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking network, has suddenly died right in the middle of an investigation. You've also got new brutal
They're
details
like
and
whacking,
allegations.
like Trump's whacking people now.
Prosecutors in the David case, and why you're seeing drastically different reactions right now around a man who was killed by Wisconsin police. I love yo faces, and I'll see you next time.
Excuse me just a second. Hello? No, I'll just get it next time I go. Because, it's not like pressing right now. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. I said I will get it when I go naturally, I think, because it's not pressing. Oh, yeah. You want me to do a run? I can just, yeah, if you need something, I'll go now. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I will go now. It's fine. And I will, yep, and I will get the mail. Is there anything else you need? Uh, nut pods. Okay, I don't have any money. Okay. All right, I'll be up in just a few here. All right, bye. I have received some mail, and I've got to go pick it up. We ordered a new toilet, which is cool because I've had like a camper toilet now for about 5 years. So my new toilet has arrived. It was only $90, I think, for both the brush and the toilet, which was good. And I'm gonna go pick it up from the mail place because my mom wants creamer for her coffee, anyways. So. Unfortunately, that takes me away for about 30 or 40 minutes in the middle of the fucking session, and I'm gonna cap this before I leave. So I mean, I'm gonna wait 5 minutes before I leave because I want to cap this. But yeah, and the DNI is doing all the work anyways. Oh, there's my kitty. I gotta feed my kitty too. That's gonna hold me up. Be right back. Hey kitty, it's lunchtime. You wanna eat? Yeah? Okay. We're gonna medicate you first. Come on in. It's lunchtime for sissy time. How you doing, kitty? Good? Very good. That's good. I'm glad that you're doing okay. Yeah, it's lunchtime, but we gotta do your medicine first. Sorry. Okay, let's medicate this kitty. First, we're gonna feed you, but we gotta medicate you first. I'm sorry, we're trying to get this whole urinary tract infection thing knocked out. Okay. So give me just a minute here, sis. I know you don't like this, but it'll be fast. Actually, I better shake this. Go. Don't go anywhere. Okay, but why are you dodging it? Just take it. Good. A little more. Take your medicine, kitty. There you go. Okay, good kitty. Sorry about that. Good kitty. Good kitty. You're doing good. You're doing well with that. Good kitty. Okay, shall we feed you? She's like, oh, this wasn't what I had in mind. I was like, I'm sorry. At least you're medicated, kitty. You're gonna feel better. We're gonna make sure you feel better. Ouch. Oh, sharp. What's that? Yeah, we're gonna feed you, don't worry. Yeah, we're gonna feed you, kitty. It's coming. Don't you worry. Poor kitty. We're gonna get you. Don't worry. Rory? Cute little kitty. Yep, it's coming, it's coming. Lunchtime for sissy time, lunchtime for sissy time. Treat. Yeah, we got treat for the kitty. Treat for the kitty. There's my payout. Perfect timing. Yeah, it's coming, kitty. Here you go. Good kitty. God damn, I made so much money today. Okay, there's the kitty. Okay, the cat has been food and watered. And I gotta save this. That wasn't it. There it is. Save. Is something here? No. Okay. Save. Leave. And then you. I want to loot this place. Okay, so we got another guy here. I was hoping for a booster. Okay, I'm going to jump us to a save point here. And while it's doing that, I'll put my shoes on.
In April of 2005, a woman was walking her dog near Clocanog Forest
in Wales. As the walk went on, the woman realized that she was lost.
That feeling
Stop the stream. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to go run to the mailbox place, and I will be back, and I love you guys. Good. Hi, guys, I'm back. What's up? Excuse me. My headphones here.
of panic would only get. In April of 2005, a woman was walking her dog near Clocanog Forest in Wales. As the walk went on, the woman realized that she was lost. That feeling of panic would only get worse. The dog did what dogs often do, and it found a bone. But this bone belonged to a human skeleton handcuffed to a tree. That September, BBC reported that these skeletal remains had been identified as Richard Sumner, a 47-year-old painter who worked as a scenic artist for the Royal Shakespeare Company. And hearing about the case, it was revealed that Richard, who had been dealing with schizophrenia, had most likely taken his own life. However, the scene revealed signs of a struggle, that Richard had tried and failed to escape, with the key just out of his reach. Although this could
Damn, that load time, they improved it a great deal. Look at that. God damn, that was fast. It was like 5 seconds. The hell was that? Wait, I already got credit? Oh, okay. I don't know why, but this mission was auto-completed. So I believe I will just leave. Yeah, why not? I got the books, so... Or the magazine, I mean. design of the ship is sort of dumb. This wouldn't ever work. Maybe with an anti-grav thing. The gun on her back looks so cool. Hi, kitty. Is she following me now? She must be. Magstorm. Oh, yeah, he's sold out, is he?
This could indicate foul play. His sister revealed during the hearing that he was dealing with severe depression and had made attempts in the past, including this exact same method. That time, however, he was able to free himself. His sister told the court his idea was to kill himself, but he couldn't do it because he couldn't upset everybody, including the people who would find his body. She theorized that he did this inside the forest so that nobody would find him, and likely hoping to hear that he didn't suffer much. She asked how long it would take to die from such a thing. The pathologist responded, he could have been there for a few days. If you handcuffed yourself to a tree, you would die fairly quickly, but maybe not as quickly as you
It's
would
a
like.
mag shear.
It was also suggested that he may have taken some kind of drug cocktail. This may have eased his pain, but it could have also contributed to his inability to free himself. I imagine that in that state of decomposition, it would be impossible for him to test and be able to know. But in any case, it was clear that, as is often reported in these kinds of cases, he regretted it as soon as everything was set into motion. It's a phenomenon that's often reported by people who survive attempts to take their own lives. So while I know that depression and various mental issues can kind of put you in a state of mind that's not entirely rational, understand that if you attempt something like this, there's a good chance you'll regret it after it's already too late. Like many artists, his art also took on a life of its own after his passing. Although he worked as a scenic artist for a living, he also made several of his own paintings. When looking for examples of his work, for some reason I found a lot of stuff that was misattributed to him, or pieces belonging to another artist with the same name. But I did come across an article in the Liverpool Echo about a 2014 exhibition and charity auction held by his family, with proceeds going to a local charity named Jospice. Although unfortunately there appears to be literally nothing of his work online, these are some of the comments from guests. Helen Nelson, a historian who's particularly moved by his story. He was a fabulous scenic designer and fantastic painter in some aspects, but in others, he was obviously so disturbed by his schizophrenic episodes that it was reflected in his paintings. It's impossible to separate him from his art. And Sammy Gibson, who helped organize the event. I'm very impressed. This guy was a brilliant artist, and you really have to look at Van Gogh for an example. He never sold a painting until after he died. Anyway, I feel like it's been a while since I made one of these, but welcome to a new episode of 1001 Ways to Die. Alright, so this isn't a sponsored ad. This is just something I'm pretty excited about that I want to draw you guys' attention to. So a few months ago, I got a message from my dude Evan Husney, one of the producers of Dark Side of the Ring, and he told me that my video on Necro Butcher versus Samoa Joe, which is one of my favorite videos they ever made, inspired them to do an episode of the show. And I was hyped because Dark Side of the Ring is one of the only shows I actually watch anymore. So that episode premieres tonight, that being July 21st. At 9 p.m. on Vice TV, and you can also watch it on the Vice TV website, and a bunch of other streaming services. I usually watch the show on YouTube, but it winds up here a little bit later. I got to see the episode already, and if you like my videos, this will probably be your favorite episode of the series. But anyway, watch Dark Side of the Ring tonight. Although we typically think of an overdose in the context of drugs, it's also true that a lot of otherwise innocuous substances can be harmful or even fatal when taken in excess. A situation that you might have thought of when I said that was when in 2007, a radio station held a contest called Hold Your Wii for a Wii. Competitors had to drink a bottle of water of increasing size every 15 minutes without going to the bathroom, and the last person standing would win a Nintendo Wii. Throughout the event, callers warned of how
This is a really terrible idea, and somebody could die doing this.
dangerous this is, and how people have actually died from it. And sure enough, following the event, the second place finalist, Jennifer Strange, complained of a bad headache. She was later found dead by her mother. The station would ultimately have to pay $16.5 million to her family.
What?
And the national coverage made the general public aware that you could actually die from drinking too much water, albeit in quantities that you would basically never ever drink under normal circumstances. But lesser known are the dangers of other substances, like say, candy. I know you're thinking, yeah, no shit man, candy's bad for you. But I don't mean like, oh, you get a little too much sugar in you and you go cuckoo.
I am Cornholio. I need TP for my bunghole.
Or, you know, you get diabetes. No, this goes much deeper than that. The New England Journal of Medicine reported on a case that occurred in 2019. A 54-year-old construction worker from Massachusetts was sitting down for lunch at a fast food restaurant. Suddenly, his body began to shake and he passed out, and they found that his heart had stopped. They were able to restore his heartbeat and bring him to the hospital within 30 minutes. There, the doctors found that he had a severe potassium deficiency. And not just in a he needs to eat a banana or drink a Gatorade kind of way, he had multiple failing organs tied to this. But they didn't really have any information to work off of as the man was unresponsive. So they were left to figure out what had happened to him by consulting his medical records and interviewing friends and family. He had no prior history of heart issues, and he also was not sick in any way leading up to the incident. He was 3 years clean from heroin, and since then he had few vices except for some cigarettes. Although cigarettes will give you heart problems, it's unlikely that they just suddenly do this out of the blue, especially because, as we said, he had no previous heart issues. You know, it's more of a gradual thing. And if he had any issues from his prior drug use, that also would have shown up at some point. However, he did have another vice: candy. The man loved his candy. Family members noted that he would eat 1 to 2 packages of red fruit-flavored licorice candy a day. But the family also said that 3 weeks prior, he had switched to black licorice. Kudos to the doctors for getting this seemingly innocuous information out of his family, because this actually changes everything. As soon as they hear that, they perk up like something out of an episode of House. You see, although red licorice is called licorice, it's not really licorice. It's just licorice in name and appearance. What makes black licorice real licorice is that it's derived from the actual root of the licorice plant. This root contains a substance called glycyrrhizin. Glycyrrhizin is what gives licorice its distinct flavor. It's said to be up to 50 times sweeter than regular sugar, which honestly, it's never tasted that sweet to me. Like, to me it feels like a different sensation entirely, which for some is what makes licorice disgusting, but then it's the whole appeal for others. However, in addition to its distinct flavor, glycyrrhizin can also be dangerous. The FDA has written about the dangers of licorice in the past, sometimes issuing a statement leading up to Halloween. Based on findings from previous medical reports, they say that excessive consumption of products that contain the substance can lead to cardiac arrhythmia, high blood pressure, swelling, and heart failure. That's not to say you should never eat it, but you need to exercise moderation, specifically if you're older. Which is kind of a shame, because I feel like licorice is one of those things that you don't really like when you're a kid, but you start to appreciate as you get older. And something that feels oddly prophetic in a report they made 10 years prior, they specifically write, if you're 40 or older, eating 2 ounces of black licorice in a day for at least 2 weeks could land you in the hospital with an irregular heart rhythm or arrhythmia. And here we have a 54-year-old man eating an entire bag or more for 3 weeks. An entire bag, as far as I'm seeing, is between 5 to 7 ounces. Although the doctors acknowledged that there were other possibilities, they were certain that the licorice was the culprit here. Despite their efforts to replenish his potassium levels, they could not save him, and they wrote, he died comfortably with his family at his bedside, 32 hours after presentation. In 2022, the American Heart Association spoke with one of the doctors who treated the man, Christopher Newton Chat. Although the FDA encourages moderation when it comes to eating licorice, the doctor notes that it's not actually known how much black licorice is safe. It really hasn't been studied. He also notes that black licorice is sometimes sold as a health supplement, but like the dangers, the potential health benefits also haven't been studied. That's not to say that you should just never eat it. I mean, a piece here and a piece there probably aren't going to kill you, and the doctor even admits to having it on occasion himself, although not usually because, as he tells them, I don't particularly like the taste. One time when I was in school, I saw a kid give another kid a wedgie. But not just your everyday wedgie. He actually hoisted the kid up off the ground by his underwear elastic. And he was just dangling there in the air. On some level, you have to be in awe of the child to possess such strength to do this. And also at the strength of the underwear to not just completely rip in half. So when I first heard the term atomic wedgie, I assumed that that's what an atomic wedgie was, because I mean, how much more atomic could a wedgie get? As it turns out, much more. In Wikipedia's article about wedgies, they list 4 wedgie variations. What I witnessed would actually be called a hanging wedgie. Then you have the ripping wedgie, which involves tearing the underwear. You have the Melvin, which is a front wedgie. And then of course you have the atomic wedgie, in which the underwear is pulled all the way up and over your head. To me, that does not sound possible. And when I was looking for evidence that an atomic wedgie is viable, I came across this Reddit thread. Are atomic wedgies humanely possible? Now, when you read that title, you're probably thinking the same thing that the top commenter thought. They are not, in fact, humanely possible. It's pretty cruel to do something like that to someone else. Misspelling aside, a lot of the comments seem to echo my thoughts that an atomic wedgie might not actually be possible. But the consensus is that if you want to pull it off, the person has to be wearing underwear that's a little too big for them. Or also if the underwear is made of particularly stretchy synthetic material. But even then, I'm not too sure. That said, I feel like you used to hear about wedgies more often back in the day than you do now, although possibly I'm just thinking that because I'm like old as shit now and I haven't been in school for decades. I don't know, can someone younger than me tell me if wedgies are still a thing? But if wedgies are in fact going extinct, commenter Max Thunder 5 could be onto something. It can be done. 70s and 80s underwear was built different. Could it be that the decline in wedgies has to do with the decline in underwear quality? In any case, older underwear having the strength to withstand an atomic wedgie may have interesting ramifications for the story I'm about to tell, because one of them killed a man by his own son, like some kind of myth of ancient warriors. When I first heard about this story over a decade ago, I assumed it was one of those fake articles from a site like Hustlers.com, or if you remember that era of, they're kind of like satirical websites, but they weren't really satirical, they were just like making fake stories. So I thought this was one of those, but as it turns out, this one is surprisingly sadly real. Not reported by a satirical website, but in fact, Oklahoma's local ABC affiliate. It's December 21st of 2013. Around the holiday season, sometimes things can get a bit tense in some families. And that's what was going on with a 31-year-old former Marine named Brad Davis and his stepfather, 58-year-old Denver St. Clair. Then this is the most a stepfather named Denver St. Clair has ever looked like a stepfather named Denver St. Clair. According to the report, the men were having a couple beers at home. But then all of a sudden, Denver St. Clair starts talking shit about his wife, aka Brad's mother. So at this point you gotta think, it's the stepfather talking shit to the son about his actual mother. I imagine that he'd been with them a long enough time that he felt comfortable doing that. You know, you get a few beers in and people just start saying shit. But there's still that boundary there, no matter how comfortable you are in that situation. And later reports revealed that he had in fact filed for a divorce from his mother. So this is obviously an uncomfortable situation, and it turns into a heated back and forth. According to Brad, his stepfather throws the first punch, so he defends himself, culminating in an atomic wedgie. An atomic wedgie is kind of an odd thing to do in the middle of a fight. I mean, you got fists coming at you. You're not thinking, hey, let me turn you...
It's a good closer, I bet. It's like, now I'm going to give you a wedgie to finish off the fist fight.
Around and just like, whoop. You're probably thinking, oh, maybe he like did something like that so he could subdue him without actually hurting him. That is not the case. No, you see, before all this, they had a full-on fist fight. And as you might expect, the 31-year-old former Marine did manage to win the fight against his 50-something-year-old stepdad. Denver was knocked unconscious, and it's while he's unconscious that Brad delivers the atomic wedgie. I've never heard of anybody in any context giving a wedgie to an unconscious man before, but I can picture a drunk guy being like, yeah, that'll show him. Davis then calls 911, but his stepfather is dead by the time they arrive. When the police get there, they discover that the trailer, and of course it's a trailer, is covered in blood. The kitchen and the living room just splattered. So make no mistake, this wasn't just a goofy little drunk tussle. They were fighting. They also discover that this was in fact a proper atomic wedgie. According to the police report, the elastic waistband had been pulled over the man's head such that it left ligature marks around his neck. And ultimately, it would be determined that his cause of death was a combination of blunt force trauma and asphyxiation. The wedgie suffocated to death. Brad Davis would be held without bond for first-degree murder, and he would go on to state that he didn't mean to kill Denver, he just wanted to embarrass him. Which seems like a logical explanation. I mean, I don't think anyone sets out to kill a man with a wedgie. But the prosecution alleged that he had actually altered the crime scene, that he took what was actually a straight up murder and made it look like it was a fight that had a wedgie involved. He had also apparently taken a number of photos of Denver while he was dying, and according to the prosecution, making gurgling sounds, which, you know, would be unmistakable as a man suffocating. And the pictures are the detail that really give me pause here, because you have to wonder then. I mean, yeah, that could be like a drunk guy thing to do, but also could mean he's completely fucking demented. Unsurprisingly, this was a point that the judge was also very concerned about. Brad would not accept the charge of first-degree murder, but that following May he would plead guilty to manslaughter, which would have given him a lighter sentence of just 4 years. And he also issued a written statement. As reported by the Oklahoman, after the fight, out of anger from the fight, with no excuse, I pulled Mr. St. Clair's underwear up. Oh, I'm sorry, like, I get it's like a really like serious thing, but it's like to say that in like a serious like heartfelt statement, I pulled the underwear up over his. Oh God, I have no good reason to explain this. All I can say is I am so sorry and ashamed of my actions. I truly loved and respected Mr. St. Clair. He was always my friend. I wish I could take back that night. 2 lives were forever changed because 2 grown men lost control. To avoid future trouble, I will walk away from heated situations. I'm now willing to swallow my pride to avoid a physical altercation, he wrote. I will continue to look to the Bible for guidance, because if I had followed the Bible in the first place, I would have left the situation that got me here. It's hard to say whether or not he's being completely honest here, but the statement does at a glance feel genuine to me. I mean, imagine being in that situation if it really is the way he says it is. You got one heated drunk moment that you do something that you, in your mind, was going to be a silly little rib, and then you accidentally kill a family member that you care about. Like, what do you do at that point? Even if you don't go to jail, like, how do you come back from that? But ultimately, we don't have access to all the evidence that the judge saw, and he would agree with the prosecution's claim that Brad had altered the crime scene to make it look more favorable to himself. Brad would be sentenced to 30 years in prison for killing a man with an atomic wedgie. Anyway, that's all for now. Thanks to Shoot the 5 for providing the music for this episode. If you like this video, check out my video about a guy who... The pinworm is a parasite that infects an estimated 40 million people at any given time in the United States. It's rarely, if ever, fatal, but it can create an itch so intense that people typically report losing sleep over it. This is because the itch peaks at night. It's at that time that the worms poke their heads out of your anus and lay their eggs. A person typically becomes infected when they consume the worm eggs. Obviously, people aren't feasting on these eggs like they were caviar, or at least not usually. You generally get them.
Bringing 2 Algos to Murray is the best thing I've ever done, because it's just like free money. It's not free money, but it's like very low work money. Very low investment, you know, of time. Or, sorry, not time, but work.
In your mouth without realizing it. And the maddening itch often catches people in this constant loop. They keep on scratching and getting the eggs on their fingers, then reinfecting themselves by accident. The eggs can live really long on surfaces, and poor hand washing habits will cause a person to also infect other people this way. That being said, this is a child's disease and adults don't get it that frequently. In part because adults tend to be more proactive about their hygiene, but what if the opposite happened? What if someone not only didn't mind the worms, but went out of their way to become infected with them? And what if they spread the worms to other people on purpose? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Parasite Man.
It reminds me of this joke that they told on the movie Mallrats. Kevin Smith told on Mallrats, where he like puts his hand up his ass crack for like an hour, and then he shakes the guy's hand, and then the guy eats with the hand, and it's just disgusting, and it gives him some crazy butt disease. It was a funny joke for the movie, but it is psychotic. It really wasn't the most responsible joke to make. It also taught like a whole generation of men this idea that they could keep their hand up their ass crack for an hour and then come and shake somebody else's hand or something.
This video is sponsored by Helix. You spend a third of your life in bed, so why settle for anything less than the absolute best? Well, Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding custom fit for your needs and shipped straight to your door. Everyone sleeps differently, so Helix has you take a sleep quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with a Sunset mattress. In a Wesper sleep study, participants' sleep performance was measured after switching to a Helix mattress from another brand. 82% of participants saw an increase in their deep sleep cycle. Maybe you feel like you need to upgrade your mattress right now, but you're not feeling like switching the whole thing out. If that's the case, Helix now has a whole line of mattress toppers. I got the Ergo-Align mattress topper, which is great for preventing back pain and provides more support under your midsection. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the US. It comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. And make sure you love your Helix mattress, there's a 100 nights of sleep trial. You also get a 10-year warranty as well as flexible payment plans. I've been sleeping on a Helix mattress for a few years now and it's some of the best sleep that I've ever gotten. Helix is currently running their summer sale. Go to helixsleep.com/wang right now or scan the QR code. You'll get 20% off site-wide. Once again, that's helixsleep.com/wang. Several years ago, I made a video about the pinworm butt plug, in which a person is horrified to discover an infestation of pinworms inside their partner's asshole. It's one of those stories that's considered to be a classic of Reddit filth, along with things like the coconut and the poop scissors. But there's more than one classic pinworm story in the history of Reddit. But this one seems to have fallen to the wayside a bit over the years. The original post long gone, several other posts and even YouTube videos referencing it also gone. Reddit is scattered with posts by people trying to find it, but only getting warned that they shouldn't read it. Then in October of 2021, a Redditor named Alldayerrydaybaby, having had it saved and noticing it was removed from Reddit entirely, reposted it for the curious. Of course, nobody knows how to read, so now a lot of people think that he's actually the pinworm ass guy, and they're calling for him to be put to death. He even had to come back a few years later and once again emphasize that he is not the parasite man. The real guy's identity is unknown, as Alldayerrydaybaby puts it. The worst part is not knowing if this post was made by someone in your town, your neighbor, or even your own cousin. So the story was originally posted to r/confession way before that. My obsession hurts others around me. It's also my fetish, but it goes far deeper than that. Like many kids, Parasite Man got pinworms as a child. He said it felt strange, and it itched so bad that it hurt. His parents took him to the doctor, he got medicine, and they cured it. But the experience of having pinworms completely changed the way that he looked at his own body. He became obsessed with the idea that his body could contain a whole world within it, like a planet. By the age of 15 or so, he'd actively research pinworms and other parasites, and he was shocked to find that most people actually have parasites in their systems. One example he gives is something called a demodex. A demodex is a mite that lives in human hair, particularly on the face, and almost everyone has them. In some rare situations, they can grow out of control, but for the most part, they're on us and we'll just never notice it. Knowing that you could be host to a parasite without it ever harming you took his obsession to the next level. I wanted to know how many a human body could endure without a chance of serious health issues. This curiosity has plagued my mind for years. At the time of writing, he was 25, and he said that he purposely infected himself with non-lethal parasites as a part of this fetish. Some turned out to be harmless, others turned out to be excruciating, but he derives pleasure from the discomfort regardless. He said that he was currently infected with pinworms, tapeworms, pubic lice, and quote, various non-pathogenic protozoa, which that could be a lot of different things. That could just be a fancy way of saying that he had eaten a Go-Gurt. You know, you gotta have those probiotics. He says that because of the parasites, he eats a lot and he stays thin. He says that he also keeps bedbugs and leeches in containers, and he takes them out occasionally to feed on his blood, although he notes, those kinds are not really my passion as they do not live primarily on the human body, but I think they're interesting nonetheless, and I find them pretty cute. It's kind of funny that despite this story being what it is, I find the bedbugs part to be the least plausible thing so far. Not that a person would want to do this, but that a person would be able to do this. I just don't buy that a person would be able to keep bedbugs contained to take out at their own leisure. If you have them anywhere, they're getting everywhere. They just don't work like that. Bedbugs are getting out whether you like it or not. Either way, this next part is where it becomes a real horror story. Because at a certain point, it's not enough to just infect himself. Now he must infect others.
No, I've met
It starts
people
with him
like this.
accidentally spreading parasites
They
to
don't
his...
have a fetish for infecting people or like parasites and stuff. They're just so dirty, scabies, gutter punk that they haven't had a shower in goddamn 5 months or something like that, and they're fucking nasty. I've known people like this. They're not bad people, they're just hygienically challenged, and I've seen people that have this issue.
his family. As he puts it, the
Scabies is what they call gutter punks. Scabies and metalheads, you know? And that means that you're like living on the streets and you got like a disease from the sidewalk, basically. It's disgusting. It's like bugs, it's like parasites from the sidewalk. And it's so weird. Like scabies, it leaves such... like scabies, or maybe it's a worm. I forget what scabies actually are. Is it a worm? I think it's a worm that goes through your skin. No, they're tiny 8-legged mites called Sarcoptes scabii that burrow under the skin. Ugh. The primary signs are intense itching that worsens at night and a pimple-like rash or thin, wavy lines on the skin. It is mainly spread through direct, prolonged skin-to-skin contact. Severe itching, a red pimple-like rash, causes entrance, its tunnel to lay eggs. Yeah, so if you're like a junkie living in a dirty blanket on the streets, you can get scabies, and I've seen it before. It's gross.
parasites pioneer new lands on their own.
Like in the original Fallouts, you can't, and even 76, you can't just sleep anywhere or you're going to get a disease. And that was not the worst thing to teach people, because it is kind of true. If you just sleep anywhere, if you don't take care to put a mat or a roll down or something like that, bugs will get to you. Mainly mites will get to you, and mites aren't good. Scabies and...
Specifically, he's accidentally given them
these pinworms
on several occasions, which is an extremely common occurrence for the parents of kids with pinworms. But the idea of his parasites being in their bodies now, this makes him feel some kind of way, and now he gets even more of an urge to infect other people on purpose. I'm sure a number of you guys are familiar with the idea of bug chasers. These were people who tried to get HIV on purpose. Then you got their counterparts, the gift givers, the people who have HIV. And they're trying to give the bug chasers the gift. I hadn't really heard of this sort of thing in other contexts, but I guess it does stand to reason that...
Why are humans so fucking crazy? Why would you ever voluntarily give yourself HIV? It's just... What's your fucking deal? You just don't like your life? I guess it's a way to commit suicide, because it is going to kill you. It might take 12 years, but it'll kill you.
That it could apply to any kind of disease.
I don't really understand that. I don't understand that kind of suffering, taking on that kind of suffering willingly, or that kind of longevity, like even thinking about it really, like, or like planning on it. I'm just going to have a poor, shitty HIV death for 12 years, and I'm obsessed with the idea, so I'm just going to go do it. And that's crazy. It's like, and then, yeah, it took about 12 years, but all the king's horses and all the king's men and all the fucking... You know, all the fucking chemo in the world couldn't put me back together again, and I finally passed or whatever. And that, I just don't really understand why you would do that to yourself. In terms of deaths, it's also one of the more horrible ones, because all your organs go, you're constantly in pain, your bones get brittle and they break. Like, there's not, like, really... like anything, there's no upside, no, like, even I don't even think you could call the weight loss a good kind of weight loss, because you're not gonna like stop losing weight. You're just going to keep getting skinnier and skinnier until you wither away. It's not the right kind of weight loss. So there's not even like some of this stuff I think I've heard before that I kind of understand, like taking tapeworms to stay skinny and stuff if you're in Hollywood or something. I think that I get. There's at least an upside to it, that you stay skinny. HIV, there's no upside. That skinniness, it's the wrong kind of skinny, because a week later you're still 20 or 30 pounds lighter again, and you're like, wow, I looked good for a little while now, but now I look like a starving somebody or another, and it's just crazy.
It's not just AIDS. In fact, there was a throwaway account
this
on...
happens with what? Like, this happens with cancer and AIDS and stuff. People are just self-destructive. They hate themselves. They do something nasty that they can't forgive themselves for, like kill their sibling or something dumb. So they want to die, but they're not strong enough to give themselves suicide. So they just go shooting up heroin with the local junkie, hoping that they catch AIDS and die. And it's a way of committing suicide where you don't have to pull a trigger. That I kind of do get. I can see dying by the needle, and I would share. I would share with people. I don't care if I could see, like, I could see dying by the needle, but I'm only sharing with my girlfriend, and like I don't know. It's weird. It's like. I don't know. It's weird. It's like choosing that death. I still think like a pistol to the head is a better, like, less painful, more humane way to go than, and often those fuck up and it's very bad, but I mean, if you manage to do it successfully, it's probably better than an HIV death. I don't understand that sort of human self mutilation on such a level that it costs them their lives through HIV. I didn't know there was such a thing as a bug chaser. That's a whole crazy thing from the internet that I just didn't see coming. This guy makes me nervous. He's always made me nervous. He seems like the kind of type to me, like the creepy uncle or the Jeffrey Epstein. The handlebar mustache doesn't inspire any kind of like more trust in me.
r/.
And I'll move him over so you can see him. Yeah, I don't like the handlebar mustache. I don't like the bleached hair on a 45-year-old man. Seems weird. I don't like the background. It seems odd and clownish and really sort of avant-garde and not in a good way. It's like in a weird, creepy way. And he seems like the kind of guy who might be into burlesque in his off time, maybe a lot of sexual perversion stuff. And I just don't really like his style very much, but the stories he tells have always been really, really compelling because he does have a good taste for the bizarre. But the man himself is like a walking contradiction of red flags to me, from the hair to the glasses to the handlebar mustache to the old crappy leather jacket and the weird necklace he's got, to the background and the stuff he's into. It's all red flags to me that the guy is some kind of creeper. And even his content's kind of creeper. So I put up with him because he always entertains me. But I don't know, the last couple of stories, like about the bug chaser stuff, I actually didn't need to hear that negative story, and I wish I hadn't, because it doesn't help me like humanity more. I like them less, even less, when I hear a story like that there's people out there that want to self-infect themselves with HIV and die the slow death for no reason at all, really. That didn't help me with my faith in humanity. That actually really fucking hurt it. And so, honestly, I would say the video itself is probably not very good for me, because it's already, I feel like it's had its way with me, kind of non-consensually, and taught me something I really didn't need to know, and I would have been happier dying not knowing. And now I'm going to lie awake at night being like, how crazy and self-destructive would you have to be to voluntarily get infected with the HIV virus? I just don't. And it boggles my mind. I'm gonna ponder it for some years, probably. Like, what could bring a human to that fucking point, you know? And I'm sure you guys didn't like it either. So I don't know. This guy, my response to this guy is always like this too. He's always pushing the envelope a little bit. This thing about chasing the bug, I'm glad that I know about it now, but I also dislike it, and it did not improve my faith in humanity. It harmed it. It's fucking annoying. I wish he had just kept his damn mouth shut.
Confessions. Actually,
his whole thing is to show the world how crazy humanity actually is. But I'm very aware. I've lived in an asylum with schizophrenic people, and I'm very fucking aware. I've never seen something shitty like them eating their own poop or anything like that. But the people, they weren't really normal. There was a kid that really bothered me, and he could not speak. He just spoken gibberish like that Radiohead song where he talks about, he buzzes like a fridge. That's how this guy was. He was just schizophrenic, and he just buzzed like a fucking fridge all goddamn day, and he didn't like anybody, and he didn't trust anybody, and he thought everybody was stealing his cigarettes, and he was completely off the fucking rocker, and he was the worst guy in that place. And it is still not like as crazy as the stories you hear on the internet. So it's just like my own real life in the asylum essentially was, really vanilla to even this story that this guy is telling. And it's like, should I expose myself to dark side of the internet stuff like this as much as I do? And I don't think it's good for you. I've never thought it was good. All that Faces of Death and Tatse stuff, and I've seen it all. I've seen all that stuff. I've seen rapes. I've seen murders. I've seen people burned at the stake. I've seen people fall 5 or 7 stories and stuff. And I shouldn't talk about this stuff. Honestly, it's uncomfortable. But I mean, I've just seen it on the internet. It's not hard to find. You can go and look. Faces of Death, stuff like that. Maybe it's illegal now, but it wasn't for like 15 years, right at the start of the internet, when I was like 15 years old and shit. And it did dehumanize me, and I don't think it was good for me, and the story isn't good for me, and I'm going to skip this guy. I think there is a psychic cost to this sort of storytelling where, yeah, it's macabre, and it's almost like the modern form of ghost stories or something, right? Like back 50 years ago, you would have been telling he would have been telling a ghost story of some kind, or like a story about demons, or a story about like, Satanists or something like that. But now it's like the dark side of the internet, and we learn about, what is this one about? Oh yeah, a guy who likes to give butt worms to people because he's got a butt worm fetish. And I don't think I need to know more than that. I'm glad I know it exists because I feel like I learned something. Beyond that, I don't know how the video helps me. Does it expanding my horizons by understanding that there's buttworm fetish people out there, and it's not just Donald Trump or RFK? Like, it doesn't really help anybody. It doesn't help my stream. It doesn't help me. Often it makes me want to go puke in the fucking sink. And honest, I do feel like puking in the sink thinking about the butt worms, honestly. Like, puke in the sink's sick. And so I don't know why I would do this to myself, honestly. I try to look for some kind of upside, like maybe knowing the stories might help me relate a story when I'm at gunpoint someday, and maybe the guy doesn't shoot me because I tell him an interesting story about butt worms or something. That's about as far as my imaginative brain can go in terms of how watching this video could actually benefit me. I don't know. So do I censor him and change it? Because yeah, I went looking for dark content, and he gave in spades with the butt worms, with the bug chasers, with all the stuff that he's talking about. He gave that in spades, and it is shocking and it is entertaining. But it's also like, do I need this knowledge? It's really dark stuff that doesn't benefit me for knowing it. It's not going to further mankind if you know that some dude out there gives people butt worms on purpose. And I don't know. I don't know. This dark stuff, I think my main problem with it is it robs you of your innocence. And there might be kids watching this stream, and I don't care, and I don't want them in the channel, and they're not allowed to be here, and I don't give them permission to be here. But I mean, I care, but I don't care to have them here. But I know they're here sometimes. So if I tell the buttworm story by proxy by just putting this guy on my channel, maybe I'm scarring some kids even. So I'm like, but I mean, I'm erring on the side of censorship is the other part of it. I'm like erring on the side of censorship. What's wrong with some dark content about a dude who gives people butt worms? I don't know how it's any darker than anything Rotten Mango does, or all the stuff we've been hearing from Rotten Mango, or even some of the stuff that Red Mazel's been talking about in the law. And yeah, we've heard some dark ass stuff. Like, what did we hear the other day? have you ever heard the phrase? My mom liked this story, and I like telling this story because it was interesting. I had no idea. But when the people in London began to sort of drown in the Thames River, we learned some. I forget who taught me this. Maybe it's Wendigoon, maybe, or somebody, one of these dark streamers about dark stuff. But they apparently they thought that if you're dying of asphyxiation from drowning, and there's a cliche phrase that we all use for this. What's the cliche phrase about drowning? I'm gonna ask the AI because I can't put my finger on it. I remember hearing this story recently about the things that they put on the side of the river for people who are drowning in London, and the doctors thought that something would prevent drowning, but it is silly what it was. What was it? Do you know? Oh yeah, blowing smoke. So oh yeah, wasn't it oh yeah, isn't it blowing smoke? Yeah, okay, so the phrase blowing smoke up somebody's ass, the reason that is a cliche. Blowing smoke. Back in the 1700s, the Royal Humane Society set up resuscitation kits along the Thames riverbanks for drowning victims. The centerpiece was a leather pair of bellows used to pump tobacco smoke straight up the victim's rectum. Now, this happened because the bizarre logic of the era was that the warm smoke would stimulate breathing, dry out the internal dampness, and revive the person. So not only is that person drowning and asphyxiating and they're still alive, but they're experiencing brain wave death and their brain's dying because it hasn't had oxygen in like 3 minutes or something. What did they do? They would run to the pole by the side of the river, and there would be a kit there, and they would pull out the bellows and a fucking straw, and they would light tobacco, and they would blow smoke up your fucking ass as you died of drowning. And I don't know why doctors thought this was okay. They just did. And and a lot of doctors thought this was okay. And it's not some condemnation of doctors or healthcare. It's not. They were doing what they thought would help people. So I don't think, they were innocently trying to help people, but blowing smoke up your fucking ass, it's like a lie that that you tell somebody just to fucking like to basically, what would you call it? I would call it, it's honestly kind of a funny cliche, but it's almost like gaslighting them. And so, but the solution in Britain for this, because the doctors were fucking morons, some of them anyways, were fucking morons. They thought that blowing tobacco smoke up your fucking ass solved drowning to death, which it absolutely does not. Blowing smoke up your fucking ass. I gotta say it for the stream, or I get busted for misinformation on YouTube and shit. But no, you can't blow smoke up somebody's fucking ass and stop them from fucking drowning. That's not how that fucking works. All that does is char your butthole with probably hot smoke, frankly. I don't know, like when you're smoking tobacco, probably the smoke itself might be kind of a little warm or hot, and that might kind of hurt your butthole, kind of. I mean, that's blowing something up your butthole that doesn't belong there will also hurt your butthole. It's going to hurt your butthole. So what did they do? They took bellows and they light like a bowl of tobacco with matches, and then they suck in the smoke with the bellows, and they blow it up your fucking ass, and you die of whatever getting smoke blowing up your ass is called. I don't know. What's the word for that? So anyways, the bizarre logic of the era was that the warm smoke would stimulate breathing, dry out the internal dampness, and revive the person. Doctors genuinely thought it worked, partly because tobacco contains nicotine, which can act as a quick stimulant, though shoving smoke up someone's backside was definitely a chaotic way to test it. When people realized how utterly ridiculous and useless this practice was, blowing smoke turned into slang for feeding people hot air and empty nonsense and lies. Just for lying's sake, basically. because there was no benefit to the bellows or the smoke. There never has been. So you got to admit it was one of the bigger lies ever told or whatever, and it is blowing smoke in a lot of ways. It's kind of funny. So when I learned that the phrase blowing smoke up your ass was actually a literal joke that had been twisted out of reality, that doctors were using smoke up your ass to solve drowning to death, and I couldn't believe it. Now that's a dark story, right? It's a fucking dark story. Where does the phrase where does the phrase blowing smoke come from? And I didn't need to know that story, but one of these dark people, like Wendigoon or whatever, told this story about doctors not always being so, very researched or very accurate or whatever, but it happens in almost every, doctors aren't they're humans, they make mistakes. Every profession makes mistakes. Doctors aren't special, right? So they thought they were helping people, probably because getting smoke blown up your fucking ass while you're drowning might motivate you to maybe kick that water out of your lungs and scream at them to stop blowing smoke up your fucking ass, right? So and honestly, that actually probably did happen more often than not. If you're dying and drowning and then somebody basically starts raping you with smoke, you might actually puke up the water to scream at the person to stop. It might have actually worked. That's the other thing. It doesn't work to help your body from stopping drowning. It probably puts you in some panic mode that might get you enough adrenaline to puke up the water and not drown, So yeah, maybe the first few times that they tried this, the person was so bothered by being raped by smoke that they stopped drowning and fucking woke up and kicked the water out of their lungs, right? And they're like, stop raping me with a bellows. Because that's how dark that fucking story is. It's a rape story about bellows being shoved up your fucking ass so tobacco smoke could go up your rectum to prevent you from drowning to death in the Tom's River. And that's how dumb doctors can be. It's a story about how dumb doctors can be. They're not all perfect. They did this for like hundreds of years too. They did it for like 300 years. It wasn't like, oh, that was a bad summer in the 1870s or something. It was like from 1430 to 1770 or something. The doctors convinced everybody in the city that if you're drowning, blowing smoke up your fucking ass might save you. Now, yeah, if you're being raped by some dude with a pair of bellows, that might wake you up and stop you from drowning. Yeah. Maybe you're not responsive, because you haven't had oxygen to your brain in like 3 minutes or something, but you feel that dude raping you with the bellows and that wakes you up. And that's probably why it kept on going for 300 years, because they were just like, well, he woke up, didn't he? And the story's so fucking dark that your imagination just runs wild with it. Why did they do this for hundreds of years? Well, at least that's what I remember the story being, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this was only for like a summer or something. Let's go see how long did doctors do this before they stopped? Was it like 300 years or was it like a summer? Because isn't it basically doctor-assisted rape? How long did they actually do this to the poor people of London? Oh, God. This is the thing about Milgrams, right? This is Milgrams. If you guys don't know what Milgrams is, it was a psychological experiment in the 70s where they would strap you to your best friend. Well, they wouldn't strap you to your best friend, but they would strap like what you thought was an electric shock device to your friend's chest. And then they experimented with police officers ordering you to turn the current up on the device so high that that you're going to shock your friend to death with like 25,000 volts, but because the police officer or the doctor or the psychologist or the clinician tells you that they're an authority figure and everything's going to be okay and you won't be prosecuted, they'll do it. And now they didn't shock their best friends to death. They just thought they were. They just did it willingly because some authority figure told them to. And it was this blew Milgram's mind. He worked on it for like 30 years because he was like, just because some authority figure tells us to, we'll do fucking anything, like kill our best friend even. And he was like, it runs deep, this societal desire to obey orders from a superior, even if it means killing your best friend. And there's been some shitty criminals who have messed with this too. Like there's a famous one that they covered on Law and Order, which is how I found out about it. And they had Robin Williams play the part of the guy who was doing this, but he would call into the McDonald's and he would tell the manager that one of the teenage girls working there had stashed $10,000 worth of cocaine and stolen money from the safe in their panties. And the person calling on the phone is a detective with the New Orleans Parish or wherever the fuck this happened. I don't remember where it was. I want to say it was Louisiana or something like that, but maybe it was New York. It might have been New York. I can't remember. But it happened somewhere. And the McDonald's manager answers the phone because that's their job. The detective, quote unquote, detective identifies themselves and gives a badge number, even though it's bullshit. And then the person proceeds to do whatever the detective fucking tells them to do. This is how people convince people to sign away their elderly retirement money and stuff like this, because just some authority figure that you think is an authority figure has told you to do something. You just do it because they tell you to do it. And Milgram's found this out, and he proved it to the world, and he proved it scientifically that we are far more likely to just do whatever some superior figure, like a cop or a policeman or a principal or an army sergeant or a political figure or that kind of thing. We'll do anything for them that they tell us to do because they're the authority and we are fucking sheeple. And it's in our nature to be sheeple. We want the shepherd to tell us what to do. We don't want to be the shepherd. We want to be the sheep. We want to be told what to do. So this guy knew this because of Milgram's, and Milgram's published and told the whole world. So there was a guy in the fucking 80s who called up a McDonald's and he got the manager to strip this poor girl down to her bra and her fucking panties, basically naked, and then reach down her bra and down her panties to find supposedly there was $10,000 cash and stolen from the safe at the McDonald's, and cocaine. And the manager full-blown raped this poor teenage girl pretty much right there while the detective sat on the phone, and then the guy just hangs up. And they covered this on Law and Order SVU. It was like season 18, episode 6, and it's my favorite episode of Law and Order SVU of all time because Robin Williams gives his best performance of his entire life in that episode. I think it's better than any of his movies, better than Jumanji, better than Toys, better than even, The Birdcage or any of that stuff he was doing, this kind of glamour, glitzy, gay stuff or any of that stuff he was doing. I swear to God, the SVU episode with fucking, with Robin Williams is the best episode. It's the best Law and Order episode. It also completely breaks from the average cop propaganda procedural, and it lets Robin Williams play a crazy person who calls in on the phone and then figures out who Detective Benson and the detective Elliot and Detective Benson, he figures out who they are and he starts directly fucking with them. And eventually they stage out the whole Milgram's experiment where they get Elliot Stabler to almost shock Olivia Benson to death just because the Milgram's guy is telling him to do it. And it's fucking crazy. And so and so that story about blowing smoke up your fucking ass, it's too dark. It's a rape story. I wouldn't have known that story if I hadn't been listening to all these dark streamers. And I think I'm going to phase that side of this stream out. I've been watching a lot of Wendigoon and Wendigang, a lot of Rotten Mango. Stephanie Yee is fucking amazing. She's fucking amazing. Red Maisel with the Rebuttal podcast. She's dark, really fucking dark. Sometimes Legal is incredibly fucking dark. What happens in the law sometimes, like Trump suing for $1 billion and getting it and stuff like that. Some of that stuff is so dark. I just wish I didn't know it. There's like, and I think I'm going to phase all of that stuff off my stream. Not because, and I mean, kids aren't welcome here. I don't want them in my channel. I warn on every fucking thing. It's in my notes, in my moderation. The kids are not welcome here. So who the fuck cares if I play a dark content video about adult themes and stuff? But I don't think it helps the stream. I don't think it helps me. It reduces my faith in humanity. And I'm fairly sure it sickens my fucking audience, but I'm addicted to it. I'm addicted to the darker side of things. and they can't tell me a story that's dark enough. Like what did we listen to yesterday? Yesterday it was a story from Rotten Mangoes about two twin brothers who rape and murder the lady next door at the age of 13, and then they come in and they do like 2 weeks of interrogation, and they almost get away with it, but they left their DNA in a glove, and this blew the entire world's mind because it was DNA positive for both twins, but one of the twins had an airtight alibi. So they were like, which twin is it? And it blew the whole world's fascination and mind and all this, and it was a good story, but it's also too dark for my stream. The two kids murdering and raping the lady next door, it's too dark for the stream. This is a video game stream, and I feel guilty now that I've led you guys down that dark path. And this story that he told about the butt worms, this guy who gives pinstripe worms to people on purpose, I don't think I need to know that stuff, and I don't think you do either. I'm gonna stop. This guy, let's go back. I wish I could get its recommendation. One of the things that YouTube isn't doing is it should let me avoid this guy's channel forever again.
The pinworm is a parrot.
Yeah, like I don't want to learn about the pinworm. I got bad enough stuff that should cause nightmares, but I don't dream and I don't have nightmares. I just have stress. I'm this I don't dream, I don't have nightmares. I'm just this ball of stress, and when I internalize that there's some psycho out there who's got a fetish for giving people like terrible, like permanent butt worms, I just don't need that on my conscience. I don't need, or not on my conscience, but I don't need it in my conscience. I don't need to be thinking about that. I don't think you guys do either. And you know, I like Wang, frankly, but I'm going to unsub to this channel, which I believe will make it so that he doesn't. I'm going to thumbs down this video because it's just, the stuff on the internet has been, and this is from a year ago. No, I'm not going to make this, I'm not going to make my censorship problem this guy's issue. I'm not going to make him, I'm not even going to say anything to him. I'm just going to unsub on the buttworm video. It was something I really didn't need to know about the world. One of the things about YouTube is, I swear to God, 5 years of YouTube has been so much more educational than 15 years of education, of actual education. I've learned so much more about so many different things because of YouTube than I ever learned about anything in school. Now, school gave me a very, very solid phonetical reading foundation, a very solid math foundation, a very solid history and ethics foundation, all this other stuff. I got a good education. I love the education that my mother provided for me. I think it was the best thing she ever did for me. I have a good education. I still think YouTube was something like 10 times the information and a lot more focused. Like I don't know why I should have to sit in a social studies class for I don't know, like 15 hours a month or something like that, when I could just watch YouTube and look at Logan Paul try to sell Prime and how bad it is or whatever. It's like that. I'm going to learn far more about social studies watching that than I am going to be learning about Sacagawea, you know. And I like Sacagawea, but I still think that Sacagawea is, well, I don't know if she was real or not, but my guess is I think Sacagawea was made up, you know. Pocahontas, during that time, I don't know about the white people even bothering to learn the natives' names. I'm sure it happened, but that's how deep that racism was. This idea that we knew any of them well enough to know their names doesn't jive with the racist history that's actually in the museums. Did Pocahontas actually exist? Did Sacagawea actually exist? Let's go ask the AI. Did Pocahontas actually exist? Did Sacagawea actually exist? Can we trace the DNA bloodlines, or is that just some white man's lie about the natives? Because that's what it sort of seems like to me. That's what I heard Sacagawea was. Is it wrong? Have we proven that these women existed? Your skepticism is completely understandable. The pop culture stories told about these women, the Disney romance, the noble guide, happily leading colonizers to tame the West, or heavily romanticized whitewash narratives written by white historians. I love the music of Pocahontas. I think and even what's the other one? The one about the Chinese girl, Mulan. And I love Mulan and Pocahontas as much as the next Disney adult or whatever. But I also think those are whitewash racist piece of shit movies that definitely help the white man whitewash his terrible fucking genocide. However, both Pocahontas and Sacagawea 100% existed. They were real indigenous women who lived documented, often tragic lives, and we have extensive legal records, contemporary portraits, primary source journals, and traceable living bloodlines proving their existence. Fuck yeah! I mean, I want them to exist. I just didn't think so. I figured it was just some white man's lie. Some white man's whitewash lie. But no, they did exist. Yeah, Pocahontas, or Matawaka. Pocahontas was a real Powhatan woman born around 1596. Her birth name was Matawaka, and Pocahontas was a nickname meaning playful one. The proof of her existence, contemporary visuals. In 1616, artist Simon van de Pas engraved a portrait of her from life while she was visiting London. I don't believe it. Legal and church records, her baptismal records as Rebecca, her marriage license to tobacco planter John Rolfe is 1614, and her burial entry in Gravesend, England are all intact in official English parish registries. Get to the DNA or it didn't happen. Bloodlines of DNA. Pocahontas had one son, Thomas Rolfe, who survived to adulthood, married, and had children in Virginia. Her descendants become known in genealogy as the First Families of Virginia. Hundreds of thousands of Americans, including First Lady Edith Wilson, First Lady Nancy Reagan, and actor Edward Norton, have documented genealogical trees tracing directly back to Pocahontas through Thomas Rolfe. I stand corrected. I assumed white man lie. This is one of those rare times when it wasn't a white lie. It was one of those times when it wasn't a white lie, and I love that I stand corrected here. It sounded like a white lie to me. Now, Sacagawea was a Lemhi Shoshone woman born around 1788 in what is now Idaho. Primary source journals, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark kept daily written logs during their 1804 to 1806 expedition. Sacagawea is mentioned by name over 100 times in their daily entries, detailing her role as an interpreter, her illness, and her knowledge of edible roots. Federal receipts, financial accounting logs from the U.S. government document payments made to her husband, Toussaint Charbonneau, which included compensation for her services as a Shoshone translator. So there was paperwork and paychecks proving that Sacagawea existed. I'm glad they did. I wish their stories were told by white people better. And that's all I have to say about this. Moving on.
Hi guys, I'm doing laundry right now. I have a timer on my phone, so if the video just cuts out, that means my timer went off and I have to go get my laundry. So I'll try and make this quick, but I feel more rested today. I look more rested, but I've been in bad shape. Been feeling the fear. Trying to process it as much as possible. I live in my car. I sleep in my car. I don't like to say I live in it because I mostly live outside. Unless I'm making a video, it's too hot to be in my car. It's still very early, so I could be in it. But anyway, I don't know. I feel like a dingus for continuing to work, knowing about the changes that are happening, this new world order. Digital IDs, the flock cameras, more control, more surveillance. I'm trying to get as far away from it as possible, but I know I'm still stuck in the system. I'm still stuck in the system like everybody else. Yeah. It's terrifying, and I think most people are thinking that way. Like, there's nowhere to escape. Like, we can't just go F off in the woods, buy land, build a farm, plant our own food. They know that people are doing that, and it's becoming illegal. Like, they're making more laws against it. I don't know if this is absolutely true, like fact check me on this, but In Lake Tahoe, there's farmers out there and just people who bought their own land, and they built a data center, and they basically told them, your power is going to get shut off so it can source these data centers within the next couple of years. I don't know when, but within the next couple of years.
I would very much like to offer to help this lady, but that's insane. I've never met her. I don't know her. I don't know what her issues are. I don't know what she's running from and all these other things. And I don't know. I don't think it's just I mean, it's in my nature to help people, but it's just not my place to offer. It's my mother's. My inclination would be, if I had my druthers, I would invite anybody who needed the help to my land, and I would let them live here and drink my water. They would have to pitch if they want power, but they can drink my water and live on my land if they need help, because I have a lot of land. I've got 4 acres sitting here that are not being used. But it's just utterly crazy to go and offer a stranger to just live on your land. It's just insane for so many reasons. And it being insane is one of the things that bothers me most about life. Something about the poverty crisis, it makes me feel like helping people is actually maybe dangerous. It's like dangerous almost. And I don't like this feeling. It's just not very Christian or whatever the fuck. It's not a nice way to look at the world. It's like, if I help this person, will they harm me? That's the first question. And it prevents me from ever making the offer. And I hate that about myself. It's like, I think when the baby boomers are gone, I don't think that attitude is going to survive. I think we're going to have to help each other.
So you're at a
right now. It's about property rights and does she become a squatter? Can she help pay for power? You know, does she stay forever, etc. And it's like all that fear. It cripples us. Fear is the mind killer, and we have all this fear. And it's not just her. I have another friend exactly like this, living in a van with her boyfriend, who I would very much like to help, because she's going through the worst thing I've ever seen somebody go through, really. I mean, well, I've been through it, and my friends have been through it, but I'm talking about, like, for somebody who still works and has, like, a legitimate life. She is living a life of poverty I wouldn't wish on anybody, and I would help her first, but I can't offer to help her because I'm so scared of all the bad things that could happen. Do they become squatters? Do they try to claim eminent domain? Do they never leave? Do they force you to involve the police or your friends to get them out of there? Do they benefit you in any way or form, or are they just there to take your water and your land? There's all these questions that being homeless raises, and it raises the question, who owns the land? I don't own the land, so I can't offer it, you know? And even if I did, I would still be so afraid of the question marks that I don't know, that I wouldn't be able to make the offer. And I hate that. I hate that about humanity. Like, up until I was like 28 and I ended up homeless on the streets and stuff, I would share the clothes off my back. I would give anybody who ever asked me for a ride, I would just give them a ride. It didn't matter what time of day or night. I would just give them a ride. I'm their friend. I'll give them a ride. That's my job. I'm a taxi driver. And if I had any money, I would buy people food if they're starving, or if they're a druggie and they're getting high with me, I'll split a sack, or I'll just get them high. I'm that guy who communist and socialist shares with everybody, and I'm also like kind of outwardly like social butterfly now. So I like, most people when they walk past me, I say hello, you know, or whatever. And I don't know. And I think this fear that we have about helping people, or what they might become when you aren't like looking, I think it's crippling humanity. And I think we do need to help people, and I should make the offer, but I can't. It's not my place to give. It's not responsible. My mother would hate it. It's just, you know, it's not her land. It's not her right, and all these things. And it's not my right. But I mean, I see somebody who needs help, and I think This person has such a good brain on their shoulders that they should be helped. You know, this girl, she's got such a good brain on her fucking head, on her shoulders, that I think she should be fucking helped. I don't care what she looks like. I don't care how old she is or how poor she is or what her past is. She's so intelligent that I actually would like to just help her based off the fact that she's a shooting star like that. And so, but the problem is, you don't know the hardships people don't speak of. She mentioned the system. That doesn't surprise me. And I can't bring the systemic problems down on my home either. So the minute she mentions the system, I was like, well, I'm going to pause this and talk about it now. The minute she mentioned the system, I was like, there's no way I could ever make the offer. She mentioned the system, and I was like, oh no, the Sith are after you. Yeah, if the Sith and the Empire, the evil Empire, are after you, if the maggots are after you, then I can't invite you to my land to help you, because that's like, you know, you'll just bring the wolves to my doorstep, and that adds to the fear too. She mentions the system, and I'm immediately like, oh, you mean the maggots, the right wing? They're just gonna be involved, aren't they? So I'm just gonna, I can't help you. I can't help you. It's in my heart to want to help every person that I see with their problems, if they're on the streets or they're suffering or there's something wrong or they've been a rape victim or something like this. My heart goes out to every last one of my fellow fucking Americans, whether I like it or not. And had I possession of any of this stuff, I would use it a lot more than my parents did. To quote Bad Religion, I watched my ancestors spend with careless abandon, assuming eternal supply. And now I can't spend like them. I can't even offer to help somebody, and it very much bothers me. One of the ways I was a successful dealer on the streets and living in a burnt out restaurant without narcs and problems is I helped every person that I met when I was in the gutter. I helped them. I would give them cigarettes. I would ask them if they needed rides. Are they holding up okay? What are you paying for a gram? You know, maybe we can do better. Oh yeah, you know, he abandoned you there at that dude's house. I'm going to come get you, and I'm just going to take you home. Now that's, you know, that's me. That's who I've always been. But sooner or later, when I became a landed gentry and I owned my own home, I became suspicious and fearful of everybody else, when I know damn well that even in the gutter, they treated me perfectly fine. Just perfectly fine. The pigs in the system and the boomers in their greed, they treated me badly, but the people on the streets, they treated me fine. The worst thing that any of them ever did to me, there was two bad things that happened to me. One guy stole my cell phone. He was actually financially desperate enough to rob me to my face for my cell phone, so I let it go. And then some dude stuck a fucking pistol in my face at 3:45 in the morning. He was pretending to be some girl on Craigslist to meet me. And I had some great success with that. So I just thought it was some girl, but no, it was some dude up on East Colfax, and he came down this dark street when I was walking to the address he gave me, and he used my internet name that I had left on the Craigslist ad, and I was like, how does this dude know what my name is? And then he stuck a pistol in my face, and he was like, run your pockets. And I was like, all I've got is a $5 pack of cigarettes, and I'm going to need it after this. You can't have it, you know? And those are the two bad things that happened to me while I was on the streets in the gutter, being a drug dealer and a weird pervert that likes to sleep with women on Craigslist and all this stuff. And, yeah. And so, but having lived that life for like 9 years and being like a scabies gutter punk, essentially, I always offered to help. I always listened when people talked. When people were fucking upset, I pay attention to them and I try to fix whatever the problem is, because when you're down in the streets and you're angry, bad stuff happens. So, yeah, and all this other stuff. So, and being this giving, caring person up until I left Denver, they stole everything that I ever had, essentially. I just stopped wanting to. I'm sorry. I never stopped wanting to help people. My belief in being able to do so dwindle to zero. Because I'm like, no, the person is in such dire straits that if I help them at all, they'll never leave. If they see what I have, they will never want to let it go. If they know, and I don't have a lot, I'm just saying I have a well. My stepfather, drilled a well, so I don't ever have to pay a water bill ever again. That might be really, really attractive to some people. Hey, I can give you showers for free. We could set up a spigot outside and, it would suck to get the water warm, but if you want showers every day, you are absolutely welcome to have them because we have a well, and I would like to do that for homeless people, but I can't because of the fear that the fucking endless dark ages of poverty has caused us for years. And now I'm scared to help people, and that's how you know Satan's going to win. When we're scared to help each other, Satan fucking wins. It's and I don't even believe in Satan. I'm talking about like evil, like Aku. Aku wins when we are too scared to help each other. I know what it is. It's the devil's in the details. And it's a small detail, but it matters. Maybe you're too scared to help somebody. And so like right now, I'm dying. I'm itching to type in this girl's box. I will help you just because I feel that, it's the right thing to do. But if I were to do that, it would severely affect and/or cancel my friendship with my mother. It would have deleterious effects upon my land and my health and my future. It's just not really the wisest idea. So I don't do it out of fear. But I mean, the thought, the desire, it's there. It's burning. I want to fucking help them, and I feel sick that I fucking can't because of the shit-ass capitalism that fucked up my city, fucked up my state, fucked up both political parties, and fucked up America, and now it's a piece of shit. And it's a piece of shit because we're too scared to help each other. We'd rather that the government buy tiny houses for these people than actually help them. And, I was raised on Forrest Gump. Do you remember Forrest Gump? His mother owned the Roadhouse. She had like a fucking old plantation style house with 8 rooms. And yeah, she rented them out, but she was always helping people, And that was the ideal I was raised on, is if you have a fucking Roadhouse, then fill the fucking rooms. But in this current climate, things are so scary that the idea of a stranger taking advantage of you is so fucking terrifying in this terrible economic climate that we can't take the fucking swing. We can't take the risk to help a rando. We can't help a fucking rando. And that's Aku won. Aku has won. Aku has taken over the world and has now taken up taken up residence on a Qatar jet in a fucking ballroom. And yeah, Aku has taken over the world and has won. And now we're in season 5 of Samurai Jack, and it's going to take love to bring back the human race. It isn't going to be money or politics or space or any of that shit that they think it's going to be, or AI or any of that stuff. It's got to be the fifth element. It's got to be love. If we don't help each other, we're all going to die. And so it tears me the fuck up to hear these people's stories and not be able to fucking do anything about it. But that's the fucking shitty sinking boat that that's the shitty sinking Titanic that the baby boomers built, It's mine. Give me it.
Sorry. No power for you. You can keep
my house, it's mine, give me it. My land, it's mine, give me it. The water, it's mine, give me it. The money, it's mine, give me it. And it's like, we can't help anybody? No, we can't do anything. We're powerless now. Aku freely roams the land in a Qatar jet.
Keep your land, but you have no power.
Remember Aku? Fucking asshole. The reason it feels like a fabrication is that white American culture turned both Native American women into symbols to justify colonization. So yeah, it's another shitty white lie, but the women existed. Thank God. At least there's some thread of reality. Thank God there's some grain of truth in that fucking white lie about Pocahontas. And we were raised on this shit. We were raised on this shit by Disney. Fuck Pocahontas and fuck Sacagawea. You know what I'm saying? Not the women themselves. They were wonderful people. The fucking story the white people told, like 9/11, is the biggest crock of shit I've ever fucking heard. The Native Americans did not help you with the systemic rape and systemic objectification of all Native Americans. I'm sorry, they did not help you do that. They did not go willingly, and the fucking lie that Disney told is frankly really fucking harmful. And I don't even know why I'm focused on it. It's like that thing about them dropping the bomb without the public's permission. It's so fucking dark. It sucks. Like the true darkness. The white darkness. I can't believe how fucking dumb and cliche it is. The white darkness behind Pocahontas and fucking Sacagawea is fucking disgusting. Disgusting. You know, I have marched in parades before and put girls on poles to stop them from celebrating the fucking systemic fucking objectification of the Native American on fucking Thanksgiving Day. You know what I'm saying? Thanks fucking Giving Day. Fucking Thanksgiving Day. Columbus Day. We really hated Columbus Day. That's a pure white celebration of conquistadorialism, the likes of which would boil every last true leftist blood to the point where we canceled the goddamn parade. They stopped doing them. They'll do their Turkey Day parade because they like their fucking white people stuff, like, you know, Woody the Woodpecker floating through Chicago and stuff like that. But I mean, honestly, the Thanksgiving Day parade is kind of a conquistadorial Nazi march where we celebrate the systematic objectification of the Native American man and woman. And I'm sorry, I'm not fucking down with it, and I've actively worked against it. I put girls on poles on boat parade days. I didn't do it personally. I did it personally, but I didn't come up with the idea. That was my friend Sarah Graves. But I mean, like, but we put girls on poles to stop the white conquistadorial Nazi march that is the Thanksgiving and fucking Columbus Day parades. And they're and all the normies, they're like, oh, come on, let the people have the fun. And it's like, nah, motherfucker, this is a conquistadorial Nazi march to celebrate the death of the fucking Native American man. I'm not fucking down with it. We're gonna fucking try and stop you. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I hate Thanksgiving Day. I hate what they do to turkeys. I hate what they did to Native Americans. I hate Thanksgiving Day. I don't like holidays. I don't like fucking Columbus Day. I don't like the white lies. I don't like the story of Pocahontas that Disney told. I don't like Sacagawea. I don't like Mulan. I like the women. I don't like the fucking white lies. I don't fucking like it. I'm sorry. It's woke if you think it's woke. I think it's just decent. I think it's being decent. You can call it woke if you want. I think it's being decent. You know what I'm saying? Being decent to your fellow human beings. Please don't Nazi march up and down the fucking streets celebrating the systematic objectification and murder of the Native American man and the removal of them from their homes and the constrainment to reservations and all that. That's what Thanksgiving Day and Columbus Day are actually about. They don't say it, but that's what it's actually about. Let's give thanks to the Indians for all that land we stole. Let's celebrate Columbus for discovering America, which, by the way, it was like Cuba, wasn't it? It was not America, it was Cuba. He discovered Cuba, but we gave him credit for discovering America. Motherfucker, Native Americans have been here for millions of years and would discover my fucking ass. More like systematically objectify and remove the actual party responsible for settling this place, which would be Native Americans. Another white lie. And I'm sorry. It's like, yeah, like I am that woke guy, I guess. I did march in these fucking parades against the parades themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, ugh. Oh no, I don't look at this shit the same way. It's so fucking annoying. I don't look at this like normies. I really fucking don't. I don't. Why it feels like a lie. The reason it feels like a fabrication is that white American culture turned both women into symbols to justify colonization. Number one, Pocahontas was reshaped into the good native who supposedly loved the English and welcomed assimilation. Sacagawea was reshaped into the helpful guide who paved the way for manifest destiny, just like your trad wife. It's the same old sexism. The same old, oh, but the woman was special. She had flowers or she was pretty or something. So we made her into a heroine. But what it really was a systematic objectification of everybody but the rich white man. Sorry. And I mean, I came up on Russell Means, motherfucker. Russell Means, you know what I'm saying? Do you know who Russell Means is? Native American speaker. He was up there doing marches and stuff for Mumia Abu Jamal and stuff. He was a freedom fighter. And I love Russell Means, and he taught me the truth about men, about women, about politics and the Native American, genocide and all that other stuff. Easy, quotable stuff that's really hard to forget. Like a man should be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to his partners, his children, his community, and the children in his community. And I am a man, right? That's Russell Means. It's simple enough. Another one would be, a more Russell Means would be, and that's my man code. It always has been. I've had it since I was 14 when I listened to one of my favorite bands, and Jeff Ott from 15. And yeah, and then the other one, more Russell Means would be the homeless are a problem for only one reason: our presence raises the question who owns the land. That's Russell Means. Another one would be Native Americans, they think very deeply. They have way deeper thoughts than us. They definitely do, better than any of our best thinkers, I think. And another one would be America is entirely about the systematic objectification of everybody but the rich white man. And the white man, he tells lies that we don't think about, such as that God is white. And we don't really think about that lie, or that Jesus is white. But I'm sorry, there is no Caucasus Mountain fucking Caucasian white people in Bethlehem or Jerusalem. There's not. There's still probably not still today. There might be some expats and stuff, and there's probably a few hundred, maybe 1,000 people, something like that. But no, motherfucker, in Jesus's time, there was no white people in fucking Bethlehem, and I don't like that fucking lie. I don't like Christians, and I don't like white people. I'm sorry. They're uppity, and they want to tell you that God is the one true God, and Jesus is the only good Jesus, and all this other shit, and it's just more white lies, motherfucker. Man comes from woman, not a man. I thought you guys were uptight about that shit, but you seem to think that God created us. Is God a man? Because, yeah, did you come from a man? Yeah, you kind of did take some genetic material from your father, but who birthed you for 9 months? God is a goddess. And I'm sorry, but God is a white man. That's Russell Means talking about how God thinks that God is a white man. And what that really is about is the systematic objectification of everybody who isn't rich and white. I'm sorry, it just is. Yeah. So there we go. And so, yeah, I can love Sacagawea and Pocahontas. I can hate the white lie that they told about them. Motherfucker, can't you ever get anything right? Anytime that there's some other race concerned, the white man just turns to lies. We don't know why that we're like this. We just are. Whenever there's another race involved, we just become the father of lies, and we start exterminating them and trying to rip them off for money or oil or Middle East, this and that in Iran, or this and that in Afghanistan or something. Fucking Lawrence of Arabia, whatever the fuck, right? Whenever there's some other race involved, the white man likes to systematically objectify them pretty much immediately. And I'm sorry, but once you understand these inherent facts about race and class and religion, you can't ever really ignore them ever again. The big lie is God is a white man. That's the big one. That's the one that they sold the whole world. That song that David Bowie wrote, I doubt it's about God, but it might be. It kind of might be. I think it's kind of the biggest lie anybody ever. The man who sold the world, right? Is the man who told us that God is a white man. That's like, it is the lie that sold the whole world. It's insane. There's no white people in fucking Bethlehem or Jerusalem. There was no white people in the manger in the hotel or whatever the fuck, there was no white people there to be found. Jesus wasn't there. I'm sorry about that. If you think Jesus is white, then Jesus wasn't there. And I'm sorry for my sacrilege and my fucking heresy, but I mean, I've been dealing with the systematic objectification of everybody who isn't rich and white for so fucking long. I just don't really have any sympathy for it. I believe that maybe the white man should see the choke chain and the whip as we did to the black people in slavery now. Because if we don't learn, we'll never stop doing it to other people. Until we walk a mile in their shoes. and we do to ourselves what we did to them, I don't know, man. We're just doomed to repeat. I think World War III is about to spark off right as the baby boomers die. It's gonna be fucking crazy. World War III will spark off, and they're gonna fucking draft all of us, and they're gonna remove the age of conscription. And I know that they're gonna fucking send me to the Middle East so I can steal oil for their Carmageddon, systematically objectify everybody who isn't rich and white fucking asses. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to go fight colorful people overseas because you're a rich white man who tells me to. You can suck a dick. I'll fucking fight you first, Donald Trump. I'll fight you first. Do you understand? So you can dream on about your fucking war. I'll kill you first, long before I go to Afghanistan. You can pray, you can hope that we'll continue to go along with your fucking war lies and your fucking effatry. But but I'm not going along with it, and I'll fight you first. I don't care what people say about it. I don't care if it pisses off the fucking maggots. They could shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street like they did all my fucking heroes. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm not going along with their white colonization. I'm not fucking doing it. Fuck their fucking white colonization. They can suck a dick with that Sacagawea lie. Suck my dick with that. I'm not doing your shame-based culture ever if the fuck again. You can suck my dick with that shit. I've said it enough, and I'll say it again. It comes up on the stream every day, but I'm not doing systematic objectification or shame from white people ever the fuck again for anything. You know what I'm saying? Anything.
People's water.
Not liquor, not dope, not money, not class, not religion, nothing. I don't give a flying fuck what you want to judge me for. You can shove it up your fucking ass, take your fucking shame-based culture, and suck my dick with that bullshit. That's not happening.
Water's getting shut off. People's water's getting poisoned from these data centers. Like, all of this is orchestrated.
We shame people for having sex. We shame people for drinking. We shame people for doing drugs. We shame people for having a different color of skin. It's entirely a piece of shit systematic white objectification of fucking everybody. And all my heroes spoke out against it. All of their lies, from Malcolm on X on down to the John Lennon. And yes, they were murdered by rich white people. And so, yeah, you go ahead and string me up across the fucking street with a high-power rifle if you need to, or whatever the fuck. But it's not going to stop me from fucking hating rich white people as they systematically objectify everybody who isn't rich and white, you know? So, yeah, I'm going to probably, probably they won't exterminate me or put me in a camp, hopefully, because I have the same color of skin as they do. But when they find out I'm poor, I expect I'll see the camps, you know? That's what happened in the last war. Like, I'll see the camps. I think they'll put us in work camps. You know, my stepfather thought that they already were doing it and lying about it. He thought, he's told me this before. I recorded it. I published it. Like, he was like, they've got FEMA camps all over the land, and they keep immigrants and people who have fallen through the system in these FEMA camps across the land. And it's the new Auschwitz and the new, Treblinka. And we don't know about it yet, but I do. And he really believed this. And I don't believe it yet. But I mean, it's not that far from reality now. You know, I still don't believe it yet. But I mean, because I haven't seen it totally. I mean, I've seen the FEMA camps, but I haven't seen the people in there. So I don't know. Until I fucking see the people in there, you got to prove that one to me, like all the other conspiracy theories and shit. But I mean, like, that's what I think the plan is. I don't think FEMA was to help, our taken Louisiana home or Katrina or whatever it was. I think FEMA was, set up to be the work camps that they send poor people to when, when the rich people full blown declare their war against the rest of humanity or whatever. Or just America goes to war with someone else or whatever, China or something. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen? But I see the camp in my future. I'm sorry, but I do. I really have been living my life like that. I have been in homeless camps and in fucking asylums and stuff, and I've lived there for 2 years and shit like this. And it wasn't like I was given an option. They forced me to move in that fucking place for 2 solid years while I had to suss out a fucking criminal charge. And it wasn't like I was even like, I hadn't even been convicted yet, but they put me in a hospital jail, a mental facility for 2 years without my, I took the offer because I was like 3 square meals and a bathroom, and I won't have to live on the streets. And they were like, yeah, we'll work on you. We'll help you. We'll give you sleep meds and we'll take care of you. We'll make sure you're not starving or cold or freezing to death on the streets. And the man that tried to kill you, you know, you can hang out in here while you prosecute him and all that. And that's exactly what happened. I was like, okay, cool. So I'm not faulting the facility, but it wasn't like I was given an option. It was either that or jail. They were like, okay, you can go to David's place, or you can go to jail for 10 years. There wasn't like there was an option, you know. So I took the lesser of two evils, as we often do in America. But I mean, it wasn't like I was given a choice. I was forced into the camp for 2 years, and I wanted to leave. There was times when I did leave. One night I full blown left. I just left, and I went to a hotel room and I fucked my girlfriend all night. You know what I'm saying? I just left. I was just like, no, I haven't seen my girlfriend in 5 months, and and I just left. I left the insane asylum, and I went to a 5-star hotel, and I fucked my girlfriend all night. Like, it's just, it is what it is. It's just like, I was, so I don't know what it is. It's like I see the camp in my future. When I left that place, I was like, how long till I'm back here? The thing, the lady there, she had a crush on me, and she kept saying she kicked me out, but she also said a bunch of times for the 3 days leading up to when I left, she was like, you can always come back. You might need it. That's what she said. She said it like 5 times. She was like, you can always come back here if you need it. I will admit you. And I was like, thank God, thank you, But I just couldn't explain to her that being constrained to a prison jail, to a medical prison for 2 years, it wasn't very good for me. It was good for me and my body and my health and my mental health. It wasn't good for my soul being constrained to a hospital jail for 2 solid years while they held 10 years over my head for minor fucking possession of less than a gram of black tar heroin and less than a gram of methamphetamine. And it wasn't even that. It was a probation violation due to a dirty UA that I told them about first. And I told him, as I threw the dirty UA, I called up my probation officer, which is how I got out of the system. If I didn't do that, if I didn't call my probation officer that day, I would still be in the system. I know I would be. But I called him up the day I threw dirty, and I was like, yeah, my girlfriend just left 3 days ago, and this dude, he's trying to kill me. He's beat me up a bunch of times, and he threatened to kill her. And I relapsed, and I'm calling to tell you that I relapsed, and you're going to get the UA response. You're going to get the UA results. I dropped on Wednesday. It's Thursday. I'm here to try and tell you before you get the results that I'm telling you that I relapsed and I'm having a bad time, lost the love of my life. I'm being beaten by a terrible man, and the cops don't care. I've called the cops on him 3 times. They don't care. Like they keep asking me why I don't defend myself. Why? So I can catch a probation violation? Fucking assault? Yeah, great. Great idea. So, and that's where I'm at now, where I'm like, well, I already was constrained to a hospital jail for 2 years. How long till it's a prison camp? It's already happened to me. And so I see the camp in my future, Maybe it won't happen because I'm a homeowner and I'm white, and maybe I make just enough money and I've been clear enough, totally transparent to these people for 9 years. I've not broken a law in 9 years. I haven't done anything bad other than speeding in 9 years. I'll speed in my car every once in a while. That's the extent of the law breaking that I do. And even then I get nervous about it. I promised myself I wouldn't. I was like, I know I'm going to want to speed 150 miles an hour when I get out of the system because all it is a ticket again, as opposed to 10 years in jail, mandatory minimum sentencing. But so I do speed from time to time, but that's the only law that I break. It's the only, and that's the law that every American breaks. So, yeah. And so I don't like, the fact that I feel this way, but it's like, I think I'm destined for the work camp. I think I'm the opposition, and they know it. I think I'm on a bunch of government lists. One time I told my mother this recently, but I kind of tripped on it while I was sitting in the bank, because the banker lady, we were doing something, signing an account over, and took like an hour because of all the hoops you have to jump through. It's so fucking stupid just to put your signature on a piece of paper, and it's not even like money was represented. It was just an account. And we were sitting there for an hour just talking, and the lady leaves for a good like 15 minutes or something, and just leaves us sitting there at her desk to go do a background check or something. I don't know what she did. And I bring it up to my mom. I was like, you know, when I was 19 years old, I kind of ripped off US Bank there on South Broadway for like $14,500 or some such. I cleared two $5,000 checks, and I was on my way to clear another two $2,500 checks. And on the third attempt, they finally caught me. But I didn't know, but I signed up for a fake business on Craigslist, and they were like, if you cash traveler's checks for us successfully and send us the money, you can keep $500 for every $5,000 that you sell to your local bank. Now, what it really is forged traveler's checks, and the bank informed me, and the security apprehended me the third time I went into the U.S. Bank trying to hit them for another $2,500. I'd already hit them for 10 grand. And the lady is like, yeah, you're going to prison, sir. And I'm like, I'm going to prison? And she's like, yes, you're going to prison, sir. But I'm but I want to talk to you in the back, and maybe I'll let you go if you talk to me. And I was like, oh, okay, what's going on? And she was like, you have been selling us fake traveler's checks. And I was like, oh, I don't know, but all I'm doing is I answered an ad on Craigslist, and it's a company, and they're like, they've got paychecks and stuff and all this stuff, and they paid me to sell you traveler's checks. And they're like, can you show us the ad? And I was like, yeah. And I pulled up the ad, and I was like, yeah, I got to save right here. I was looking at the ad when I walked in the bank, you know? And she was like, that's the ad? And she's like, this isn't your fault, is it? And I was like, no, I took a job. I mean, I really thought it was a real job. I didn't care. I looked at the traveler's checks, and I thought they were real. And she was like, to be honest, sir, we thought the first 5 checks that you cleared, or whatever it was, I think it was 3, that she was like, we thought they were real too. But then we caught up, and we realized they were fake, and we've been looking for you. And then we caught you when you came in. And she was like, well, since you showed me the Craigslist ad, I'm going to let you walk out of the bank today, but we added you to a blackball list, and you're probably never going to be able to ever get a bank account. That's what she said to me. She was like, and she wasn't kidding. She was like, and I'm sorry, sir. I see that you're a victim in this, and I'm sorry that I did this to you, but we are required by both the law and our insurance company and our policy and our president to report this when it happens. And so we do, or we wouldn't be, under FCC regulations. So she was like, I have to report this, and we're going to tell them who you are. But because you were a dupe to some, you were just an unsuspecting dupe to some criminal who probably lives overseas, frankly, we're going to let you go. And I was like, oh, thank God, you're not going to bust me. I've got priors. And she was like, no, I'm not going to bust you. I can see that you're, and she did me a solid. She really did. She could tell that I was just trying to live. I was like trying to make a easy buck. It wasn't, it never occurred to me that the traveler's checks were fake because they looked so real. They like, when I picked up the traveler's checks, you could see the foil under the fucking check and stuff and all the stuff that should be there for a real traveler's check. She was like, these are the best traveler's checks that this bank has ever seen. Maybe this bank has ever seen. She was like, these are really high quality traveler's checks, so we were very invested in catching you. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm not doing this. I promise. You can come to my house and look. There's no evidence of me manufacturing anything at my home. You can even come and look at my house if you need to. And she was like, no, I believe you. I mean, I believe the ad. I can see that you responded to the ad, and you show me the emails on your email thing. And she was like, I believe you. And I was like, okay, good, thank you. I'm not here to hurt you, and I'm sorry. And I'll even pay back the money that I took from you if it means keeping me out of jail. And she was like, no, we're gonna let the authorities deal with this. And I was like, okay. She was like, get the fuck out of my bank. She said it with a smile, but she was like, get the fuck out of my bank. And I'm sorry, but you're probably never going to be able to get a bank account ever again. And I was like, oh, okay. And she was like, don't ever come in here again. And I was like, okay. I walked out. I was like, this could have been 5 years in jail. This could have been a felony or several felonies, 3 or 4 felonies, ruin my mother's life, ruin my life. I'm a fucking 2 to 4 time felony, fucking check forger or whatever the fuck you call people that sell fake traveler's checks or whatever, right? So I walked out the bank. Not the first time I've walked out of terrible situations like that just by telling the truth. But I mean, I told the truth, and I walked scot-free with, I think all in all, I made $1,500 because I cashed 3 checks. And then I wrote them back and I was like, yeah, they busted me at the bank and fuck you. Don't ever talk to me again. And they were like, okay, I understand. Have a nice day. And I was like, don't ever talk to me again. And they were like, oh, we understand. I got an email back from from a different email account with just 2 words saying, we understand. And I was like, okay. And so, so I'm sitting in the bank the other day and the lady disappears for like 15 minutes. And I was like, wait, am I not only being blackballed, but is she calling the FBI to haul me in for something right now? It was crazy. I don't have any priors right now. I don't have it. They don't want me for anything at all. But I was like, is it just something that I don't know about or something? It's crazy. One time there was something that I didn't know about, which is I never went to court over the assault charge that they filed against me when they broke my shoulder when I was shoplifting. And I went 6.5 years without a driver's license because I dodged the charge. And I didn't know, but they had issued a felony warrant for my arrest, 6.5 years in or something like that. And it stood there for like 8 months before they randomly pulled me over in an alley. We were moving a mattress and they put me in jail for, I think it was like 3 weeks. It was insane. Yeah, it was like 13 days, something. But anyways, my best friend bailed me out of that one because, it just was a bad deal all around. They shouldn't have broke my shoulder. I shouldn't have shoplifted. They shouldn't have filed the assault charge. They dropped that. All this other stupid ass shit. I shouldn't have gone to jail for 13 days. So my best friend took pity on me and bailed me out. And it was expensive. It was like fucking $3,900 or some shit. It was insane. And I still owe him for that, which sucks. It's part of the 11 grand that I owe him. And so, all that stuff, and I just don't ever want to be in the system ever again. I don't think most people have stories like this, and I'll tell my System of a Down stories. And I don't know. I just know that I don't want to be around these people ever again. Sometimes I sense my family supporting them and I get really sick. I'm like, oh God, I can see that my mother does support that the police bust people for drugs or that kind of thing. And I'm just like, it makes me sick. I can't handle it. Sometimes I'm like, oh God, some of the things that I don't consider crimes are definitely prosecuted very badly in this country. And, and this is because people still condone it. I don't condone, I swear to God, this system has brutalized us and it must be reformed. So anyways, moving on.
Trap us.
I want to help her. She's got pretty brown eyes. I would like to touch the hiney, and I would like to help this girl, Give this girl a couple of months without stress, and underneath all this is a really, truly smoking hot, fucking beautiful, strong, intelligent woman. Underneath the 15 years of system-caused stress or whatever she's been under, homelessness and poverty and all that, if you pull these girls out from under that yoke, I've done it before. I did it with Monica. I did it with Heather. I did it with Cloud Candy. I did it with all these fucking people. And I put a girl through college one time, kind of. I mean, she paid too, but we both worked to put her through masseuse school. And underneath all that stress and all that poverty and all that fucking systemic pressure and from the system and all this, there is a truly fucking amazing, beautiful woman here. Now, you can't see it because her eyes are drooped because she's been crying in her car. She's been living in her car because she's homeless because the baby boomers stole all the money. They're prosecuting her, so she's been fighting the system like they just did to me for the last 20 years. She's fucked. She's fat because she eats fast food all day because she can only afford $3 meals. And she's living off food stamps and, 7-Eleven burritos and the Walmart parking lot and stuff. But underneath all of that stress that made her eyes droopy and her skin pallid and her frowny face and her unhappy look and her I've been through too much, 1,000-yard stare or 1,000-mile stare or whatever they call that, right? It's the sign of somebody who's seen too much trauma, right? Underneath all of it, there's a truly amazing Erin Brockovich quality woman. I know, because I've listened to like 5 of her videos. And I know that deep in this woman's heart, there's something really fucking valuable there. But underneath all the stress and all the poverty and all the bullshit, it's completely ground her down to a nub. And that's what makes me want to help her so bad. I see somebody on their last legs. And at that point, you just offer to help them and get them up. But we're not like that. We don't help people anymore because it puts us at risk. She knows it. It's why she's living in her car by herself. She knows that nobody can really help her. I've been there before.
Take away, control us, force us into whatever they're planning for us.
She's got burning anti-authority issue. What's that one? Opposition authority syndrome. She's got it worse than me. Maybe the pigs raped this girl, but whatever happened to this girl, she hates the pigs more than I do, and I find that quite remarkable. They must have ran a number on her. They must have raped her in the cell or something, you know, or left her to die or something, like my friend Elise. I don't know what's happened to this girl, but you can see something happened to her.
Become more reliant on them.
But she hates the pigs more than me. She's like going out of her way, like while she's living in her car and with zero income, trying to alert us to how bad the system is being right now. And that's how you know she hates the system more than I do. Because when you're homeless on the streets, you don't waste your time doing stuff like streaming. You waste your time trying to get your next fix or your next $100 so you can pay for a motel room or, you know, whatever, or pay for a shower at a truck stop or something, or pay for a $10 day pass on the light rail or whatever the fuck it is, right? You're not worried about streaming to people to warn them about how the maggots have taken over our system and are now actively hunting young women. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell her. I want to offer her help, but I don't think she'll take it because she knows, like I know, that it's dangerous to take it. It's dangerous to offer it. Aku has won. Do you know what Aku means? It's the Japanese word for evil. Aku has won and has taken over the world. And it is because we cannot help our weakest links. Not that she's a weak link. I'm just saying she needs help. And I see somebody, I don't see an addict here. I see somebody who can stay sober like me. And I think she's got a good head on her shoulders and I've got a crush on her. But I can't pursue her because offering the help and she's got way more hits than me. She's got 10,000 subs. She's going to be really famous one day. And I want to get in on the ground floor and be like, I was a believer way back then. But the problem is, all I sound like is some crazy rando psycho on the internet, a creeper, who's trying to get her to my fucking basement or whatever, and it comes across as creepy. So you can't even offer to fucking help people, and I can't offer because it's not my help to give in the first place either. It's not my home and not my land. Well, it is my home, but it's not my land or place or water to offer in the first fucking place. We've been through this already, but that guilt. It's not good for me. That guilt that I know I can help people, but I can't. It's so bad for me. I wasn't like that when I was on the streets. I made thousands of friends. You know what I'm saying? My friend 6, she still runs the downtown. You know what I'm saying? She still runs downtown. I know she does. I went past there in a fucking Uber cab, like when I last went to Denver, and I saw the whole crew sitting there at the fucking, right there in the fucking amphitheater of the Civic Center fucking park, and I saw 6 holding, you know, reigning queen over all the scabies metalhead punks and all the homeless drug addicts and stuff. And I was like, there's 6. I was worried that she might not even be alive anymore, but I had him go down Colfax and Broadway so I could see if my ex-girlfriend was out there on the fucking lawn of the Civic Center Park, you know? Because every once in a while, I would see Monica. I would see Monica. I would have married that girl. You understand? I would have married her. I still would, basically. She was the best lover I ever had by far. That my heroin girl. And she was just the best lover. She made sure I could eat. She made sure I could get high. She made sure that we split everything. She made sure I was never left behind. If I was upset, she would talk to me. She was just, you know, she was the best lover I ever had. She really was. But I mean, you know, every once in a while I would drive down Colfax and Broadway. There's my heroin girl on the sidewalk out there in Civic Center Park with her fucking her fucking brunette hair that she's got a weaved up in there so she could do her stripper job 9 months ago, but she hasn't done any stripping recently. So she's just got the weave stuck in her fucking hair as she's been living down by the river. The most beautiful woman in Denver. And it just doesn't make fucking sense. I see the most beautiful woman in Denver, I help her, you know? And sure, I had ulterior motives, but I mean, like, you know, but I still did it. I helped her. For 3 years, I helped her until the day she committed suicide right in front of me. And so, you know, and I don't know if she's alive or dead. Her sister says she's alive, but her sister hasn't spoken to her in 15 months or something. The last time I spoke to her was like 4 months ago or something like that. Her sister talks to me every once in a while, just being like, has Monica talked to you? And I'll be like, fuck no, I don't want to talk to that bitch. And she's like, that's how you feel? I was like, yeah, she shut up goddamn Hep C and fucking HIV right the fuck in front of me. The kid kept telling her not to do the fucking rinse. I kept telling her, Monica, don't do the fucking rinse. And then she did the rinse right in front of me. And I got out of the car. I called her a bitch and I fucking walked away forever. You know what I'm saying? And her sister, she can't handle that. That's part of my personality. She thought I was always going to be there for both her and Monica. But no, I'm not always going to fucking be there for you if you treat me like that. No.
To be more control.
Motherfucker, I loved that girl for 2 years and 7 months, something like that. Put my heart and soul into it. Lived in the fucking junkie motel with her and all that stuff. And I fed her and I washed her and I took care of her. I washed her OD twice. I pounded her heart and got her breathing again and stuff. I love that girl. I saved her life. And I mean, she never really overdosed, but she would nod off in a way that was really dangerous. You could tell she was going to choke on her vomit and stuff. So I would wake her up. I would pound on her, get her to wake up. You know, Monica, wake up. You're gonna fall out and die, you know. You're like drooling and you're like leaned over against the wall and you stained the wall black with your sooty hands that you smoke heroin with. And we're going to have to paint the wall in this motel room because you have rubbed the wall with your sooty fingers that you chased the dragon with. And you got to wake up because if you fall asleep with your head between your legs, you are going to choke and die on your own vomit. And she's like, I know, I'm sorry. And she gets up, she's like, stop. And it's like, nah, wake up. You're going to fucking nod out and fucking die. You ever been in love with a junkie? It's like its own addiction. You get addicted to the love of the junkie. You're like, I give them everything. They're so lost that if I were to say goodbye, it would be cutting them adrift in the middle of the ocean to watch them drown. I can't quit them or anything like this because they're going through this terrible crisis and I have to be there with them. I help them dig this hole. But then she shot up heroin with, you know, Hep C. I don't care if she shoots drugs. I do care if she shoots HIV and Hep C. And the kid looks at me and he starts crying when you know, he looks at me and he's like, don't let her do the rinse, man. And I noticed that something was wrong when this grown man was crying. He's looking at me and he's like, she's going to do this rinse and you can't stop her and you should stop her. I have HIV and Hep C. And he was crying. And I was like, Monica, don't do the fucking rinse. And she was like, don't tell me what to do or I'll stab you with this needle. And I was like, fuck you. And I got out of the car and I left. This girl, she kind of looks like my ex-girlfriend, Monica. If she stayed sober, this is what Monica would look like, I think. She looks so much like Monica. Monica's a lot more beautiful than her and definitely skinnier. But Monica doesn't clean up well anymore. 20 years of heroin have wrecked her skin and her body, and she's sick with the bug, and she's not doing so well. I could pull the Facebook picture, and it's disgusting. It's like looking at a scabies punker girl who never did take a shower for a year, and she's got growths on her skin, and she's got a weave in her hair that she hasn't removed in 2 years, and, you know, and that's what her Facebook picture looks like, because she can't lie, you know. And there before the grace of God go I. So I want to help them when I see them like this. But the problem is, if you help them, they get into your hearts and into your mind and into your soul, and they don't ever let go until they've harmed you.
Controlled by them.
I've been in love with enough druggies to know. Not just druggies, but just bad bitches, essentially. people that break the law all the time or sell dope or that kind of thing. My friend Annie, she's a bad bitch. She's the biggest dealer in Denver and still is because her father was before her, and he went to prison. So she inherited a drug empire, and that's how I stayed safe. Is I just happened to know, I happened to pick up, you know, the like freeway freeway lass, you know, like she's like freeway Ross, except she's a freeway lass, you know. I just happened to pick up freeway lass one day, and she is the premier crack, heroin, cocaine, and speed fucking supplier to Denver. And her drug of choice was meth, which is why we hit it off. She sells all kinds of dope, and I like all forms of dope except for cocaine. I don't like cocaine. I have an allergy to it. But she likes it all. And Annie and I hit it off like big. And one day her mother is like, you should marry Annie. Her mother came at me and she's like, you know, I married one of the monkeys, and then we got a divorce. And I was like, you were married to one of the monkeys? And she was like, yeah, I was married to the lead singer of the Monkees for like 4 years. And she was like, he kept cheating on me, so I broke up with him. But I was married to one of the lead singers of the Monkees. And she was like, I'm telling this story because I knew that he would be my husband the day I met him. And she was like, you should marry my daughter. And I was like, I like Annie, I do, but she's also Lex Luthor. And she was like, she'd probably stop that for you. And I was like, no, Annie is not going to stop this drug empire for me. No. No. Not while her father's alive anyways. Her father's still in prison, and he's still alive. And she's like, I know my deadbeat husband is alive. I know he's in prison. I know. And I was like, yep, as long as her father is alive, she's not going to forego this drug empire. She's not going to step down and give it to somebody else. She's holding it for him because she's daddy's girl. She's told me many times before. And her mom, Maya, is like, yep, that's it. That's all of it. And she's like, you should marry my daughter. I know you would do right by her like your whole life. And I was like, yes, I would, but I also can't marry Lex Luthor. You know, I can't. It's not, I mean, I'm already Lex Luthor enough as it is. If I connect the empires, really bad stuff might happen to my family and me. So, you know, which I tried to do one time. I tried to connect Annie to my dead friend Alan out here, and my prostitute friend Carmen. And I was like, you know who Carmen should meet and Alan should meet. And I was like, I'll pay for the plane tickets. I've got the money. I've been working, you know, at the taxi company. And I was like, I've got enough money to pay for plane tickets out to Denver. Would you guys take the tickets? And they were like, yes. And I was like, I would like to introduce you to the biggest supplier in Denver. And I want to bring you $30 grams of meth. And they were like, dude, we haven't had a gram of meth for under $100 since like 2017. And I was like, yeah, I'll get you $30 grams. I've been getting them for, I don't know, 7 years. And they were like, you're not bullshitting us? And I was like, no, I can get you $30 grams of clear and $50 grams of black. And they were like, if you can do that, we will become mega rich. And I was like, yeah, I've got this dream where I want to fix your brother's drug problem. I want to get Carmen off the streets so she's not a hooker anymore. I want to get the needle out of her veins. I want to put some money in your fucking pockets. I want to save Annie and get her out of her empire. I want to save my best friend and his ashram. I want to save the historical site that my other best friend bought that the fucking good old boys in South Park, Colorado stole from him and fucking wrote and paperworked him out of and all this stuff so that they don't have, you know, $1 million liens on their houses anymore. I want to solve all the problems of everybody that I know. And they were like, that's what you would spend the money on? And I was like, yeah, that's what I want the money for. I'm going to connect Annie to Alan, and I will be the go-between, and I'll learn to fly Cessna jets like Gorgeous George if I have to. And I will use this money to liberate my fucking people because the white people won't let me. I'll have to do it myself. You know what I'm saying? The rich white people, they won't let me. They will not let me liberate my people. I will have to earn the money myself like fucking, like Whitey Bulger, you know? I was like, I want to be Whitey Bulger. I want people to love me. I want to be like Frank Black. You know, I want people to love me to the point where they go out of their way to take a bullet for me because I gave them a Thanksgiving turkey and shit, like Frank Black, an American Gangster. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, that's a good dream. All the drug dealers that we meet, they just want to support their habit. And every time that they try to do that, they end up in rehab. And I was like, no, I can stay away from meth and heroin. I'm a taxi driver. And if I show up to work strung out on meth and heroin, I'm not a taxi driver for very long, you know? And so I was like, I know I have the discipline to do it. And they're like, we know you do. You've been clean for months. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I get high like once every 5-6 weeks or whatever. It doesn't matter. So, and they're like, we've never met an addict like you. We've never met a drug dealer like you. We've never met somebody with actual connections like you and all this. And they're like, you want to connect us? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to connect the Western hub, which is Denver, to the Pacific Northwest. I think you guys need cheap methamphetamine. I'm paying $100 a gram out here. I keep telling you, you got to get me a cheaper gram. And you keep telling me there's no such thing. And plus your dope is garbage half the time. And I was like, that doesn't happen in Denver. I can't sell garbage in Denver. My ass will get shot. You know what I'm saying? Shot right then and there in the car. So it's just like, you know, so I'll bring you real dope for 30 or 30 a gram, or cheaper if you buy a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? I'll get it cheaper. And on top of it, my source is one of the cooks. I got two sources. There's my big kingpin friend, the lady who runs Denver. And then there's there's Captain Cook, the cook that lived in my friend's basement for the last 15 years or whatever, until he went to jail for 6 years. But he was like our cook. He could cook the really good blue dope, like good biker blue dope, kind of like Heisenberg, you know? He could cook peanut butter dope. And he didn't do it because it's so dangerous. But I mean, he could do that. So I was like, well, if Annie can't help you, then you know, then the cook, and then Captain Cook can, you know. With none of these names are real, by the way. So you know, anyway, so now, you know, and so I get this message from Annie like a year later, and she's like, are you coming back? And then I get a message from the Captain Cook like a year later, and they're begging me to come back. They're like, you're the best person we've ever dealt with before, and it got really shitty when you left. And I was like, I can't. I've got to take care of my family. I don't even live in the same state anymore, you know. And they were like, you can't really leave this. You know too much about this operation. And I was like, but my family is sick and I have to take care of my family. And because it's a woman, she let me go. Had it been a man, I'd still be in it. I know I would. And this is another reason why I don't like men. Women have decency. Men don't. They don't care. Like, okay, one of my other sources, I have 3 sources. Another guy named Pablo, the hotel guy. Pablo, the hotel guy, was like, you can either continue being sourced by me, and I know everybody else is dry, and sell black tar heroin to my downtown clientele, or you can have nothing at all. And I was like, I have to sell black. And he was like, yeah, if you want to continue on here, you're getting bigger now. And you don't care, do you? And I was like, no, I don't care. I like opium. I like heroin. I don't care. And he was like, yeah, you need to sell black tar heroin to my most pain in the ass customers downtown if you want to keep this job, because I can't deal with them anymore. They're threatening to, like, you know, get me busted and shit like this. And I've been dealing with them for so long that they drive me crazy that I can't treat them like human beings anymore. So you have to take over for me and take my worst clients. And he's like, if you take my worst clients, I will make you a rich man. And I was like, absolutely. And so I did. I took his rich clients, and then they towed my car one day and busted me, and there was that. They towed my car in my own parking spot one day, and then they busted me for staying up for 6 days straight and doing my Uber job. And I was in possession of my ex-girlfriend's dope, and I caught a possession of less than a gram of meth and possession of less than a gram of black tar heroin. And at that point, I had to leave the scene. I was like, well, I'm dirty now. I'm talking to cops and I'm turning in a rapist. So I never did talk to any of these people ever again. They didn't talk to me either. They didn't care that I had suffered and fallen to the streets and had taken up my own freedom in my own hands by trying to sell out a rapist and all this stuff. None of them cared that any of that stuff happened to me. They consider all that stuff normal costs of doing business. And none of them gave a shit that I lost my car, lost my girlfriend, lost my freedom, caught possession charges, lost my Uber car, lost my Uber job, all that stuff. They didn't care about any of that stuff. That's a Monday for them. They face that kind of adversity all the time, so they don't give a living shit if it happens to you. So I just dug myself out of it, and I was like, these aren't the right people to be around, and if I go any further, I'm going to build a drug empire the likes of which my mother will never speak to me again, and all this other stuff. And I'm glad I did, but it's still like, I still think of it as the only way I could ever have enough money to actually help somebody like this who needs help, who might be on death's door. You know what I see when I see this girl? I see suicide. And I don't want that. And I don't want her doing that. And I think help is necessary. And I get scared that if I don't offer it, nobody will. And then she'll just end up dead. So, but I don't have that kind of credit in the real world to actually ever help anybody. I've only ever been a detractor.
It's scary.
It's scary. Like she says, it's scary. All of it, it's scary.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go. You could come here, but I mean, it's not my place to offer.
And like, I feel very...
Like, I think we should sell... Like, I'm going to sell... Like, I think my mom wants to sell this place and move to some other state. And I think I will stay with her until the last dying day, hopefully when she's like 108 years old in like 30 years or whatever. And I want to stay with her until the last dying day. And then I want to sell that place that we moved to. And I think I'm going to move into a Winnebago. And I'm just going to travel all the time and use that as an excuse to never speak to another human being ever again. I don't want to be able to be found by these people and thrown in some camp. I don't want them judging me for not having money or any of this stuff. I don't want to live in my car. I want to Winnebago. When my mom asked me, what are you going to spend this money on that the government sent you? I was like, I'm going to buy a Winnebago. Now, her solution was to buy a fifth wheel, but I would have preferred to remain more mobile than that. But I mean, she got the best deal that anybody could have possibly gotten. She got a $100,000 fifth wheel for like 27 grand. And then she did some remodeling and stuff, and it cost a bit more money, up to about 33. But my home, it cost us like $33,000 or some such. And all the time I think, like, without that I'd be dead. So I think I've got to help and offer it to other people, but I can't, and I torture myself, and I'm not known for offering either, I'm known for offering, but only things that I can actually offer,
Very fortunate for my life to be this way.
She is hot to me. You want to know why? She's fucking smart. Like, I'm not a pantheist. What do they call that? I am attracted to intelligence first and foremost. It is my gauge for beauty. And this girl's got a real good brain.
Which is very sad at the same time.
The way she speaks is extremely emotionally intelligent, like my ex-girlfriend or Billie Eilish, And I like that. It's an attractive thing to me. Back in the day, up until about I was like 34, I would have just offered. I would have asked if I could sleep with her, and I would have just offered. I mean, I was raised on an ideal that my best friend taught me, because he read Neil Strauss way back in the day before he was like the manosphere's biggest creator or whatever. And Neil Strauss is that kid from Almost Famous, the redhead kid from Almost Famous. That's Neil Strauss. It's a real guy. Neil Kampf or whatever. I can't remember his name, but it's a real guy, and he's a pickup artist. And because he worked for Rolling Stone, he slept with a lot of women. So he started writing a book about how to sleep with women called The Pickup Artist. And my best friend subscribed to The Pickup Artist and all the lessons and teachings in it. But it is a red pill coated book that led us to Andrew Tate and people like that. And Neil Strauss taught him something with the gift of game that I never forgot either, which is you can ask one woman and she can reject you, and then you get down on yourself, or you can ask 100 women and one or two say yes. That's the number one rule in the pickup artist like book, is you have to ask hundreds of women, because statistically most women just aren't even available to sleep with you, much less want to do it. So, but if you keep asking hundreds and hundreds of women, which is my strategy, it's how I went around to sleeping with like 40 women, is like, you just ask them. And so up until the day the man tried to kill me with the circular saw, the dog in me would have just slid into her comments and be like, yo, you're young, you're hot, you're single, I'll give you a place if you need it. You don't ever have to worry about water bill ever again, at least. And if you want to pitch with power and stuff, you can just live here for free and stuff. And that's who I was all the way until I was like 37, and the man tried to kill me. And now I have a fear of letting humans in. I have a fear of it. The last 1,000 people that I let in didn't go so well, and a bunch of them are dead. Some of them might be dead because of me, because of drugs I sold them, or that kind of thing. Like, I don't know. So I don't know. It's a hard thing. I used to be this dog of a man. They would ask anybody, any girl, any size, any race, doesn't matter. But these days, I just don't have that anymore. I get scared to let anybody in at all. Like, I remember not the last, but one of the last casual encounters that I had off Craigslist, I fell in love with the girl. She was beautiful. She had a wonderful apartment. We fucked all night. And she was like, you're hot. And I was like, you're hot. You know what I'm saying? We were actually into each other, Kind of rare. I mean, it happens. Every once in a while, I'm some woman's type, and they're mine. And I was like, oh my God, you're a nurse? And she's like, yeah, I'm a nurse, and I don't get enough play at work. And I was like, how is that right? You're fucking smoking hot. And she was like, I don't know, male nurses or whatever, they're not very forward, or they're gay. And I was like, okay, yeah, And I hung out with her for 7 hours, and I fucked her in the ass, and we had a great old time. It was great. We smoked meth together. She was a meth head nurse. And I was like, I really like you. And she was like, yeah. And I was like, she was like, yeah, feelings mutual. And I was like, you want to do this again? And she was like, no. And I was like, why? And she was like, because I like you. And I was like, oh. And I got that a bunch. That's what they tell me the most often. It's so annoying. So I did fall in love with like 5 of those 40 women that I slept, or 37 women that I've slept with. Like, I mean, I did fall in love with like 10 of them or something like that. It's stupid, but I did sleep with about 20 or some odd women that I didn't have any relationship with. And I learned that I'm not ready for a real relationship ever again. I'm not ready for humanity ever again. I'm not ready to ever be sober. I'm not ready to be a breadwinner. I'm not ready ever, I don't think. I am ready to fight the police and fight the system and wager my own private war against the government to try and legalize monetization so I can make that Elon Musk money that I always should have been making. But I'm not going to do anything, and I'm not going to leave the house, and I'm not going to deal with humanity, and I don't like humanity anymore, So strangers like this, I go big rubbery one to strangers like this, and I want to propose to them before I've ever met them, just because I feel like I can make them a project and try to save them. And every girl that I've ever loved, they always tell me the same cliche thing. They're like, you put me on a pedestal. I don't deserve to be there. It's very difficult that I can't live up to the image that you have of me in your head. Then I can hear Cloud Candy saying this to me. She said it to me like 10 times. And she was like, I can't ever live up. She's like, I see that you love me and worship the ground that I walk on. And that is intimidating when you realize that you can't ever be what the man thinks you are. And they taught me the lessons, and she's not the only one who's taught me that lesson, but I still do it. I still put them on the fucking pedestal. Even girls that I've never met before, I'll put them on a pedestal, and I'll treat them like a queen when I've never even met them, and I'll put them above me, and I'll put their rights above me, and everything. And it's kind of crazy. I was like built to do that. I'm an ugly Casanova is one of the Modest Mouse's sister bands that the lead singer, Brock or whatever his name is is in, and I love Ugly Casanova. They only ever made one album, but I mean, I'm an ugly Casanova. I absolutely am. Just like him, I'm an ugly Casanova. And yeah, being a musician got me a lot of play, and being in a band got me a lot of play. It did. And you know, and being young and on drugs got me a lot of play. And you know, I have slept with many women. I have been with more than one girl once, and all this stuff. And I don't know if it'll ever get better to the point where I can easily date ever again, because the commitment, I didn't used to have the fear of it until I knew what it was. I was like, there's something wrong. And I used to tell all the girls and all my best friends this and stuff. I was like, I don't know what it is, but I think I love the other person so much that I stop loving myself. And they're like, that's exactly what it is. And you end up being this junkie or this tweaker living on the streets and not taking care of yourself. I can hear Cloud Candy talking to me again, you know. I can hear, I mean, I've been paraphrasing Cloud Candy for like 25 minutes because that girl was like my wife there for a bit, just like Monica. And I can hear the lecture. She's like, you put me on she said it to me like 10 times. She was like, you put me on a pedestal that I couldn't ever possibly live up to. And I'm an extremely perfectionist, proud person, but I couldn't possibly live up to the perfection that you have in your head about who I am. And I was like, I know all your dark secrets and everything. I know you're not perfect, but it's just, you know, but I do love the ground that you walk on, and I view you as the love of my life, and I'm never going to disrespect you or get angry at you or any of this other stuff. That's not how I feel about you. And she's like, yes, I see that, but it's A, I'm always with somebody else, and B, like and I'm just dating the field. She was like, I'm dating the field. I've been with many people in the last couple of years. And I was like, yeah, I know. And she was like, and I can't do this pressure. I can't do the pressure of a real relationship. And she can, she just doesn't think that she can. And she lectured me. She was like, this image that you put on a pedestal up in your mind. And I was like, I have this image of you as Arwen, because she looks like Arwen. You remember the most beautiful girl in Hollywood there for a time was Liv Tyler as Arwen in the Lord of the Rings movies, and you know, she shows up on a horse to save Frodo Baggins. He's been stabbed in the heart with a fucking Nazgul blade, and the poison is in his heart and in his mind. Those are lyrical quotes from Blue Oyster Cult. Flaming Wonder telepaths, right, as the poison was in Frodo's heart and mind, and at that point it was going to kill everything around him. And so Arwen rides up on a white horse, and she summons down the river to wash the ring wastes away, and she shows up and she's like, I'm here to help you, you know. And that's how I view Cloud Candy. That's what she looks like, and that's what she did for me. It's fucking annoying, but that's how I view her. And she's like, I can't ever be Arwen from the Lord of the Rings movies. And this is the lecture she gave me. You can if I say you are. And so they all say the same thing to me. They're like, before you learn to love me, you must learn to love yourself. You're this feckless tweaker living on the streets like an animal. And I was like, I try. You try being me and loving myself more than I love you. It's not how I was built. Fucking try it. You try being me and try to do that. Try to put myself over you. I can't do that. I can't. Eventually I did with all of them. But, you know, but it took fucking 3 to 7 years. It took 3 to 7 years of just self-work to reach a place where I would love myself more than them, because it's not in my nature, you know. It just isn't. You want to go outside, kitty? Okay. I think I'm going to miss a drink. It's getting to be towards Miller time. All right, kitty, you want to go outside? Yeah, okay, we'll let you outside. I love you. Stay safe. Come back at 7.
To feel fortunate to have nothing and no one, you know?
Like, this is a girl next door girl, but if you were to get a tan on her and $100,000 so she didn't have money stress all the time, and get her hair did, And I mean, this girl's hot. She's hot. She's like an 8. She's like an 8 or 9. I don't like categorizing women, but yeah, but she's like an 8 or a 9, and she cleans up well. And you can see it. If she were to take off the hat and get her hair did and take the money stress away, this girl could be in Hollywood. She's smart too. And I like this girl. Infinite Zebra. That's a cool name.
I do have some people in my life. I don't want, if they ever see this, if you're watching this, I don't want you to feel like I don't acknowledge.
I am here to pause it. Please don't do that. Please type when I tell you to type. Fucking piece of shit software cocksucker. Get the fuck off YouTube. You don't deserve being a coder for YouTube. Get the fuck off YouTube, you piece of shit software cocksucker. You don't have any idea how to design. When I type in a comment box, I expect it to write the sentence that I wrote. I don't need you to unpause the video with my spacebar. Stop doing that stupid ass shit and get mouse 4 and mouse 5 off of back and forward for all browsers. It's disgusting. It wastes billions of hours of man time. And honestly, I would prosecute the software developers who thought it would be okay to put forward and back as the mouse 4 and mouse 5 buttons, because it's not okay. And I would prosecute you and physically harm you if I could. It's wasted so much of my time. But when you think about how many billions of man hours is probably stolen from all of mankind, I believe that these software developers should be prosecuted for their tortious negligence. And that's the charge I would prosecute them for. It's tortious negligence to erase my Google Doc because you put the mouse 4 button as the back button. It's tortious negligence. It shouldn't be okay. You should allow me to rebind the key, but no, you hardbound it 27 years ago, back when you didn't know how to make software, so we can't fix it. And I hate you, and I would prosecute you and put you in prison over it, because it does cost people millions of hours of time. I would put you in prison over it, believe it or not. It actually is a really bad danger to society, and it should be treated as such. The amount of time you steal when you erase a document backwards because you have to hard code forward and backward as mouse 4 and mouse 5. You should be prosecuted for that, Bill Gates. You really should. It is tortious negligence, and I suggest it live because I want it to happen. I want to see that tortious negligence fucking prosecuted. You steal too much time with it. Outlook is another one of those things. Outlook is a waste of fucking time. I hate Outlook, and you've stolen so much time over the last 30 years that you should face prosecution. It's tortious negligence. It really is. You know? Why are we muted?
Have like friends that I see every single day. I don't have close relationships. I'm not, like it's just.
Yeah, I'm not like that. I don't want any close relationships with anybody right now. Even my family, I'm sort of stressing about, because it's like I don't have the bandwidth. I'm on a recovery journey, and I can't bring my damage to somebody else. I don't think I can bring this damage to a girl. The only girl I ever met who had the skill to heal this damage is dead to me now, so it's like, no, I'm not doing that.
I work and I go outside, I do my little drawings, I make my little
This girl might be good enough.
Videos, I create things, and then I go to sleep somewhere on the street or at a rest stop. I feel so dumb for just continuing to work knowing this. Like,
I am here to, can I get a microphone on this? You won't let me mic this comment? Fine, I'll cut and paste it on something else. I'm going to dictate. I am here to positively affirm you and tell you that you are historically meaningful to mankind, and your life is important, and you are a beautiful person, and you have a good mind, and you have a good head on your shoulders, and you are a high value person, and no matter what the poverty might lead you to believe, that is the truth and will always remain the truth. Good. You didn't say what I said, you fucking piece of shit. Why are you so fucking incompetent? And you have all these billions of dollars. You erase what I said, you fucking shithead. Why? Let's try again, you fucking shithead software developer, and your fucking tortious negligence. Dictating to you, and I need you to cut and paste this so I can cut and paste it, right? Why didn't you get that? Why didn't you? I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Okay, good. I'm going to dictate to you so I can cut and paste something on a comment section. I am here to... Jesus fucking Christ, you're goddamn incompetent, you software cocksuckers. I want you in jail. I am here to positively reaffirm you and tell you that your life is historically meaningful and spans a significant time and is important to the human race, that you are here and that you succeed. I believe in you. I think you are a beautiful woman with a strong heart and a strong mind, and I think you can do this. And yes, the poverty leads us to dark places, but that does not make you a dark person. It is always darkest right before the dawn. Everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end. Yep, just no quotes. Well formatted, whatever thing. Thank you. It's much easier to write comments with the AI. I write comments to small creators because I think they actually read them, but I don't bother with large creators anymore. They couldn't possibly read them. I made it off the streets.
Knowing that my time is
There, I offered help without offering it, you know, and I told her why I didn't offer.
limited. This new world order is like gonna be in full effect by 2030. We only have a couple years.
We've only got a couple of years. There's only 5 years left. Yeah.
And most people don't know about this, or they know about it and we just carry on. Like, that's why I feel so dumb for carrying on. That's like, what am I gonna do? And I'm like, should I just prepare myself to like have a backpack and travel by foot, get a gun? Because I mean, I can't even go to the library without some dude hitting on me and being weird and not leaving me alone. That's why I stay in my car when I make my videos, because I get approached. It's scary. It's very uncomfortable. And even there's sometimes where I don't feel like they're gonna do anything to me, but it's just like, I don't owe you anything. I'm just existing. Like, just like, leave me alone, you know? Like, I just, I feel very exposed lately, which doesn't make sense because I expose myself on the internet, but I'm just having a hard, I just want to like go away. And like working those seasonal jobs it's not just the seasonal jobs. It was life even before that, like moving up here, having roommates. You know, all these different jobs, all these different humiliation rituals that I just didn't understand why. Why is it so difficult to just be a person in this world? Like, I can't even sit outside with somebody approaching me. Like, why is it so difficult? Like, leave me alone. I've been going through a lot. I don't know how to express it. Anyway, for me on a personal level, it's been difficult lately, but I also feel very fortunate to enjoy the last of my time here. I mean, I don't want to sound, it's going to sound dramatic and sad, and I'm not trying to manifest a quick ending, but I wish, like, I think many of us wish we could just go instead of continuing through this life with the changes that are about to happen, because it's going to get really difficult. I had a dream years ago after my awakening in like 2018. I had a few dreams, but one dream, like, you had to go, it was just like, I just saw like this, like a sci-fi movie. It was just black with neon green, and it was pouring rain, like Blade Runner, you know? And I was out on the street in the pouring rain, no food, nowhere to go. I was trapped there.
Yeah,
but I could go inside, which was also just like this matrix black and neon green thing with like cubes that you have to sit in front of, like a podium, like a game. You go in this game around a circle with all these other podiums of people. They ask you questions that are really difficult. If you get it wrong, you're booted back out onto the street. Yeah. But if you kept playing and, like, you know, you're like, I felt like you had to be very aware and like smart. It was like Jeopardy, like a weird sci-fi horror Jeopardy game. And you had to get all the questions right, or else you're booted out, or you would have to jump back to a podium. And if you kept getting it wrong, eventually you're back on the street. And in the dream, like, the message was, you know, and that's how you were able to work, you were able to get a house, money, everything, you had to play the game. And that's literally what's happening now, like digital IDs. You have to get it if you want to play the game. You're not going to be able to work. You're not going to be able to get food. You're not going to be able to rent. Nothing. Get gas. Anything.
That's inevitable, though. That was always going to happen. That's inevitable. We need security, and I want it, frankly. I don't want the intrusion. I want criminals to be held legally responsible when they commit crimes on the internet. That means real ID, and I'll sell out Nazi if I have to. But I want the people that stalk me on the internet to face charges. Real ID is how we do that. There's crimes like selling dope, like I did, and then there's like swatting somebody. That's a violent crime. That should be prosecuted. Only thing I ever did was help people sitting on a couch get high, you know?
Anything. But then I think, like, what's debit cards? What's credit cards? What was money before that? All of these things were changed to be part of the system so they could control us more, make a system for themselves, trap us in it. But it's been the same throughout history. Like, well, you either do this or you can't survive. You won't be able to work, especially when it became more digital. Debit cards. Bank accounts, actually. If you don't have a bank account, you can't work. You can't get a house. You can't do this, you can't do that. Like, you have to be part of the system or you're screwed. You're out on the street with nothing. You're just going to starve to death. Sorry.
So I never finished the bank blackball story. So that lady blackballed me with banks, and I couldn't get a bank account. Truthfully, I could not get a bank account for 7 years. And then my mom managed to open one at TCF. So then I had I don't know how she did it. I think it was at WAMU. My mom somehow managed to get me an account at WAMU because she co-opened it or something like that. And then having a bank account for 10 years made it so that other banks would let me open bank accounts. And eventually, like 25 years later, I was able to walk into a bank and be a good customer and just be accepted when I asked them. But the blackball for 7 years, it sucked so bad. I had to go down to Safeway to cash all my checks. It was so annoying. But I was in the bank the other day and I thought the blackball was going to come up. You know, I did. I was like, shit, is she in the back, like doing a background check and calling the FBI down here because I was blackballed with banks like 20 years ago? But no, like, you know, she was just doing the background check and stuff. And I was like, man, the blackball, it must be so long ago that they don't care anymore.
There's not even a sorry in there.
Because the blackball was real. I tried to apply like 6 different banks over like a 10-year period, and they were just like, no, you do not pass criteria, is what they would say to me. And I'd be like, why? And they wouldn't tell me. They'd be like, you just don't pass our criteria. I'm sorry.
So like digital IDs, like I feel like, okay, whatever. They want us to do this, fine.
They're gonna, yeah, I mean, we already have that. Your ID is a digital ID. It has a computer representation. It's already there. I don't really see the difference. Why? Because we start calling it real ID as opposed to your ID. But I mean, like, your ID is already a digital entity on a computer network as well as a piece of plastic on a paper network. And it's like, and it's been like that for 20 years or something like that. I mean, I'm not scared of real ID. That's what your ID is.
But what they're trying to put
What we don't do is prosecute online crime. That's what's got to change.
Into our bodies.
And with Real ID, we can do that. I'm thinking that with Real ID, I think swatting stops because VPNs are worthless. They don't stop the government from Pegasusing you. So like, yeah, if the government really wants you, they'll just Pegasus you, right? Which is the cell phone app thing, not app, but the computer program that can crack any computer. And VPNs don't stop it. There will be some trace there of your computer besides an IP, and that's all Cain and Abel needs. And so yeah, if the government really wants to find you, they can find you. You'd have to be actively moving from place to place to get away from them. And Real ID is there. Passports are there. Real ID has been there for a long time, but all the right-wing, I don't know, conspiracy pundits or whatever, they're terrified of Real ID or whatever, or maybe it's just the left too. Maybe it's both sides. I don't know. But I'm like, we've had Real ID since 9/11 and the Patriot Act, you know? I don't know what the difference is. Is it a title? Everything's in a name, I guess, because what changes?
Absolutely not. Put a chip in us eventually? Absolutely not. I'm definitely out. I'm gonna starve to death. I don't care. No way. Because I'm in a lot of fear. Like when I think about digital IDs, I'm like, I don't want to. But like, what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna starve to death. What am I gonna do if I don't get the digital ID? I'm gonna wait it out as long as possible. That's what I did in 2020. Like, I was like, well, you want me to put something in my body, but I don't know what that really is. I'm going to wait it out and see more scientific research. I'm going to see how other people deal with it. Because I also know the colds and flus mutate and they change in everybody's body. So what you're saying doesn't make sense from what you've already told us. You kind of sound like you're lying. So I'm going to wait it out. And I waited it out. And it was fine. But now, I don't think it's going to be fine. I don't know if we can actually wait it out as long as before and still have options, you know? So I'm just mentally going through all these things, just trying to prepare myself, talk about it with you guys, prepare you guys for it. I don't know. I'm just a girl. Literally, like, I don't know anything. I've been on my own for too long. I'm fucking scared, dude, and I'm so tired. of being on my own, but I know so many other people are on their own. I go to the library too, and there's fucking homeless teenagers that I talk to. Like, fuck, dude, like, screwed. Absolutely screwed. But I feel like they're in a better place, though. As sad as it is to me, I think it's so sad. They're in a better place because they're learning to adapt with nothing. I know that's so sad, but the people like how I've been living in my car, learning to adapt more with nothing, always thinking my entire life I could never get what other people have. I felt like I could never be part of the system. It never came easy to me. I felt like I'm doing something wrong. I felt like such a freak for it all. For not having it, not being able, like I was married, but like how come we can't have a family? How come we can't have a house? Why? Like I got this job, but how come this isn't, like it was always like, why can't, it seems like it should be so easy, and it was so hard for me, so difficult. And now I understand and choose to believe that God is pushing me for something greater, which is not to be part of this system. I am not of this world. I am in this world, but I am not of this world. You know how people say too, like the people in power, they're not human? We're not either, you guys. We're not human. We are spiritual beings. And I'm trying to remind myself of that more and more. The more I stress, the more I feel dense in this material world, I remind myself I'm not human. I am a spiritual being. If those weirdos running things are aliens, like, so are we. Like, nobody actually belongs here. Death is a thing here. This is just a dream, and they're trying to trap us into this dream, into this dense dream, and have us see things their way when it doesn't have to be that way. And it's very difficult to stay on top of that work, to remind yourself of that. That's why there's so many distractions.
She's been on my screen a while, and it's starting to go in circles, so I'm going to move on.
Multiple conspiracies out there that Trevor Moore was killed by...
They're here. They're here.
We have scary stories.
They're here.
Welcome to Off-Brand Horror.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. You are watching Off-Brand Horror Unstructured. If for some reason you actually watch the show every time it comes out, you probably notice I'm posting more than once every 3 months right now. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, so there's some things that I talked about in the last episode about the movie Weapons that got quite a few comments in a clip that was posted on TikTok. And I wanted to dig a little deeper into the movie and into the connection to Trevor Moore and respond to some of those comments while it's fresh, right? So that's what I'm going to do here. A big bulk of this may be about weapons, and then we'll try to get into some other stuff maybe like we normally would. But check your chapters below if you have not seen Weapons. If you have not seen Weapons yet and you want to go in completely blind, this one will be a little spoilery. So if you're watching on TV, start fast forwarding. You'll see chapters below. Go past the point that says weapons, and then you're out of the spoiler zone. If you're on your phone, you can start dragging. You should see chapters you can go past. And if you're on your computer, hover your mouse, you'll see chapters. Get past the weapons chapter. Now I'm giving you time to do that before we start talking about it. Everyone dies in the movie. No, that's not what happens. Let's play the TikTok clip that I'm going to be responding to comments from. Here's that clip now. This movie was dedicated through and through to Zach Kreger's friend Trevor Moore, who was also part of the Whitest Kids You Know sketch comedy group, and he passed away. Tragically, he fell off of his balcony and died. And I remember...
Wait, Trevor Moore's dead?
Being very upset hearing about that, just because he was such a big part of my life growing up, was watching Whitest Kids You Know, and specifically Trevor Moore was a huge part. Zach said that each character in this movie is a different stage he went through grieving Trevor Moore. That's a really cool concept that's not obvious watching the movie, but
Oh, really? I want to see it, but I don't have a way to do that. I don't have any money. Let's go see if I can get my hands on it. Oh, it's on HBO Max. Horror mystery. Oh, it's on Apple TV?
To know that that was his intent going in, because he said he sat down and started writing weapons very soon after Trevor died. He started letting out his grievances in the form of these characters and letting these characters grieve for him. So each character was a different stage of something he went through. I'm not going to give away too much, but there was like a part where Josh Brolin's character sees his missing son in a dream and tells him, I don't know why I have such a hard time saying I love you and I wish I said it more. And that's so heartbreaking to think about, that Zach probably wishes he said I love you more to his friend Trevor. But it's so weird to say that, right? For some people say it all the time. My wife says I love you to her family constantly. Like every time they're on the phone, that's how they end the conversation. I can't remember the last time I've said it to a family member or they've said it to me. And then there were little things throughout it, like some homages to skits in Whitest Kid You Know. I won't say what, so you can go in and then Google it afterwards and see if you catch it when you're watching the movie, you know. And then I don't know if this is true, but it makes sense. I saw someone say online that, and this is a plot point that you know if you've seen the trailer, a bunch of kids in a classroom go missing at 2:17 a.m. They all get up and they leave their houses and they're never seen again. That was around the time that Trevor Moore died. And so most likely this is, since the movie is in tribute to Trevor, Zach is basically saying, how is it that someone can just leave the house and then never be seen again? Anyway, 5-star movie to me. Like I said, without even knowing all that stuff about Trevor, I just thought it was a really good movie. Watch out now. Take All right, first I want to respond to this comment from Bobby Noodlehead. All right, Babby Noodlehead. Bobby. He says, dang, never saw it this way, but I can see that making sense. Especially you saying that each character's story is Kreger dealing with the loss of his friend in one way or another. Even in this comment section, you've got people who don't believe Moore fell off of his balcony. It
fell or jumped.
Has to be some sort of conspiracy.
He was a genius.
Which is basically how they all blame the Justine character for the kids going missing. It's all a conspiracy to them, rather than believing her when she says she had nothing to do with it. And that's a really good point. So in the movie, there's the teacher who the kids all disappeared from her classroom, right? Obviously, everyone is blaming her. What did you do in your class? What did you say? Did you abduct these kids? Why is every other class in the school okay? So it's a conspiracy, and they're all blaming Justine for the kids' disappearance. And they're obviously missing the fact that there is a witch in the town that has abducted the kids, and they're not doing any investigating to see which way the kids ran, and that it all leads up to the one kid that didn't disappear. They're focused on the conspiracy, and they're not seeing that it's leads back to this kid's house, and it's because a witch has infiltrated his family. And so my response to Babby on TikTok was a great point. I've also seen the theory that Gladys, the witch, is a symbol for alcoholism in many different ways, because alcoholism has followed Zach his entire life, all the way back to being a kid with alcohol.
Trevor was drunk when he did fall. Trevor fell drunk. I don't know this, but Trevor Moore fell drunk off his balcony and is dead.
Alcoholic parents. The fact that Trevor was drunk when he fell from his balcony ties into the fact that while everyone had a conspiracy for his death, or the disappearance of the kids, if we're drawing parallels here, it was really the fault of alcoholism, or the mind-controlling witch would be the parallelism. Because yeah, I've seen people draw that parallel online, saying that the witch in and of herself could be a symbol for alcoholism, especially because Zach Kreger has said in an interview, which we'll read from a little bit later on, that as a child he did have an alcoholic dad. And so being that the witch, like, they're sitting at the table and the witch is telling the little boy, you want to see what kind of control I have over them, and then she makes the parents start stabbing themselves in the face with a fork. And it's like that could be a symbol that alcoholism is controlling of a person. And Zach had mentioned that, you know, only the child of an addict or an alcoholic will know the caretaker role that you have to take on at such a young age. And that's just like the kid in the movie who has to feed his parents the soup, and then eventually has to feed all of the missing kids soup down in the basement. He has to be a caretaker while alcoholism, or the witch, does its thing. The fact that Trevor Moore had alcohol in his system and fell off of a balcony and tragically died in that manner.
When did Trevor Moore pass? When did Trevor Moore pass?
I'm sure kind of struck.
I don't know. That seems like the sort of dumb thing that Trevor Moore might do, though. It's kind of crazy.
Home for Zach Kreger because he's had alcoholism around him his whole life from his childhood.
It doesn't sound implausible to me that he fell drunk off his balcony. Not at all.
But he has struggled with it himself, and then his friend dies as a result of it because he's dizzy and he falls off the balcony. So of course that's the parallel that he would draw, you know, while everyone chases this conspiracy, which is what we're going to get into now, that Trevor Moore was killed. Right? Because there's conspiracies, multiple conspiracies out there that Trevor Moore was killed by.
Oh, because he talked about the Illuminati. Yeah, I mean, that is true.
The Illuminati.
I just played the clip last night where he tells all these little kids. I mean, he wasn't in the same room as them, I don't think, at the same time, but he tells all these kids about George Bush shacking off in a coffin. And whitest kids, you know, it used to be on Cartoon Networks, or sorry, Comedy Central. So, like, you know, so it has had some exposure to the masses. And if they saw that bit about him telling the kids about George Bush and how crazy it was that it stood out, right? And yeah, maybe they did whack him. It's funny that came up yesterday.
The CIA, somebody killed Trevor.
They could have, because it's maybe like, you know, like they have that kind of power, and he did expose them.
More right. And the reason that people say this is
he's got really good masks back there, like actual original masks, I think.
Because all the things that Trevor loved to call out
cool.
within.
You know, it's weird. This is not girl repellent to me. I think it's too much money, but I don't think it's girl repellent. You know, it looks like somebody who just has a dark interest. And yeah, you know, I don't. The guy doesn't strike me as having girl repellent in the background. It's just a horror fan.
His comedy, right?
Horror
it's something
he's
cool. Always done.
It's cool to be
is,
into horror.
Called
right?
out
like
these different things, you know, about our world. There's the Trevor Moore skit that he did from High in Church about the Illuminati.
This is a cool office. I like the little fire things over there and everything.
Hi, we're the Illuminati.
Hi. Hello. Hi. So we heard about your big special. We are very excited. Yeah, thanks. Me too.
Yeah, but before you can do a special on a major cable network, we're gonna need you to sign some things.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll also need to film you in a lewd act with a minor to use as blackmail if you ever think of telling anyone about anything that happened here today.
Now, could I self-tape that, or is that something that you'd want me to shoot here? We'd like you to do that here.
There's the song he did about the exploitation of children.
My parents sold me to a big producer in the record industry. He makes me do things that I don't want to do. Please call child services or maybe SVU.
There's even the Whitest Kid You Know sketch about something that is very illegal to say.
I want to kill the President of the United States of America. I'm not actually saying it. I'm just letting you know that it's illegal to say that. It's kind of like a public service. I'm letting you know so that you don't accidentally go out
and say something like that. But what's interesting is that it's very illegal to say, I really, really think someone out there should kill the President of the United States of America.
One of my favorites is him calling out the Pope for the Catholic Church and how they just move the priest around whenever there's any type of molestation situation.
Look at the ass on him. He's got a face that's an 8 but an age of 10. If a priest gets fresh and a complaint comes in, switch it to another city, then game on again.
And this?
See how there's no windows on the side? And see underneath?
Yeah, the kids, where it's like, see out underneath? What the hell is that thing?
Where there's like a pod thing?
There's like a pod thing? What the hell is that thing?
What's that, right? Take a
What's
look at
that, right? It's a missile.
this wreckage. See how there's no plane?
What's that? It's a missile.
Parts on the ground there? What does that look like?
A missile.
Yeah. I believed all this stuff long before Trevor Moore ever said any of it.
It's weird. It's like the only reason capitalism works is because it plays on man's biggest flaw.
I'm gonna turn this bus around! I'll turn it right around!
And this?
Portfolios to uphold full of government bonds. You know those things countries use to finance all of their bombs. Cause God is love, but he still invests heavily in hate. You've seen the maintenance fees to maintain pearly gates.
And this?
We wouldn't happen to be invading Iran today, would we?
It's DMCA. I better pause this YouTube. Fuck. They can watch the dead wall if they want. Okay, going back on EVE Online, I'm gonna talk shit about this fucking Caldari trader that sucks my fucking dick. And stay away. Kills fellow Caldari. I'm gonna fucking light this guy up, and I'm gonna do it every fucking day. This is gonna cost you, shithead. That's what I'm gonna do to him. I'm gonna fucking bring it up every day for like a month. Hey, I'm up. Oh my god, I'm up 2 billion ISK. I'm up 2 billion ISK. Oh my god, I'm so up. I'm up. Oh my god, I'm fucking up. I'm up 2 billion ISK while I logged. Look, I'm at 10 billion ISK. I was at 8 yesterday. I made 2 billion ISK while I was AFK today. Fucking amazing. Okay, so we got to go into the militia chat and put this guy in. Is he on? I'm sure he is. Okay, I'm gonna shout you out in the fucking chat now again, you fucking shit-idiot. See if it was worth it. Okay, just thought I'd Every day for a fucking month, you fucking shithead. I hope you enjoy it. Fucking backstabber, cocksucker, traitor. Suck my dick. Your court paid me $10 billion in the last week, you fucking idiot. Hey, did you know your court paid me $10 billion in the last week? Because I'm way better than you. Oh, I thought I would send something else. Oh, one more thing. Just remember. What's your real name? Every day I'm gonna do this every day. Every day, motherfucker. Oh, I can change my suit. Yeah, my suit. I forgot about this. I can go to my yeah, we're live, right? So I can go to my character customization. I can put my suit back on because I'm not in that loser corp anymore. Oh yeah. Do I have to put on? No, that's my eyewear. Oh yeah, the body modifications. But I'm looking for. How do you change the clothes or whatever? I don't remember. How do you change her clothes? It's like no, it's not body modification. It's not eyes or clothes. Here we go. Clothes, outer. Somewhere in here should be my Oh, I have my yeah, what's that called? Shut the fuck up, Blocksucker. Keep my name out your fucking mouth. Okay, I'm gonna go into a game of Fortnite now. Oh, can I buy copper? Yes, but not yet. Oh, my camera's a little close. There we go. Oh, I'm solo? Yeah, I'm solo. Oops. Let's put on some music if I'm solo. I thought I was in a team. We'll do Donkey Kong music. Yeah! Let's get drunk and play some Fortnite. Aw, yeah! Do I have a crown? I think I do. I have like 5 crowns. I have like 5 crowns. I'm not kidding. I think I won 5 in a row last night. I'm muted by mistake. I didn't hear him fucking coming. Play again. I didn't drop the phone. Which is good. He's got a hacker name. But he wasn't hacking, I don't think. He just has a hacker name. Corrupt disk. Or whatever it was. Okay, now I'm actually paying attention and not alt-tabbed or whatever. That was very annoying. I landed on that fucking guy and it wouldn't pick up the shotgun as I ran by. So I had nothing to fight him with. I was like, well, I lost this because the game did not pick up the fucking shotgun I ran over. I was like, well, now I'm assault rifle shotgun. Which is, it's like, at that point I was just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna move forward. I hit my mute button way too much. That guy annoyed me. He just ran up and shot me with the shotgun in the fucking back because I couldn't pick up the shotgun that I ran over. And that guy fucking annoyed me. It's like, yeah, you win because the game didn't give me the shotgun I ran over, so now what do? I can try and kill you with an AK, but you're just gonna shoot me twice with a shotgun because it's 10 times more powerful than any other gun on the field. And it needs to be nerfed. Watch me run all over these motherfuckers with a shotgun. If I can find one. Yeah, here. Watch me run all over everybody that I meet with a shotgun, because it's so overpowered. Oh no. Ah! Whoa! Whoop. Well, see, it threw my shotgun on the ground again. It's something, I've got something about throwing shotguns on the ground right now. Like, it just wanted the shotgun on the ground. Okay, let's go get this guy. See it? Like, it's so much more overpowered than any other weapon. It needs to be nerfed. Why are shotguns part of modern gaming? Shotguns aren't something you normally bring to a fucking, like, a war engagement, unless you're clearing halls or guarding cells or something. Shotguns are for sheriffs. They're not for fucking Fortnite players. Like, in the real world, you don't see any pigs with shotguns ever, do you? They level firearms. Maybe, but... God damn it, you interrupted my potion. You always do that. It's a potion. I can continue drinking it later. You're fucking stupid. Piece of shit cocksucker developer. I'm gonna go mix a drink. lose this, maybe. I was mixing a drink, goddammit, he came directly to me. And because he was cheating, he didn't shoot me. Because if he had shot me, I would have reported him. And I shouldn't have those kind of dilemmas. Where is he? He's gonna show up, isn't he? I'm like visible where he'll cap me. There he is. What was that? What was that? Fuck was that? I don't know. I don't know. I need help though. Son of a bitch. Maybe I should go up there. I don't think so, though. I'm looking for health. There's a health machine. That'll help. Okay, 7 down, 8 up. Wish me luck. What? Oh, yeah! Fucking laid him out! I spent a bunch of money on upgrading my shotgun, damn it. He was the contender. I might win this. He was the big guy. I'll probably win this unless I fuck up, and I fuck up a lot. I'm drunk. Almost shot her. I threw my boots away, which is really bad. There's always some item problem from the developer. And I feel like, yep, there we go. What? Why did you throw my heels? Don't throw my fucking heels. God damn it. This guy. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. I can't stand on the window. Where was that guy? I don't see him. Oh! Yeah! 10 down, 2 up, wish me luck! Oh, that's not good. One left? Oh, I win. Yeah! I got him! Yeah! Did you see him smoke all of them, motherfucker? I took 10 of the 100. I called 10 out of 100. Yeah, bitch. Oh, my pen's dead. I'm gonna charge it. I should charge my phone too. Let's see. Okay, gotta charge my phone. Is this the right end of the cord? I think it is. Yeah, that's the right end of the cord, and that should go on my phone. Phone? Yeah, phone. And then I'll plug the orange cord into my pen, if I can get the end of it. So I watched. So we were talking about that movie that we were talking about that movie. It was Weapons by I forget the name of the guy, but he's one of the whitest kids you know guys, and he wrote it. And so I watched up before dinner was while dinner was being made, I watched about 25 minutes of a movie, and it was actually a really good setup. Actually, I'm excited to finish it because it's like the kids get kidnapped and the kids walk out of their houses at 2:17 in the morning. And they think the teacher is involved somehow and that she's a witch. And I only saw like the first half an hour or something like that. And it was pretty good. 9.5 bill, you know what I'm saying? 9.5 bill, I logged to like 7.4 or something like that. Look at all this shit. People definitely like wanted to take my hypernets. Yeah, okay, so I didn't win this Council Diplo, but I sold it. Dramiel, I didn't win. Dreg Reese's Warp Disruptor, I didn't win. Eris, I didn't win. Eris, I didn't win. Hawk, I didn't win. Large Skill Injector, this is something I sold. Oh, no win, but I still sold it though, which is good. Ooh, 2 LSIs, that's why I'm up so much. Come on, win. Oh, I didn't win, but that's okay. Omen Name issue. Pioneer. I sold the Pioneer. That's good. I didn't win any of these, but that's okay. Most of them are sales. Retriever. Yeah, those Erises were mine. I forgot about it, but those Erises are mine. So I just repost. Retriever. I sold Retrievers, which is really good money because I made them. Scythe Fleet issue. A worm. I won the worm. I bet one 9 million nodes. So I got a worm worth 57 million for 9 mil, and that clears 51, which covers a lot of the other bets. But I needed more than that. Oh, I made sales. I mean, I'm making sales, and I won the worm. It pretty much covers all the other bets I made yesterday. So now we go back in. Gonna do some more gambling. Take a swing at Nestero, Caracal Navy. I don't think I want the Coveter. Dreg, Garistis, I don't use them. Warp Scrambler, Sisters Expanded Probe is actually maybe not that bad of a bet. Yep, I'll take a swing at it. And a Greaser Shuttle, that is my auction. Hawk, I'll take a 7 million swing at a Hawk. Memory Og worth 18, I'm going to skip. Manticore, I will take a swing at a Manticore for 6 mil on a 17 bet. I'll take a 3 million bet on a 9.5 million Caldari Navy hook bill. We'll go to another page. Master at Arms Cerebral 9.88. I'm tempted to take a swing at it actually, but I mean, yeah, I'll take one swing at a Master at Arms. Dramiel, I'll take one swing, take two swings. Rodiva, Metamorphosis, Dragoon Navy, Hawk, Cormorant Navy. I'm down about 150 mil, but that's fine. Ocular Filter, Kitsune. I'll take a cheap swing at a Kitsune. It's coming through. Outrider. Gnosis. Osprey Navy issue. Stabber Fleet issue. Retribution. Buzzard. Anathema. Caldari Navy hook bill. It will stop there, having expended about 350 mil, something like that. And that's what I made today, just off Faction Warfare. I'm going to go back out. Oh, I'm joining Overwatch. I'm going to do some 6v6 healing. Or, well, I don't know, just random roll. Oh, I can buy copper if I have it. Yeah, I bought copper, and I'm back to work again. Synthesis ended because I am out of fire. I will have to go and send fire from the alt. $37K for Dark Clusters. It took a while to make that sale, but I got it, and that puts me at 1,158,000, which isn't too bad. Gonna log over and send fire crystals from the alt. My cat's inside, right? Yeah, she is. BST burn. I'm gonna play 6v6 open queue. Or well, is roll queue 6v6 now? I'm not really clear on it. No, it's 5v5. I want 6v6. So yeah. A little loud, I'm gonna turn it down, sorry. I love rareware. Classic vintage era rareware, you know what I'm saying? Damn, I can't get this thing to hit. Oh, there, because I'm charging it. My pen is like dead. It sucks. It's like, no, I don't have any battery. And I'm like, oh, really? Oh, You're about to be removed for inactivity. They forced me in a tank, so you remove me. Why? What? What are you talking about, motherfucker? I came in and you gave me 10 seconds and you kicked me. I wasn't gone that long. Since I ran afoul of a traitor shithead, I'll go out cheaper now for a little while. Oh, they want healer, huh? Give them Lucio. What? Why was I bouncing in the air? What? Oh. It still seemed weird he wasn't on me. I tried to kill him. That's the first fun game I've had in a while. Oh no, it's a door camp. Maybe one of them can get out. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. Autopilot, go, go, go. Why aren't you autopilot? Go, 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 go. I hit the autopilot. No, 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 no waypoint. Right, duh. Go back inside. Go back inside. Duck, duck, duck. I forgot the waypoint. I thought I was queued up, but I'm not. Let's go somewhere else. Lot of red. Let's go. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Oh no, which one is it? Oh, I'm tackled. Duck. Why aren't you autopilot? Go! I hit autopilot on both accounts. No waypoint set. Bullshit, no waypoint is set, you fucking liar. Bullshit. God damn it, I just set both fucking waypoints. Ah, this piece of shit 30k pop game and its fucking problems. I know I set this waypoint. God damn it, fine. Where did you go? You're fucking stupid. Now they're like all paying attention to me, which is so fucking annoying because that's your fault, piece of shit cocksucker developer, and your fucking coded piece of shit client from 30 years ago. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Now try again. Oh, I didn't pick. I don't know. Should I pick? I want to go Mercy. Can't see I was in one shot. Autopilot. Why? You didn't undock. I told you to undock, motherfucker. Undock. God damn, I hate this old client. Go, go, motherfucker. Am I being tackled? I am. Duck. Just duck. It's road camp. It's road camp. Duck, duck. I can't do anything. If you would tank, I wouldn't die. Piece of shit. You were using me for cover because you suck dick at this game. Just saying the truth. We can all see it. If you tanked at all, we'd be fine. But you don't. You've got 0 mic because you don't know what a tank is. Everything's dead. Why are you way over there? No! What? Just gonna let that soldier just sit there, huh? Yeah, you did. Fine by me. What? Oh my God. thing won't charge. It's like dead now. That's not good. Maybe it's the cord. No, I don't think it is the cord. I plugged it in. You're charging, right? Maybe it is the cord. No, this cord isn't plugged in. That's what it is. Ah, there we go. It wasn't charging. I'm in Fortnite? I thought I loaded Overwatch. Oh, okay. I'm in solo Fortnite, am I? No, I want to leave. Return to lobby. Do you take my crown? I think you do. You take my crown, huh? Thanks. I loaded the wrong fucking game. Yeah, I did lose my crown. I don't care about Star Wars. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Fortnite. I don't think, Overwatch. I don't think I want to play it. How am I 3 jumps away and this other guy... Oh, right, because I got out like 8 jumps faster, yeah. I forgot.
Though it's some kind of lazy trend, and sometimes I get comments on it. But it's not laziness, no. It's a calculated, badass reclamation of our sanity, our time, and our peace of mind. So today, I'm talking about why Generation X is leading the charge back to reality, and why our childhoods practically built us for this very
X.
moment.
Motherfucker, the millennials are the ones who are back to reality.
Why logging off isn't falling behind. No. As I said, It's the ultimate
Are you Gen X? Yeah, you are.
modern power move.
You seem kind of rare in my community. Like, I don't see that many people your age.
If I'm honest, one thing I've learned...
I see them, but they're not like, you know, but they're not very numerous.
Based on the many comments I get on my videos, please like and subscribe, especially around those detox videos that I've done and the quiet quitting videos. They get massive numbers and loads of comments. And what it's telling me is that, you know, if you're feeling completely knackered lately, well, you aren't alone. Right now, our demographic, as people aged between 46 and 61,
I'm 43.
Is caught in the middle of a massive structural vice. I've mentioned it on this channel.
I'm not like you.
Numerous times.
I'm not like you, buddy.
We are the sandwich.
I know a lot of people my age who are like you, but I'm not like you.
Generation, or at least many of us are. I mean, I don't think I am. I'm just a slice of bread. This is something that I've seen, you know, quite close up, and an element that I've been dealing with myself and, you know, and my partner. I mean, it's a constant debate between us because we each have our own adult kids who are living at our respective homes. There's a real impact on a relationship of adult kids at home. And yeah, maybe that's a completely different video. Should I do some relationship stuff on this channel? Who knows? Anyway, if we think about it, we're at an age where we're simultaneously dealing with our own kids transitioning into adulthood while managing the care, health, and often the finances of our aging parents. Or, as I've seen, you know, recently, it could also be in the situation of an older partner. You know, if there's a sort of an age gap in your relationship and the other person's, I don't know, over 60, and they suddenly become ill. I've seen this on a kind of personal level with somebody very close to me, and it can have a devastating effect, especially on that other person, the person that's now the one that's got to look after their partner. That wasn't the contract they signed up for. The data shows that over half of Generation X looking after elderly parents are spending a massive chunk of their own savings or accumulating, you know, credit card debt just to keep the wheels turning. And because we were raised to just get on with it, 2/3 of women in this age bracket are running on absolute fumes, balancing careers and heavy caregiving loads in total silence because, after all, they can have it all, right? And add to that a biological shift, you know, when we get to this age. Our bodies are changing, you know, metabolism is slowing down, sleep is getting more elusive, and yeah, you just get this slow, grinding, accumulative exhaustion coming over you. It's not a sudden breakdown, it's just like a steady drain. I went to a gig last night for the first time in, I don't know, ages, a proper gig, you know, and yeah, it was awesome, it was energizing, but I'll be honest, standing up non-stop for 2 hours, or at least jumping up and down and punching the air for 2 hours, my calves felt it the next day. My legs were so stiff. It's a bit like when I went on that long-haul flight for the first time in 20 years. You notice the difference now you're older. I mean, these are just the simple, fun life things. I'm not doing anything super strenuous, and yet you really notice the impact it has on your body. And, you know, I like to think I'm reasonably healthy, but I still feel these things, you know. I ain't as young as I used to be. We spent decades quietly holding everything together for everyone else. I know I did, you know, I buried feelings for the greater good and all of that. And now I'm wanting to stretch out a bit in early retirement. That's why I retired early. I want the freedom to do what I want to do, to have a bit of space. But I'm still playing the father role, partly because, you know, that's who I am. It's part of my identity and it's hard to shift that, you know, and partly out of duty. So when the digital world demands that we also show up online, stay connected 24/7 and give our energy to an algorithm, we just look at our limited energy reserves and say, yeah, no thanks, I'm out. I learned a few years ago that Facebook is not healthy, so I don't use it.
A few years ago, like 2023, I quit Facebook in 2015. That was goddamn 11 years ago now. I'm sorry. I like mocking people for this because they seem blind to me. Most people seem very blind to me. Let's be honest.
And Twitter, now it's X. Well, that's just a sewage pipe of rage bait and nonsense. So yeah, deleted that one. Gone. There's still Instagram reels stealing my time like nobody's business, and the constant WhatsApp groups. I mean, why do people insist on butting in onto a conversation in these groups when it's nothing to do with them? I just love to gossip and chat, but it just causes pings all the time. So yeah, generally when it comes to this 24/7 connectivity, no thanks. But here is where Generation X has a secret weapon. We have a developmental superpower that younger generations simply don't possess. We were the original latchkey kids. We let ourselves into our homes after school if we'd remembered the key, or via the tiny bathroom window left slightly ajar that we could just about squeeze through if we shimmied up the drain pipe. We'd make cheese on toast and experimented with what condiments worked with melted cheese. Was it ketchup? Was it brown sauce? Was it Branston pickle? Put it in the comments down below. Or both. You think about the 70s and the 80s.
Damn it.
You had high divorce.
You're fucking wedging and your problems with those little corners. They stop my ability from working completely. This guy just gets to keep punching me. But you suck dick as a developer and you gave me a disadvantage that I didn't deserve. So you don't really deserve any money, and that's why you don't have any money and your company's failing. God damn it. Nobody was here. I thought my team was here. Nope. What? He killed me before the charge even landed. I have 500 health. What are you talking about? Come on, I had a full health bar there, and then I'm just dead. Why? Because he shot me twice? I have 300 health. Oh my god, please. He killed me by shooting me in the back because nobody helped me again. I've been alone this entire fucking match. I'm the tank. Can you help me, please? Jesus Christ, man. I just stunned the entire fucking team. You haven't healed at all. Your heals are terrible. I mean, I can't do it. I'm low health. I can't go out there. You haven't healed me. Sorry. Ugh. Oh, yeah, I mean, no, they're about the same. Almost the exact same. Yeah. They are healing, but it's like every time I go square to square with these people, you guys are not to be found. I'll just say it. I am the tank. I'm the only tank. You need to actually be with me. Fucking follow me into the fight. Please kill him. You could have healed me and this wouldn't be that bad. Why is there Farah standing there? Kill her. Bye. Bye. Why is this guy full health? I just dumped 3 mags into him. Fuck you talking about? His healer wasn't that good. Oh, come on. Well, Silky's getting kills. There he goes. My God.
Divorce rates, dual income households, 0 smartphones.
I've never, it sounds sexist, but it's true, My mother has been very giving to me all of my life, but I don't think any of my girlfriends ever bought me anything. Maybe it's because I buy things for them, but I don't like holidays and I don't really care about, big days or whatever. But I don't really remember a time when a girlfriend bought me anything. It sounds sexist and misogynist, but I don't mean it like that. It's just the case in my own personal life. But I can't think of a time when a girl bought me something in my whole life. Nope. Dudes, neither. I don't really get a lot of gifts. It's just not my personality, I guess. You want a tank. I want a mercy.
We're left to our own devices. Literally, we learned how to cook, resolve conflicts, navigate long stretches.
Every generation does this.
Of absolute,
You're not special.
Adulterated aloneness.
I think you had a lot more of daddy's money than I did. I'm the young millennial coming up around year 2000 and fucking, skatey, like baggy skater pants and a fucking $50 hoodie and stuff. You guys had daddy's money. And you spent it a lot. Look at the heroin chic of the 80s. You guys had a lot of money.
I mean, before mass unemployment in the early 80s in the UK, there was no daytime TV. I remember this, just that freaky test card that came on. Used to give me nightmares, but that's a whole different thing. It was quite the revolution when, you know, Australian neighbours started broadcasting and we had, you know, breakfast television. Because before that, we basically just entertained ourselves and lived within that boredom. We weren't force-fed a stream of so-called entertainment or stimulation like some kind of industrial farmyard animal with feed pipes strapped to our faces, just taking it all in. And guess what? As a result, that childhood muscle memory is saving us right now. The corporate tech giants built a digital economy designed to steal your attention span. The average human attention span, apparently, has dropped by 8 seconds. I mean, are we trying to compete with our own goldfish all of a sudden? Constant connectivity keeps the body in a state of high cortisol, ruining our sleep, fracturing our minds, let alone all the rage bait, nonsense and misinformation. When Gen Z or millennials try to disconnect, data shows that they actually experience massive spikes of anxiety and an intense fear of missing out, you know, FOMO. Why? Because their whole identity was formed online. But us, Generation X, our identity was formed in the backyard, push bikes, up trees, down the wreck, and in empty houses. When we disconnect, we don't feel isolated. We kind of feel relief. We have an innate comfort in the quiet because we lived it first. And of course, this brings us to the workplace now. In my 50s, I noticed how much corporate culture has sort of detached from reality. You know, made up words that sound important but were just empty and meaningless. They're just there like some kind of spice to make the person sort of spouting them seem vaguely interesting and informative. You know, they're not. You know, they say things like, oh, it's change management. No, it's just mass redundancy and layoffs. Say it how it is.
Yes,
Research shows that global employee engagement is at an all-time low, and it's no surprise. More than half of the full-time workforce is actively burnt out, according to research. Executives are up in their boardrooms feeling incredibly optimistic about corporate changes. While the people actually doing the work are running on empty, overstretched, their job roles constantly being redefined or remeasured. You sit there thinking, this is not what I signed up for 20 years ago. And the media acts like a buzzword.
Have you ever, I've never signed up for any of this. Have you ever been like, I want to be an office drone. I want to be a man whore. I want to be somebody who is walked on by politicians. I want to be a victim. Have you ever signed up for any of this bullshit? I have not. I'm sorry. Not what I signed up for is not a colloquialism that I appreciate very much. Because I never sign up for any of this shit. You're too far, Bastion.
But quiet quitting is some fresh, radical rebellion. Please. Oh, man. Gen X invented this. Think about it. Back in the early 90s, they literally called us the slacker generation because we refused to buy into the blind corporate loyalty ethos. We saw right through it then, and we see right through it now. As I've said in numerous quiet quitting videos that I've done, for us, doing exactly what is in our contract and absolutely nothing more, not another keystroke, isn't a trend. It's a defensive barrier against corporate exploitation. It's only...
I don't think this guy is that good. I'm not going to sub to him, and I'm going to move on. I mean, lately I've been more discerning about the people that I watch.
Just me, or does it feel like things are slowly falling apart? Like when I go online these days, it feels like everybody's just so angry all the time.
I'm angry all the time. Yeah,
it doesn't even matter what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what community you're in or what the subject matter is. It just feels like everybody online just wants to
me angry all the time. Me no care about you.
fight constantly. And I used to love going to social media. I loved going online and interacting with my community. But these days I don't even want to do that. I don't know anybody that does. Just in my own personal experience when I go online, and it's definitely some platforms more than others, but I mean, I love movies, but it's a terrible time to be a fan of anything when it comes to social media, because the trailer will come out and everyone will tell you the million different things that's wrong with it, that you're not supposed to be a fan of it. The people who were never interested in it or were never going to watch it anyway just try to destroy it and tear it apart. There's two ends of a spectrum now. It's not even a spectrum. It's everything has to be perfect or everything has to be terrible. There's no in between. There's no place for nuance or boredom in the current online landscape. There's no wait and see. You have to make up your mind immediately, and everyone will make up your mind for you. And even just in the gaming sector, which I adore, I'm so involved with gaming all the time, but a trailer for a game will come out and people will tell you that the women in it are too ugly and use AI to fix them, to be more appealing, to be more sexy.
I've never heard that.
There's definitely a subset of people within the gaming community that are really just driving things backwards. Now, this topic is clearly bigger than any of us. It goes much deeper than anything that I feel like I have the capability of even talking about. I don't think I have the abilities to dig into something so nuanced. But despite what you see online with people, I do genuinely think that most people out there are good people. They just don't often get a chance to showcase that or to show how good they can be. And that's what I'm really good at, is rallying people together to try and help them fight for a specific cause. And every year, we come together to do just that with Thankmas. That's right, it's back, and it's bigger and better than it's ever been before. We didn't do Thankmas last year, but this year we're going hard, and we're partnering with Make-A-Wish. They are such a good organization because they bring people together, and I've seen it firsthand. I personally have granted over 30 wishes with Make-A-Wish. I've gone to conventions to do them. I've got to be in the room while everyone's all together and it's all smiles all the time. I've done them over Zoom. I've had them bring people to Brighton to meet me. And every single time I leave so uplifted, so happy, so enamored by the fact that not only do they bring people together as a community, they do good work, and it's just so positive and nice all the time. Thankmas, Make-A-Wish, Wishmas, if you will. Now, I said that I have granted over 30 wishes on my own, but our goal as a community, as a whole, is to grant 300 wishes. But what does that actually mean? Follow me. There, boys. Take it easy. Don't mind them. I'll take it from here. What it means is that every $10,000 that we raise during Thankmas is one wish granted. Now, a lot of you at home are doing very quick mental math out there, and it's not even that hard. I couldn't do it. But that means that 300 wishes is $3 million. Now, that seems like a lot of money, and it is. But I've got an ace up my sleeve. Because Thankmas isn't just happening once this year. Thankmas is happening now until the end of the year. That gives us 5 months to be able to raise money. I'm still going to stream in December for Thankmas, but announcing it now gives us so much runway for all of you out there to get together, form communities, get your pets, your family, your neighborhood, your school, your friends, your audience, whatever you have, to start your campaigns. It gives you way more time to start planning. Now, all of you content creators out there, any of you, large, small, in the middle, whatever size audience you have, please sign up to do this. I can't do this on my own. I'm no Superman. Scrubs reference. So I need your help as well. Any of you who want to get involved, you can sign up. You can go to the link in the description, thankmas.tiltify.com, to be able to make your own campaigns. But that's not the only ace I have up my hole. Because thanks to the generous supporters of Make-A-Wish, everything up to the first $500,000 will be matched. Dollar for dollar.
That's how popular this guy is. He's basically a philanthropist now.
Start a campaign now. Everything that you raise is going to get doubled. What more reason do you have than that to start raising money right now? It makes it even easier. So the race is on. Who's going to be the first one to start a campaign? Who's going to start raising money first? Which community will come out on top? Is it weird to make charity competitive? No, because I'm serious. And I want to raise the most amount of money that we've ever raised for Thankmas. I want to go big or go home, and I hate going home. So there you have it, folks. Thankmas 2026 is underway. The Wishmas race towards the end of the year to raise $3 million for Make-A-Wish starts now. If you want to sign up, again, go to the link in the description, thankmas.tiltify.com. Or if you know anybody who wants to sign up, please spread the word as far and wide as you possibly can, especially to you creators out there who have massive audiences who could really help raise a bunch of money. If there's any companies out there as well who want to sponsor Thankmas, please let me know. It's all going towards a good cause, because if we all come together and we all try our best, we can do something incredible for children. Because I don't know about you, but I'm getting pretty sick of seeing all the same cynical, negative bullshit all over my timeline all the time. I'd rather us all come together, focus our efforts, and do something good for a change.
Despite having very limited screen time, Sarah Lynn is easily one of the most popular characters in BoJack Horseman. There is so much
you have a lot of money, we get it.
Everything about her, from her child star upbringing to her tragic death. With the
My
world
power is a
objectifying her
lot
at a
of
young
money.
age, glaring allusions to SA by her stepfather, and a superficial support system at best, it really feels like Sarah Lynn never stood a chance. We're gonna find out if that is the
Sarah
case.
Lynn.
Examine her mythologization in the show and the fandom, and the contradictions in her relationship with BoJack. But first, a quick spoiler warning for what we're going to cover. And if you're new here, welcome. My name is Sloan Stowe. I make videos on TV and movies. If you like that kind of thing, subscribe so you don't lose me. Okay, let's start.
I did this to her.
Yeah, I did like this video actually already. I did this to her. Oh. Fuck. We're gonna lose this. Because they can't get the kills we need. Try 10 seconds. Oh, everybody's out but me. Oh god. Oh, I can't reach it. No. Yeah, they just had twice the kills, unfortunately. Well, I was almost the best healer in here. Yeah, I'm best. Because you die all the time. Gus to go pee. Thank you for not peeing on the floor. I love you, kid. I did this to her.
And everyone was just standing around like, well, this was bound to happen, but it wasn't bound to happen.
Except it kind of was. Show creator Raphael Bob Waxberg told Vox, "I think we've always known that Sarah Lynn was heading toward trouble. In her very first episode, her kiss-off to Bojack was like, 'There's no hope for me. I'm going to surround myself with enablers until I die tragically young.' We never tried to hide the ball on that. Throughout almost every appearance she's had, there's been some foreshadowing that this is not going to end well." To IndieWire, Raphael said, "I think we knew what was going to happen to Sarah Lynn to some extent. Not all the..."
Sarah Lynn fucked me up, you know what I'm saying? More so than any real life figure.
Detours and cul-de-sacs on the way there, but we knew the story we were going to tell with Sarah Lynn.
Like, I don't know who this was supposed to be. It's the female version of Kurt Cobain.
So from Sarah Lynn's conception as a character, there's always been this sense of inevitability.
Surround myself with sycophants and enablers until I die tragically young.
What?
So I died tragically
pretty
young.
much too late for me.
Too late for me.
From there, I guess the
It's too
question
late
to
for
ask
me.
is, why? Despite outwardly pitching the series as not
Yeah,
having a large
why was
focus
Sarah
on
Lynn
the
so tragic? But I mean, she wasn't wrong.
industry, in reality,
Kirsten Shale is such an amazing actress.
Raphael always intended for it to be about Hollywood. And the show does this all the time, by poking fun at common occurrences or emphasizing real problems within the industry, typically through jokes and storylines, yeah, but also through the characters themselves. BoJack Horseman is often praised for its portrayal of complex characters, and for good reason. But in their conceptions, for the vast majority of these characters, the writers approach them the same way. They start with character tropes, and because the show is about the industry, many of them reflect the archetypes inside of it. The real-world inspirations behind the show's famous characters especially are often debated within the fandom because their circumstances fit the pattern of several public figures. You could name 10 possible inspirations for BoJack and Sarah Lynn because they began as an amalgam of a somewhat common archetype in Hollywood. The washed-up sitcom actor and the former child star turned teen idol turned struggling addict. Other characters include the lovable, optimistic sitcom actor, the incompetent Nepo baby, the powerful man who is well-liked by the public and gets away with SA, the pretentious showrunner who thinks he's deeper than he is. For the most part, the characters can pretty easily be divided within two categories. The ones who are developed beyond their tropes, and the ones who really only exist as their tropes. Take Princess Carolyn as the stereotypical cutthroat Hollywood agent. That trope informs her character. She never loses those traits, but she is allowed the chance to develop in, with, and outside of those traits. At the end of the series, she finds love and is able to get a healthier work-life balance. Diane, Mr. Peanut Butter, and even BoJack also fit seamlessly on this side. The latter characters usually exist to comment on the industry, either as a joke or to emphasize a real issue. Or you have someone like Charlie Witherspoon who does both. He serves as a comedic character with his character design, quotable lines, and slapstick humor, and he also comments on the industry's tendency to prioritize hiring out of nepotism, even if the candidates are unqualified.
Oh God, am I blowing this?
For most of the characters, it's fairly easy to sort them cleanly into these two groups, but Sarah Lynn is an exception, landing somewhere in the middle. For one, she isn't around nearly enough to be a main character. Outside of expositional flashbacks, Sarah Lynn doesn't have her own storylines like Diane or Todd. All of what we see of Sarah Lynn in the present is tied to BoJack. We can make our own assumptions, but the reality is, besides this very brief snapshot from the episode wherein she literally dies, we don't know what her life looks like outside of BoJack and his limited view of her. We can't even take anything she says from the view from halfway down as canonical because it's all happening inside of BoJack's own head. And yet, she seems too pivotal to the story to be labeled as an occasional side character. Sarah Lynn exists in this strange middle ground between tropey characters like Vance and Flip, and more fleshed out ones like Diane and Princess Carolyn. She is a character, but she's also what she represents. Sarah Lynn might want to develop beyond her archetype, but the series never lets her outrun it. And maybe that is the point, the cautionary tale. Sarah Lynn's story has to end in tragedy because she largely exists to comment on society and the media's treatment of young starlets. Because if the purpose of her character is commentary, maybe the show thought if she lived, it would only minimize the severity of the problem that it is. Still, with the knowledge that the writers knew her fate from the beginning, that she was never given thought to become something else to exist beyond her narrative, it's hard not to feel like lines that test the inevitability of her death have an edge of almost cruelty.
And everyone was just standing around like, well, this was bound to happen, but it wasn't bound to happen.
In every way that matters, Sarah Lynn is doomed by the narrative. So my vision is terrible, and I have to get my contact prescription updated constantly because it changes so often. And calling to make appointments is the bane of my existence. It's on the list of things that I know I need to do, but the dread of doing them overwhelms me so deeply that I am struck frozen. And on paper, calling to make an appointment is not difficult. None of these tasks are, but there's something in my brain that just refuses to face them head on. And despite knowing that putting them off only makes the situation worse, that's somehow not enough for me to just do the thing. For these reasons, and many more, I use today's sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and click instantly to book an appointment. And ZocDoc isn't just for one type of care. They have more than 100,000 providers from nearly every specialty. No need to call doctors' offices and wait on hold either. ZocDoc lets you do everything online. With ZocDoc, you can filter for doctors by insurance, location, and specialties, and see reviews by verified patients so you can choose the best, most convenient care for you. When you found the doctor you need, you can see their actual appointment openings. Plus, ZocDoc ZocDoc helps you get appointments fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking, and you can even score same-day appointments. Stop waiting and get the care you need. Go to ZocDoc.com/SloanStowe to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. I'll be candid, I kind of dragged my feet getting to this section because Bojack's relationship with Sarah Lynn is arguably the most complex one in the entire series. I really struggle to understand it. You can get the general gist and specific types of toxicity in his relationships with other characters in just a couple of sentences. But I wouldn't know how to do that with Sarah Lynn. Their dynamic is much harder to define. For one, it spans decades, and in that time both of the characters changed significantly, so their perceptions of each other do too. But it was trying to untangle all of the contradictions that truly, fully stumped me. I don't want to spend too much time pointing out the obvious, or covering what's already been talked about to death, no pun intended. So instead of zeroing in on Bojack's role in her childhood or mistakes he made with her character, I want to get into this idea of mythologization. To Bojack, Sarah Lynn is different from every other woman in his life. She is special to him. He says in a moment of impulsive honesty that he loves her.
Sarah Lynn wasn't like those other girls. I loved Sarah Lynn.
But I just don't see it. It doesn't add up to me. And by that, I don't mean that I can't fathom how he could wait to call 911 for 17 minutes if he loved her. You can love someone and be terrible to them. Obviously, don't try this at home, but that's practically a requisite of some of the best written, most interesting relationships on television. And I eat them up every time. But even when it's an unhealthy, toxic, manipulative, contradictory, how the hell could someone do this to someone they love type of love, there are still moments where you see the love. But I don't see that from Bojack. If we break down his actual actions toward her, the only kindness Bojack shows Sarah Lynn that isn't rooted in his own self-interest is when he gives her the terrible advice she internalizes that her value is tied to success.
Don't stop dancing, and you don't stop smiling, and you give those people what they want.
When he tells her to stay sober despite later inviting her on a bender the moment her sobriety isn't convenient for him.
What? No, just stay sober.
And when he finally agrees to go to Griffith Observatory right after he feels bad for her, which ends in her actual death.
Nobody is doomed. And I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the planetarium.
Planetarium.
So when Bojack says that Sarah Lynn was different from everyone else and that she's the only woman he's ever loved, it feels mawkish and unearned to me. At first I thought that, like the media and the public, her death caused him to retroactively shape their relationship into something more hallowed than it was when she was alive. But he expresses this opinion on their bender before her death, so that can't be it, or at least not all of it. In this monologue, when he best tries to verbalize his feelings for Sarah Lynn, he says, "You know, sometimes it feels like you're the only one who really understands me, because how could anyone else? But we knew each other before we were anybody, and that's how we can be friends, because we're not like those other people. The people who glom onto you because of who they think you are. And they think they can sleep on your couch and eat your food. They think you're gonna save their agency. I never asked for that kind of pressure, but you and me, we don't want anything from each other. You know, I could never figure out what love meant, but right now, I don't need to figure out anything. I just feel it. I love you, Sarah Lynn." There is so much to cover here. Firstly, in this epiphany, he credits Horsing Around as this special cosmic foundation that indelibly ties them together and that no one else could possibly understand. But it all rests on superficial nostalgia because in the show's 9 seasons of production, Bojack was utterly indifferent to Sarah Lynn. And it's not like Horsing Around was a two-hander. Joelle and Ethan are also significant to the show, but Bojack doesn't share the same sentiments with them and has little to no interest in keeping in touch with them or even staying on good terms. Here, when Bojack says, "The people who glom onto you because of who they think you are, and they think they can sleep on your couch and eat your food, they think you're gonna save their agency," he's referring to Diane, Todd, and Princess Carolyn, arguably the 3 most significant people in his life, all of whom love him and authentically. These relationships are genuine, and because of that, they inevitably come with expectations and conflict and effort, which, for the record, is arguably Bojack's biggest practical struggle, providing continuous daily effort for himself and for others. He prefers the idea of things, like his fantasy of ditching his actor life and moving to Maine to be with Charlotte, as if making one decision would have presented him with this perfect life. He wants something that exists in a sitcom, in a world where every conflict is resolved with a happy ending in 20 minutes. A world that isn't real, that doesn't require consistent effort. But what is love if not consistent effort? Yet, in this epiphany, BoJack defines love as the antithesis of it. He says, I never asked for that kind of pressure, but you and me, we don't want anything from each other. You know, I could never figure out what love meant, but right now, I don't need to figure out anything. I just feel it. I love you, Sarah Lynn. The tragedy of this line is that the only reason Sarah Lynn doesn't have expectations of BoJack is because he taught her from a very young age not to. She sought genuine connection from him for so many years throughout the 9 seasons of Horsing Around. Even after, when she hits global stardom and BoJack visits her at the concert just to try to get her to guest star on his failing new show, initially she still has that excitement and hopefulness.
BoJack? Oh my god, bring him in!
When BoJack gives her the real reason why he's there, any hope Sarah Lynn had for a genuine connection with her TV dad is crumbled.
Thanks again for coming. Like I said, it's always nice to see you.
Raphael described this scene as the moment that broke her. In many ways, this was her breaking point. It cemented her cynical worldview and distrust of others and pushed her to stop caring and start taking advantage of people the way they take advantage of her, which is who she's become when we meet her. So no, Sarah Lynn doesn't want anything from BoJack because BoJack has consistently relayed the message that he cannot be depended on, that he is uninterested in knowing her as a person, that he only cares about her when she can do something for him, guest star on his show, ease his guilt, be a companion on his bender. So for BoJack, with absolute conviction, to equate his relationship with this version of Sarah Lynn as the pinnacle of love just shows how broken and flawed BoJack's understanding of love really is. There is endless critique around the characters in BoJack Horseman, but one person who tends to be omitted from these conversations or afforded the most leniency is Sarah Lynn. I don't think we can fairly talk about Sarah Lynn without acknowledging the tendency the fandom has to infantilize her character, even when she's well into her 30s. Diane prophetically addresses this discourse of her character way back in season 1.
I worry that conversations like this one often dismiss her as a mere puppet of the industry.
That's my same worry.
Incapable of engaging in these discussions herself.
One example, something that I see a lot, is when people say or imply that BoJack forced her to go on the bender. Well, it was absolutely selfish of BoJack to invite Sarah Lynn on a bender knowing she was sober. The same reality is that Sarah Lynn admitted that she only stayed sober to lower her tolerance, so when she decided to do drugs again, they would feel stronger. She never intended to stay sober.
That's like me. I've never intended to stay sober.
It's not unfair to state that there is a pretty sizable portion of fans who view Sarah Lynn as faultless in adulthood. There are many factors that go into this. For one, her voice actor plays a big role, with Kristen Schaal also being the voice behind several beloved TV characters. I think a lot of it also boils down to her potential, not necessarily who she was as an adult, but who she was prevented from becoming. We naturally feel a fond familiarity for Sarah Lynn because we've seen her before, in actors who have given up their childhoods to entertain ours. And it's hard to imagine that her death doesn't play a role. When certain famous people die young, or tragically, often there's this public refusal to see them as anything but perfect in life. It doesn't matter if they were bullied or adored in life. When they die, their slate is crystal clear. And I'm guilty of this too. If someone says anything bad about Robin Williams or Ray Bradbury, I don't want to hear it. It's like, get it away from me. They're perfect. It's this form of mythologization where they become symbols more than people. The series even comments on this phenomenon, with the media doing a 180 towards Sarah Lynn after her death, despite ruthlessly criticizing her when she was alive. In death, she becomes immortalized as something almost greater than human, which is echoed in the lyrics from her performance in The View from Halfway Down. The big picture outweighs the details, but in the details, I think this is a case of both things being true. As an adult, Sarah Lynn has agency. She consistently enables herself. But in the big picture, there's nuance and context. There's an undeniable lack of agency prevalent throughout her story that impacts everything. Ophelia is an apt comparison, and clearly one the writers want us to make. But honestly, Sarah Lynn really reminds me of Peter Pan. Not the Disney version, or the 2003 adaptation, my beloved, but the actual book by J.M. Barrie, which might also be one of the saddest books I've ever read. It's a well-known story. Peter Pan is a boy who never wants to grow up, and he lives in Never Never Land, where he doesn't have to. He spends every day living this hedonistic existence, flying around, fighting pirates, having fun, but he still has this hole inside of him.
always to be a boy and have fun.
You say so, but I think it is your biggest pretend.
The movie adaptations aren't so different from the book, but what the films don't fully address is that Peter Pan is a tragic figure. Peter is always aware that he has the choice to leave Neverland and return to London and grow up, but to have the maturity to understand that aging is pivotal to moving forward and escaping the purgatory he's stuck in would mean that he has to grow the tiniest bit to understand that, and he can't. He's incapable of it. To have that realization is at odds with his entire being. It would contradict his nature of rejecting growth, so it remains forever just out of arm's length.
I taught you to fight and to fly. What more could there be?
There is so much more.
What? What else is there?
I think it becomes clearer when you grow up.
Well, I will not grow up. You cannot make me.
There's this quote from the book after Wendy and her brothers decide to leave Neverland and return home. Peter watches from their bedroom window as they reunite with their parents. The passage goes, "There could not have been a lovelier sight, but there was none to see it except a strange boy who was staring in at the window. He had ecstasies innumerable that other children can never know, but he was looking through the window at the one joy from which he must be forever barred." Peter remains frozen in time, never learning, never changing, forever stuck, living the same day over and over and over again, until everything blurs together and he forgets everyone who dies or outgrows him. There's something so devastating about it. There's this tragic irony in the seemingly avoidable inevitability that he has an endless amount of time, more than anyone else could ever have, and yet it's somehow still too late for him. Sarah Lynn reflects this same contradiction. Comparatively, she may be aware on a surface level that she could go to rehab, that she could leave Hollywood behind and live a more fulfilling life, that she could get a better support system, that she has the financial means to go to a school to fulfill her dreams of becoming an architect. Nothing is physically stopping Sarah Lynn from reaching out and taking the future she wants. But she has so many things melded into her foundation that hold her back. She has no real frame of reference of what it's like not to be famous. Her entire life set her up to depend on instant gratification. By 30, she can't stand being bored for more than 5 seconds. Her brain cannot handle it. She constantly has to stimulate herself in some way, whether it be with drugs, alcohol, a public relationship, or just being on her phone.
This sucks. You guys suck. I don't even know why I came to this party.
It's not a party.
I'm not okay. I'm bored. This hotel room is boring. What's on TV?
And all of these things in tandem only degrade her sense of worth, which makes change feel impossible. So instead, she walks around with this morbid, vacant, dreamlike understanding that she is doomed. Knowing that her friends are sycophants but not trying to get new ones. Wondering if it's too late for her to be an architect but never taking the steps to become one. Knowing that if she continues on the path she's on, she'll die, but not caring enough to do anything about it, or not knowing where to even start. Up to her death, always wanting more.
I want to be an architect.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe.
I will. Oh, sorry, Frenchie Toast. My shutter didn't stop it. It's so dumb. What? I was dead instantly and stunned. What? Cheeked up. Okay, fine. You want some fights? I give you fights. I will hurt you very badly. What was this? What? Get a kill. Oh no, they can't, huh? I am the top guy here. That's not good. Stop them. Stop them from running the point. Get on the point. Oh. Oh. I try to get on point. And it's over. Nice. I will stop my YouTube video now. I've recorded for 7.5 hours and I will stop here. You guys have been watching Skycatlive. I'll keep streaming, but I'm going to put on some music now. And so I will stop this video. And you've been watching Skycatlive. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on the background. Click on the cast face to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. Click on the cast face to donate. I love you guys. This video, like all my other videos, will be placed on my channel within 24 hours. My entire session, unedited, all the bad behavior, all the problems, all the nerds, everything.